Come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
I'm here, breaking my neck, looking over my shoulder. Stepped into your skin, got me tripping over myself. Figured I would say something, passing the time. If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. On the same side. On the same side. On the same side.
Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
On the same side.
Yesterday at Calling Columbus, it was an explosive day. Yuki Lee Bender is showing you exactly what I'm talking about. Boom Grenade is going to connect here after a block of an Orb Weaver Spinneret against Rex Carroll, who at this point still has fatigue on the table. But then the writing is on the wall. Max V comes across the line for a Big Bad 7, and all Yuki has to do is put together some middling turns for the rest of that game, and she takes it down in the end. Bird Cabrera on the other side is doing a little bit of Molotov cocktail in the hold. All of those swashbuckling zombies have been dying left and right, but this is the coup de grace. She draws off the top of the deck for Savor Bloodshed, and it's a clever little 0 for 4 that is going to put Julian Sniffen into his coffin. And the last round of Swiss, Adam Oles versus Zach Aggro, Blaze Phillips. It's KO versus Victor. KO, at this point, has resolved 2 blood rushes, was forced to roll Scabskin Leathers to put anything together, and is then able to send out a Reckless Stampede into a Beast Within that was supposed to be in the graveyard, but, you know, you can't make mountains out of molehills here. Zach Phillips ends up taking that one in the end and is still in contention for day 2. Bryce Platz here with Mercy Bickell. 2 casters that are on the same side, the same side. Just like all of you in chat, we are so happy to be back at Calling Columbus, just one of the amazing events on offer at the World Tour stop in Columbus. Mercy, do you have a favorite game from yesterday?
It's got to be that Oscilio Prism game. What an exciting game, highly technical. Love to see that instant speed action at work.
You know, for my part, I just love watching zombies die, so it's definitely Bird Cabrera versus Julian Sniffen.
You got it in for gravy?
I really do. Honestly, for all board state heroes, I tend to think that you end up just de facto as a nemesis of certain decks in this game. I don't know if you feel like that's the case, but I just want to kill every single board state and Guardian deck that I can find.
You know, that's fair enough. Everyone has that has that nemesis in Flesh and Blood. For me, it's Illusionist.
Okay, fair enough. So we are more or less still on the same side. As I stunlock my co-caster, let's go ahead and take a look at the format. We've already seen day 1, 7 Swiss rounds, and day 2 promises to be even more exciting. It's 5 Swiss rounds into a top 8 cut and more. We're going to have a brand new spanking looking spoiler at the end of today, just like we did yesterday. And moreover, we got a Super Slam box giveaway. We got way too many cards here at LSS, and we would like to give some away to you. So just stay active in the YouTube chat, and you can be entered into a drawing for the win of a Super Slam box. Now, you have the chance to win that. The folks here in the room have a chance to win a heck of a lot of booty. It's 20,000 USD on offer for the first through the 32nd place here, and then gold foil legendaries abound for the top 8, PTIs, of course, and World Tour points, which are going to be so important in this upcoming season, Mercy.
Yes, they really are, especially because it's going to be one of the ways you can qualify for the upcoming events, like Pro Tour Yokohama.
And they say all that glitters is gold, but that goes double when that gold is in full art Marvel form. That's right, only a few of these quick dodge flexors have been awarded because they are synonymous with a calling champion at the end of 2025 and all throughout 2026. Mercy, have you gotten your hands on one of these yet?
I have not, no. I would absolutely love to, though. You know, these Marvels are just absolutely gorgeous.
Without a doubt, and they also are worth their weight in gold. And that's saying something because they don't actually weigh that much. It's 16 World Tour points, of course, for the champion there, which is going to be used for qualifications all throughout the year. Now, Mercy, you have been in these situations before. Day 1 and day 2, are they completely different beasts?
I would say they can be quite different. You know, day 1 of a calling, you're looking at a very wide field. By day 2, it's sort of crystallized into a much more concentrated meta, and you might be running into those nemesis of yours that you weren't necessarily expecting to see on day 1. So you better hope you pack the tech, even if you didn't pull it out on day 1.
And do you think the skill level also changes? I mean, at this point, we have distilled basically everybody from this open event out of the field that, you know, maybe just couldn't cut it.
It is a huge accomplishment to make day 2 of a calling, let's be clear. So the skill level is for sure on the whole going to be higher than the average skill level of just any open calling field. That's, you know, that's the whole name of the game with these Swiss rounds.
Okay, so Mercy Bickell has made day 2 of a calling. Let's say you're at X and 1. Are you going out and having a good time in Columbus, or are you going to bed early, making sure that you're not having too many drinks? Like, what is your mental when you're going into a day 2?
You know, everyone has their different rituals. Some people just want to relax, have fun, see friends. I definitely like to go out to dinner with a group of friends, something like that. But then it is straight to the room. It is straight to watching my British crime dramas and going to sleep.
Are you an Agatha Christie fan by chance?
She's all right. You know, I'm more on the TV side of it than the reading side of it. But, you know.
I respect that. As long as they've got a snazzy accent, you are highbrow indeed. Okay, so Mercy, I'm so glad you talked about the way that a metagame crystallizes, because we're going to see exactly the gem that has become the day 2 metagame of Calling Columbus. This is the way we started yesterday. It's Arachne Marionette, Gravy Bones, and Florian Rotwood Harbinger rounding out the top 3. Shortly behind are Oscilio, Kasai, and of course KO. And heck, even a lot of copies of Syndra, despite her recent ban and restricted announcement. Besides that, we have to draw our attention to the middle of the pack. 8 copies of Pleiades Superstar that are making waves here, Mercy. This isn't your average Superstar, though.
No, it's not. This is a fatigue-style Pleiades that is not aiming to play a lot of Auras of Suspense and hit their opponent for big numbers, but rather run them out of threats in their own deck.
I would like to go ahead and put a pin in Katsu the Wanderer and, of course, Rhinar Reckless Rampage before we go ahead and hit that button and take a look at how it all has converted. Arachne Marionette doing a stellar job alongside Mr. Gravy Bones and Oscilio sporting a 43% conversion rate. We could have predicted it, though. We were talking about how perhaps broken the lightning storm of the Constellar Intelligence has been, and it is no surprise to me that he converts so well into day 2. Besides that, Florian kind of viewed as the new top dog of this meta, I would say, based on RTN results and the like, only converts 23% there.
It is still quite a respectable conversion rate. And keep in mind, Florian is a very technical kind of high-skill deck at times. So you can really falter in certain matchups where every point of value matters.
And, you know, I talked about Katsu. 1 of the, I believe, that would be 5, have made it to day 2. He is in there like swimwear, and put a pin in that, folks, because we might be seeing some harmonized Kodachis later in the day. We've also got to talk about the fact that KO has fallen off, much like he has at pretty much all callings in the past, 2 months. I want to say he keeps having this sine wave of representation based on the fact that, these shakeups in the meta seem to indicate that he has some room. In this case, it's just one copy out of a heck of a lot that makes it into day 2, alongside Kasai of the Golden Sand, who has been having her heyday as well.
Yes, very, very sad for me personally to see Kasai at only sitting at the 5% conversion rate. She was personally my pick to win this tournament. Also very notable, 0 Verdances out of the original 12 on day 1 that have made it to day 2, which is a big surprise given that Verdance was still, seeing a good bit of representation and conversion at prior tournaments.
And it's pretty funny. I was hanging out with a contingent of your team last night, PCG Invasion and Stroopwaffle, and there was kind of a point of pride from all of them saying, like, you see our metagame conversion? We got 0 Verdance into day 2. How about that? So maybe players are pretty excited about the fact that they have found a way to target her, especially when she was looking so strong, even just back in calling Hong Kong.
Yeah, Verdance was for sure, kind of a lot of people's nemesis, as we've been mentioning for a long time. I think a lot of people are happy to sort of have her out of the way on day 2. I'm sure some players are kind of taking a sigh of relief, especially those Pleiades that are trying to fatigue, right? Verdance is a bit of a scary matchup for them, given the amount of value that she can generate.
Sure, that healing potion combo is kind of the bane of the fatigue player's existence. So we talked about metagame conversion, but that really doesn't tell the whole story, because the standings are where we need to look for the players and the heroes that are actually in top 8 contention. And 1 and 2, Mercy, are Pleiades Superstar, this exact fatigue slanted list that we have been talking so much about.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would have predicted this. We've also got Michael Jaszczur also as a 7-0 on Florian. So, these more... Florian's not totally a snooze deck, but these more snoozy decks sitting at the top. I say that with love, by the way.
He's definitely not snooze, though, right?
Pleiades, in this case, she's not snooze, but, she's still a superstar. She can put on a good show.
100%. So hit your snooze alarm, folks, because when we get down to the match floor, we are going to have our first seed versus our third. Damien Riggins, who has pioneered this fatigue Pleiades list, versus our reigning world champion, Michael Jaszczur, who has won on stream already and has not lost a single game besides. That is going to be some fireworks, but it is going to be a long haul. So go ahead and grab your popcorn, maybe a cold drink, get yourself in the recliner, and enjoy. We've also got to talk about some of our representation from the replays you just saw at the beginning of the day. Bird Cabrera still sitting at X&1 on Fang Drakai of Blades, and Nghia Tran, Katsu the Wanderer. This is the one hope for the OG Ninja at this point, and they remain at X&1.
Amazing performance from both of them.
Our next page tell a little bit of a different story. There are still Fangs. There are still a plethora of Marios, and of course our one of KO Armed and Dangerous. X and 2 now facing losing out situations for the remainder of the day. Must win out in order to remain in contention in this tournament. So what do you think about the massive fall off of Brutes at this point?
It's quite shocking. But, I kind of love to see Super Slam coming in and saying, heavy hitters stand aside. We're here to dominate the meta now, as we're, kind of in this final swan song of the meta. And so, the Brutes, they have a lot of variance as well. It's not totally unexpected.
Our third page continues on with the story of lose and outs. There are a lot of folks that just squeaked into day 2, and they are now fighting for their tournament lives. What does that do to your mental? When you come into a day 2 situation, knowing that the field is going to be more difficult, knowing that the metagame is going to be distilled down to the way it really should be, but you can't drop a game.
It is discouraging at times, but I think most people are just happy to make a day 2 to begin with. It's so exciting to say, I've still got a shot in this thing, and people absolutely have taken that position to top 8s before, and I'm sure it will be done again today.
Speaking of those people, it's People's Champion Eugene C. in the 54th slot. He came to destroy some Earth heroes, and he might get his chance later in the day. Time will tell, but if I'm being completely real, Mercy, he is one of the people that I root for unapologetically in the booth.
No, I'm with you. You know, recently him and I had the chance to fight at a Battle Hardened, and you know, he absolutely destroyed me from the beginning, and all I could do was sit there and laugh because it's so fun to watch Rhinar go off.
And it's so fun to watch Eugene pilot it because the guy's an absolute madman. He goes for statistically correct plays, but when you are watching it happen before you and you know that disaster is rearing its ugly head, much like Jarl on our Jarl versus the Goons playmat here at Calling Columbus, I don't know. It's haunting.
Funny story about Eugene, actually. During side events on Friday, Eugene's sitting next to a KO player. The KO player presents scabskins and gambler's gloves. Eugene looks over and goes, "You don't need those."
The man is absolutely insane, and I love him so much for it. Okay, folks, we're going to get down to the action, but before that, I do need to mention one more time that we are going to have a brand new, never-before-seen printing of a card in Flesh and Blood to spoil for you that is going to be available in Compendium of Wraith, specifically, I think, in those Antiquity packs. So stick around for the entire day, or if you need to go somewhere, come on back for the finals, because you could be one of the many people that get to witness it live, including myself. I have no idea what the spoiler is going to be.
No, we have no idea. So it really is a wonder how much you are testing our viewers' patience here.
Yes, that is exactly what I like to do. I like to walk that tightrope. Where I won't be testing your patience is, of course, in that Super Slam box giveaway. As long as you're active in chat during the finals, you are entered to get yourself a heck of a lot of cards because we want to give them back to the community. And what else we want to give back to you? It's amazing games of Flesh and Blood. Shall we proceed, Mercy? Calling Columbus, it's day 2, round 8. Michael Jaszczur started us off at the beginning of yesterday, and he's going to do so in kind today. Michael Jaszczur versus Damien Riggins, the champion of this Pleiades fatigue deck that we've been talking so much about. If you missed the action yesterday, folks, this is not your average fatigue deck. It is, in my personal opinion, way more interesting to watch. Damien is going to be fixing clashes here and there and also grinding his opponent into dust. Mercy, we've got a Dread Scythe on the side of Michael Jaszczur. What does that tell you?
I think that tells you that, Michael wants to probably be able to gain life on his own turn as well, or, while being higher life than Damien as well. That's why we don't see the Reaping Blade here. Michael doesn't want to be stymied by the fact that he might be higher life than Damien at points, even though Damien is playing these life gain cards as well. He's not playing quite as many as Florian typically does with those Fruits of the Forest, those Germinates, etc. I think Germinate in particular is a big card to highlight in this matchup too, because that can be an end game for Florian to gain a lot of life, right? So the idea being that you pitch stack this with a bunch of blues, and you can cast it for a lot of value, right? You gain a lot of life. That would not work out so well if Michael was playing Reaping Blade.
And it also doesn't work out so well if Damien Riggins brings the tech. We have talked to some of these players, and they say they're not worried about the kind of deterministic endgame that Florian usually presents, and that's because of a cheeky little card called Ripple Away. In certain cases, Damien can go ahead and pitch stack Ripple Away and wait for the opportune moment to discard it at instant speed and make it so that that all-powerful Majestic generates literally 0 Runechant tokens.
Yes, I think we're going to see Damien try to pitch stack this, counter pitch stack it. Importantly, though, it is an instant discard ability. That means you cannot discard it from Arsenal. He cannot simply sit on it. He has to sort of skillfully try to line it up with his opponent's turn as well, and that can be tricky given that Pleiades is also trying to remove cards from her opponent's deck.
It's a full block here for Damien Riggins. Michael Jaszczur has received first blood. He is down to 36 now, and Damien is above his starting life total. The follow-up for Michael Jaszczur is Enlightened Strike. Chosen mode, I have to imagine, is going to be buff power here. No, indeed, it is go again.
I do think the name of the game for Florian here, even though Florian can be quite defensive, he's probably going to try to be quite aggressive in this matchup. Perhaps we'll even see some Channel Mount Heroic setup where he's just trying to go really wide and get as much value out of that Dread Scythe as possible too. So it does make sense to give that Enlightened Strike go again, because the Dread Scythe, of course, represents no deck damage, right? You're not losing a card out of deck to swing that card. So in that way, it is a higher value proposition than E-Strike for 7.
Michael Jaszczur now does seem to have brought the defense reaction package into this, or at least a couple. Maybe it's just that Florian doesn't have enough room in the 80 to not include defense reactions.
He also may simply be running as many cards as possible because he knows that Pleiades is going to try to run him out of cards. And he knows that Pleiades is going to be swinging this Miller's Grindstone, which represents 4 damage. And so that D-React is a very convenient way to fully cover that without losing those more important offensive cards.
4 damage, and also, of course, a card off the top of the deck, especially because, as we mentioned before, this Fatigue Pleiades deck is awfully good at winning clashes. Damien also using Rampart of the Ram's Head to carry the day. Even though this is a very fatigue-slanted Pleiades list, we are going to see some suspense auras here and there. Things like Hungry for More, which is just another source of life gain. We saw yesterday Emery Powell piloting with several copies of To Be Continued, one of those suspense auras that if you get to keep it around, it can get far more value than the 2 block represented in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yes, I'd also like to draw your attention to the So Tomorrow in Michael's pitch zone here. That's a very interesting card in this matchup because you can use it to recur more cards, right? So you can use that to grab an expensive Felling of the Crown and put it back into your deck. That's going to help Michael's deck life, as I like to call it, stay healthy, right?
So life totals are not the full story here. It is deck damage that is super relevant here. You better believe that both of these players are of the caliber to remember pitch stacks through and through. I also want to highlight Michael Jaszczur's newer inclusion of 3 copies of Channel Mount Heroic. He is the champion of this, I guess I could say, switchboard Florian list where you never necessarily board out the Channel Mount Heroics. What you're boarding out or in are the 0-cost attacks that take full advantage of its +3 clause the entirety of the time that it is out.
Looks like we did just have a clash here as well. I think what's also interesting about this matchup is the drip on both sides of the table here.
Oh, yeah.
This Maori Pleiades, I just can't stop looking at it. And then we've also got these beautiful Ravenous Rabbles on the side of Michael Jaszczur.
It is not a drip contest, but it kind of looks like it should be. Instead, both of these players are trying to murder one another for your entertainment. Arcane Seed's life out of the hand of Michael Jaszczur, only going to generate 1 life and 2 rune chance for his troubles. The follow-up is a red Rune Rager Swarm. And honestly, I didn't expect Florians to be holding on to so many cards on offense this tournament series. So I think it is the perfect time for Michael Jaszczur to have championed this more offensive slanted sideboard plan of Florian. This is exactly the package that he needs to carry the day against staunch fatigue defense.
Yes, and that's why he's willing to cast these cards like Arcane Seed's Life that even though he's not online yet, it's still it's still at base a 3 value card, right? Gain a life, make 2 rune chance. And what Michael needs to do here is kind of aggressively tilt into Pleiades, right? Keep Pleiades blocking because he can get so much value out of these Dread Scythes, out of these Terminates, and the more cards that he takes out of Pleiades' hand, the less likely it is that Pleiades can disrupt him in turn or counter pitch stack solutions to his threats.
Test of Iron Grip goes the way of Damien Riggins. Michael Jaszczur forced to discard a card out of hand because he simply lost the clash after revealing a non-attack on top of the deck. And it's a pass from the world champion. 33 plays 40 now. And you mentioned keeping Pleiades on the back foot. One of the rubs for fatigue decks in general is that, well, what do you do if your opponent just passes and sets up a mean 5-card hand into you? Aren't you losing equity in that way? In this case, Damien Riggins always able to send a Miller's Grindstone and threaten more deck damage, which advances the fatigue game plan. But besides that, we just saw him pitch a copy of Righteous Cleansing, which is also going to, if Damien is able to get a turn where he's got full tempo, mean that he can advance his game plan even further. Righteous Cleansing, of course, on connection is going to completely slaughter the top of the deck.
Yes, Righteous Cleansing gonna help him kind of do the Arachne Huntsman thing of clearing cards from deck from Florian. What's important though also is that Michael is allowed to sort of take these slower turn cycles, right? We saw that he actually IP'd a card. Oh, and we see the Germinate come out. That is brutal.
Miller's Grindstone doing its dirty work and turning Michael Jaszczur's deck into flour. High-grade flour, mind you, but yeah, first copy of Germinate out of the 3 is already in the yard, and it hasn't even been resolved. And Michael Jaszczur is way behind on life, 29 plays 40. Not that it's particularly relevant in this matchup, but of note.
You know, I think Michael has been fairly happy to take these grindstone hits, perhaps in the hope that he wins one of these clashes as well at some point. You know, Florian does run some high power attacks in a second. Damien does have some misses. So it is possible that he wins a clash. And if he does, that grindstone drops down to 3 attack for the rest of the game. That's huge. That's likely why Michael has been, you know, willing to just say, okay, let's take our chances here, right? But importantly, Michael also is willing to sort of keep cards turn to turn and not squeeze full value out of his hand every turn for key cards like Felling of the Crown that we now see him casting. It is so important for him to get every decompose that he can as quickly as he can so he can start getting as much value as possible out of those cards like Arcane Seed's Life and Germinate if he's lucky enough to draw it with enough blues. So we do see that come down for the first decompose.
This Felling of the Crown only coming in for 4 because, yes, it was the first decompose. Also, need to mention that Michael Jaszczur went for a 2-1 split on his decompose. It's 2 Earth cards and a non-Earth card as the third prerequisite. I tend to think that in this matchup, if he can afford it, he will try to get online as fast as possible and make the next 2 decomposes 3 Earth cards, if at all possible. Where do you stand on that, Mercy?
I think it's very likely that, yes, he will try to do 3 and 3 if he can afford it. I think the key is to try to keep kind of his engine running right with enough Earth cards in grave to be able to decompose the next time. And if he has to, he will likely do a decompose for only 2 Earth cards. But here we're just going to see the channel mount come up, which is very exciting because this represents a lot of damage on this turn, but more importantly, next turn, where Michael may be hoping to draw a handful of go again attack actions like these Rune Ranger Swarms that we now just see one on top of the deck. But we'll see what Damien has to say about it.
Now, on Damien's affirmative, he did send a Command and Conquer, which Michael Jaszczur was forced to take, unfortunately, which destroyed a copy of Outed that was lying in wait in the arsenal. So Damien Riggins not only connected for 6 damage there, but also saved himself 6 life because of that on-hit.
Yeah, that's definitely not what Jaszczur would want to be seeing. Also interesting that, you know, Damien just clashed, gave a toughness to his opponent. He's probably fine losing that kind of clash. You know, toughness not going to do anything for Michael here.
No, Damien says, I am the blocker, not the blockee. It's back over to Michael Jaszczur, who has a Channel Mount Heroic established and also another 0-cost attack in the arsenal. A curious choice to leave it there, especially after his Outed was just destroyed the previous turn cycle. In this case, shows off a red on top, and Damien Riggins responds in kind. This Ravenous Rabble isn't coming in for just 4, folks. It is beefed up by Channel Mount Heroic, so Staunch Response is the perfect response in this case.
Damien was ready for this for sure. These staunches represent so much value in a single card, especially because you can You can even pay more to block more if you need to. Jaszczur does have a quite aggressive hand here, though. We have another Swarming Gloomveil. We have the E-Strike. We've got a blue Rune Rager Swarm, which we may be happy to play. So what we might see is the Swarming come out, the E-Strike come out, bottoming that Fruits, and then the Rune Rager as well. Or he may elect, and then we might see, or we may even see one of the blues pitch into Dread Scythe, but of course that does not get buffed by Channel Mount Heroic.
I think the only way that this hand could have possibly gotten better for Michael Jaszczur is if that other blue was another Earth card. Listen, he's not upset. He's going to get a serious amount of value from this Channel Mount Heroic, but it gets even better when you can put 2 Earth cards into the pitch zone and flow it yet another turn cycle. In this case, this Enlightened Strike, no, doesn't have the buff power mode. It is just getting buffed up by the Channel Mount Heroic, and the chosen mode is instead Go Again.
It looks like he's elected to bottom the Swarming Gloomveil. So maybe trying to set up a more powerful endgame here as well. He knows this turn isn't going to be, as wide as it possibly could be. Putting some gas kind of back in the tank at the bottom of the deck for a later setup.
And this is the power of a world champion in the game of Flesh and Blood. Instead, electing to send that blue Fruits of the Forest. No, it can't flow Channel Mount Heroic into the next turn, but it is a lot more damage than the 1-cost Rune Rager Swarm that now goes to the bottom of the deck, paired with Swarming Gloomveil. And here is another bit of tech from the Pleiades deck. Call for backup. This is another way in which Damien can fix clashes throughout the game, and more importantly, bring back some really fearsome on-hits that have already been put into the graveyard.
That's right. This call for backup basically represents a free 2-block out of your deck because it is replacing itself in deck. It is not representing deck damage. Those are really, really valuable cards. And of course, that 2-block number in the bottom doesn't matter as much to Damien when he's creating so many toughness tokens versus Florian's usually lower value attacks, right? We can often get that call for backup up to a 3 or maybe even a 4-block to match Michael's damage.
It's another copy of Felling of the Crown in the hand for Michael Jaszczur. This time, if it's deployed, will be coming in for the full hefty 11. And Michael Jaszczur leaves 2 cards in hand, which is not too much of an issue for him, especially because he's going to be able to keep an arsenal after the reciprocal decompose effect comes to fruition.
And we do see the 2 Earth decompose here. We do not see the 3. So it looks like Michael is angling for a minimum 4 decomposes before he's online. He's saying, okay, I have to be a little bit patient with this. I need my cards my decompose cards to be online when I need them to be. I haven't quite seen. Maybe he doesn't even have the Earth engraved. Do you know, Bryce?
Quite possibly. I'm not sure 100%. But Damien Riggins did just lose a clash and then pushes on the next one. So 1 toughness token generated for Michael Jaszczur after Damien Riggins goes ahead and gets to put a remembrance to the bottom of the deck. He follows it up by putting another blue tough smash up there to accompany it. It's 23, plays 33 when all is said and done. Damien Riggins has, looks like just 1 card left, but will go ahead and use it for a Miller's Grindstone. I think Damien wants to keep that arsenal zone wide open for things like Oasis Respite or more defense reactions.
Indeed. And another interesting kind of thing that's happening in this matchup is that that Dread Scythe, right? When Dread Scythe attacks, it's coming in for 1 arcane as well every time. That's forcing Damien to kind of spend his resources in a particular way. He is happy to do so, given that Rampart of the Ram's Head also costs resources. But I imagine that sometimes he'd rather not be taking that chip damage. We do see still a 10 life gap between the heroes, but Michael has managed to chip in a little bit more here at this point.
And he's going to potentially do even more than that. It's an activation of Grasp of the Arknight, Rune Chant created, and Swarming Gloomveil coming in. Now, just a head jab. 3 go again here because Michael has only been able to generate 1 aura on this turn, blocked out readily by Damien Riggins. I do want to call back to the previous turn cycle when Damien sent Miller's Grindstone. Michael Jaszczur, because he won a clash, was able to block out that Miller's Grindstone with 1 card, thanks to the toughness token generated for his win. It's a Dread Scythe follow-up here. Another 3 and 1. Rampart of the Ram's Head gets in the way. along with the extra pitch that Damien Riggins has after pitching Heart of Fjendal. I'm sure Damien, over the course of the weekend, has gotten probably 2 digits worth of value on pitching that card, but in this case, his life total is above that of Mr. Jacuzzi.
Damien's also got to be thinking about that ripple away in his hand. You know, as we mentioned earlier, that is a very important card for stopping those germinates later on. So here we're going to see him pitch it, get it back into deck. He definitely doesn't want to be losing that card yet. And Michael's got to be taking note and thinking, when is that going to come back around?
Michael's probably happy because he knows he hasn't pitched a germinate right next to it, at least for now. Does he have one in the hand, though? Instead, going to go ahead and check that graveyard, which is useful information for us. Does look like it's not a whole lot of Earth cards in that bin, so I do think Michael had to be a little bit more careful about over-decomposing and not being able to unlock powerful effects like Cadaverous Tilling or Felling of the Crown.
Yes, and here we see him shore up his graveyard with 2 more Earth cards on the block, and then able to send this Cadaverous Tilling for a full 8 value. This is, you know, as usual, kind of the traditional Florian, the less aggressive Florian's bread and butter. But the aggressive Florian's happy to take these turns as well sometimes, just getting that good value. You know, spending 1 card for 8 damage, very good value, on par with Pleiades.
It's a clash of bravado on defense trigger there. Not relevant simply because neither player has an aura token, or excuse me, an aura of any kind. That can be really detrimental to Michael Yasgur if he had something like a Channel Mount Heroic on the board, because Clash of Bravado does not say aura token, as I previously kind of mentioned. No, it says aura in general.
And here we see a second Ripple Away pitched. I believe these decks are often only on 2 of them, so this may be the last Ripple Away. Given that 1 Germinate is already gone from Michael's deck, 2 is really all you need, but to have them so close together may not work out well for Damien if Michael's able to get to that Germinate turn quicker or on a sort of different timeline than Damien.
And you know, before those Ripple Aways rear their head back into the hand of Damien Riggins, he will have a Remembrance to contend with. So maybe an opportunity to shuffle the deck up and see if he can get those Ripple Aways a little bit closer to Michael Yasgur's Germinates. For now, Michael Yasgur starts this turn off with an outed, the 3rd copy, only the 2nd to be resolved, though, and this one comes in for 4. No risk of Michael Yasgur being marked and being unable to play this card because Damien simply doesn't do any marking. But it's a Fiddler's Green plus another 3 blocking this one out for Damien Riggins, and a Plow Under to follow.
Plow Under is quite a powerful card in this matchup because you can use it to clear those those staunch responses, those other defense reactions out of Arsenal, and use it to kind of set up a turn where maybe you're able to go wide and your opponent is not able to block wide.
But you know, Mercy, is this a situation where the Earth identity of kind of anytime you are disrupting your opponent, you're constantly entering the cycle of decay and then rebirth by putting cards back into deck rather than banishing them like an assassin or forcing a discard like something like a ranger here and there. In this case, Michael Yasgur, yes, is disrupting for the now, but not necessarily for the later. Damien Riggins is still going to have access to all of the cards removed by things like Felling of the Crown and Plow Under. That's
a very poetic way to put it, Bryce. I love the way you've put it. You're absolutely right that just putting that card back in deck kind of is this cycle of rebirth for later. It's not it's not something that Damien necessarily cares a lot about unless there's going to be a really aggressive turn following losing that arsenal. Like with a Channel Mount Heroic, we're once again seeing that setup here, likely for a bigger turn next turn.
Channel Mount Heroic established here, and Cadaverous Tilling comes in for a whopping 11 now. Also, there is an Earth card in the pitch zone for Mr. Yasgur. Canopy Shelter going to allow Channel Mount Heroic to flow into the next turn cycle. And Michael has revealed another Earth card on the top of the deck. Even though Damien Riggins is winning this clash, Michael Yasgur knows that there is a chance he's going to be able to flow Channel Mount Heroic again.
It's not necessarily what he wants to see, but you're right that if he can't get a very aggressive hand, the least he can do, is hopefully channel that Mount Heroic again, right? Get it to that 2 counter so that he can hopefully have another go at it the next turn.
Okay, and there is definitely a way to do exactly that and also send another big attack that'll bring the Channel Mount Heroic value train up to 6. So in this case, Michael Yasgur establishes a rune chant from Grasp of the Arknight, and then is going to be able to send yet another Cadaverous Tilling. And even though it's not the super wide turn that he usually hopes for with Channel Mount Heroic, he is going to be able to keep it around and try again next.
Though it does look like there's a bit of consternation on Michael's side. It looks like he's debating between pitching the red Cadaverous, and keeping it in hand. You know, we saw him lay that down in the pitch underneath the Germinate to start, and ultimately decides, no, this is an attack. I should keep this to hopefully finish out my next turn, because the last thing you want to happen is to channel 2 here on this Mount Heroic and then end up with no attacks in hand.
Damien Riggins, once again, is calling for backup. Cards chosen, Cranial Crush and Thunderquake. Michael Yasgur gets to choose one to banish and one to put on top of the deck. Looks like Thunderquake is the chosen one for Damien Riggins to keep. And when all is said and done, a little bit of damage leaks through, but then a lot of life gain happens for Damien Riggins, who's now up to 34 after blocking Michael Yasgur's 10.
You know, at this point in the game, given these Fiddler's Greens that are hitting the graveyard, the Sigil of Solaces, I wonder if Michael has to be wondering if maybe Reaping Blade would have been good here, because Damien is so effectively able to stop that Arcane from Dread Scythe. The life, the bottom text of Dread Scythe that says, if this Arcane deals damage, you can't gain life on your turn, you know, that's not really relevant here, right? And anyone can gain as much life as they want in this matchup for the most part. And right now that's firmly favoring Damien, with Michael being 11 life below.
Relegating that life gain issue is definitely something that Michael Yasgur could have considered at this point and might be a pain point for him moving forward. Damien Riggins, however, has been noted to say that Dread Scythe is the thing that makes the matchup difficult for him. In this case, it's kind of playing into his game plan. I can't imagine something more painful for Damien than making all of those Fiddler's Greens that he's blocked with actually only 1 value.
Yes, you know, I'm not saying Dread Scythe is a wrong choice by any means. It may just be the way that the game state is right now. Where we may see Dread Scythe shine is in the late game, right?
Sure.
Where it is getting that split damage value, right? It is a 1 in 3 instead of just a 3. So it is more value from that weapon on board, which is really, really important when we're facing down a Miller's Grindstone, which is also representing 4 every swing. Oh, and a 3rd channel on the channel Mount Heroic.
Really, really fantastic stuff. Michael Yasgur does convert an entire 5-card hand ultimately into just a Felling of the Crown, but now it's paying dividends. Not only is he able to flow the first Channel Mount Heroic into a 3rd turn cycle, but also he's able to pair another one with it. This is looking like the Twin Peaks right here.
This Swarming Gloomveil, of course, because Channel Mount Heroic is an aura, is going to have go again. We already see 3 blocks come out on Damien Riggins' side, which is, you know, a significant portion of his hand. This is definitely more of what you want to be doing into this fatigue deck. You want to be pushing past their defenses.
Momentous and mountainous damage. Also, gotta mention that because Michael Yasgur won those tough smash-ups, did get a little bit of an extra buff on that Swarming Gloomveil. An additional 1 will happen because Swarming Gloomveil's text is constant, right? The follow-up here then is Rune Rager Swarm, which came in for a whopping 9. Probably the biggest one that I have ever seen before the first Channel Mount Heroic, the one with 3 flow counters, does finally hit the bin for Michael Yasgur. Damien Riggins forced to just draw up and pass, but he still sits at a comfortable 27. And Michael Yasgur's last Channel Mount Heroic is on the board. Not going to be any recursion unless, of course, he chooses it as a target for So Tomorrow.
Which he very well might. You know, we've seen him sort of pitching these red attack action cards back into the deck. He may be angling for something like that later on. But for now, you know, he's kind of got a hand of blues here. He's going to look to channel this again, hopefully be able to send even more next turn. You know, he is squeezing every last bit of value that he can out of these Mount Heroics, which represent so much extra damage in the deck. And he is closing that life gap with them.
Exactly what he needs to do in this situation because, as you said so many times before this match, Mercy, deck damage, your deck life, is probably more important than your actual life. Michael Jaszczur is just playing a value game against this fatigue-slanted Pleiades superstar.
And here we see Damien also lose a clash to that up on a pedestal on top of the deck. I'm sure Michael's thinking, gosh, I'd really rather have that on a Miller's Grindstone. But hey, I won't say no to these toughness tokens either.
I want to call back to Michael Jaszczur's slower than I would think a lot of players assume to be optimal decompositions. Do you think that there is any consideration for him about keeping some juice in the graveyard because he's running effects like Remembrance and So Tomorrow? Maybe the exact cards that he wanted to decompose weren't quite there yet.
That's a very good point. He could definitely be trying to preserve those cards in his grave so that he can record them later. I also think there's just an element of trying to sort of pace these decomposed cards, right? If you're trying to cast them all, you're going to have as much Earth and Grave as possible, and you want a healthy buffer so you're not running out of it at a key point. So in that way, I think it made a lot of sense to go 2 and 2 Earth, pace yourself a little bit, because you can end up in this situation where you're just running low on Earth constantly off of that very first decision. It's also not incredibly important for Florian to be online yet. He does have payoff cards, but they're not in every hand, right? The Germinates are a big payoff. The Arcane Seeds are a little bit of a smaller payoff. Outside of that, it's not super, and of course the Grasp of the Arcanite for 2 rune chance every turn is it's great, but it's not essential to Michael's game plan.
And Damien Riggins gets to say gotcha to Michael Jaszczur because Plow Under hits the arena, and he gets to respond with the Oasis Respite that was in the arsenal. Exactly what you want to do to skirt these arsenal disrupting effects. Also, Damien Riggins, by putting a blue in the pitch zone, is also able to cover up the 2 rune chance generated by Grasp of the Arcanite earlier in the turn. And that is curtains for the final copy of Channel Mount Heroic, at least for now, one of which made its way into the Banish Zone to pay for the decomposition trigger for Michael Jaszczur. And what do you think about Jaszczur's decision to decompose anyway, even though Damien Riggins showed that there was no arsenal to target there?
That is interesting. I think, though, maybe he's just trying to get towards being online, right? That is still important. You're not going to lose a decompose. I think at this point he's got enough of a buffer of Earth cards in grave, and he's got enough copies of what he may want to target with So Tomorrow that he's not terribly worried about it, right? Yeah, as we mentioned, there's 3 Channel Mount Heroics that have been played out, right? At least one of them still sitting in the graveyard. So still just getting towards that online state, very important.
And first So Tomorrow has been resolved for the world champion. Card chosen was Felling of the Crown, goes to the bottom of the deck for a later date. For now, it is 2 rune chance now that Florian Rotwood Harbinger is online. Has been there for a couple turn cycles now, but Michael Jaszczur is happy to start counting up his green circles. Damien Riggins, however, covers it all up, remains at 28.
Yes, and that Felling of the Crown being chosen, I think we were kind of wondering, is it going to be Felling? Is it going to be Channel Mount Heroic? I think Felling makes a lot of sense. It's obviously a super powerful card. We call it a 2-card 11. But as you mentioned, in this kind of game, that card going back into the deck is not necessarily representing 3 value, but importantly, it is getting cards out of Damien's hands so that maybe he's not able to block that Felling. And in that way, it can represent real life total damage.
And here we go. Damien Riggins doing some recursion of his own. Up on a pedestal, will find an attack action card in the graveyard and put it on top of the deck. Chosen one is, of course, Righteous Cleansing, the card I talked about chopping the top of the opponent's deck. And that's because on Crush, if it deals 4 or more damage to a hero, Damien will have the opportunity to look at the top 5 cards of Michael's deck and banish 1 or more cards with the same name from among them. So just like the art would suggest, you are literally ripping the torso out of your opponent's deck by crushing them with it.
Yes, now that Damien's out of Channel Mount Heroics, Michael's out of Channel Mount Heroics, I think Damien's poising to start sort of go on the offensive a little bit more, right, with his Righteous Cleansings, perhaps, because it's going to really start threatening Michael's game plan of trying to get to these Germinates, right? He's going to be able to start manipulating his opponent's decks running him out of these cards as Michael's trying to just juice the last value out of what's left in his deck.
It's not just Germinate that's going to get it done. Michael Yasgur can also just ride a saltwater swell of Rune Chants to victory. It's 6 generated there from Arcane Seed's Life and also from the activation of Grasp of the Arknight. But he has to face down this Righteous Cleansing first. Damien Riggins, if he looks at those top 5 and finds any cards with the name Germinate, you better believe that they're going to be gone.
Yes, and if he sees any duplicates in there, I'm sure he's quite happy as a backup option to just take multiple cards out of Michael's deck.
It's Face Purgatory blocked with here alongside an Autumn's Touch and a So Tomorrow. Going to take care of the Crush trigger and also get Michael Yasgur yet another card. It's just 2 blues that are all too good for blocking here, especially if a copy of Germinate hasn't been found yet. And Michael Yasgur still has the green light to resolve these Germinates because he knows that the 2 Ripple Aways are still at the bottom of Damien Riggins' deck.
Yes, Damien has not cast one of those remembrances yet, not shuffled. They're still sitting down there fairly low. And of course, we see we're going to see the Germinate get played now. Michael has found the hand of 3 blues. He is happy to resolve this for lots of value. He still has those 6 Rune Chants sitting around, right? He can kind of wait on this until he hits a point where maybe Damien can't use his hand to pitch enough to stop all of these Rune Chants, right? And it ends up leaking a lot of damage through.
So X was 4 here ultimately because you can't pay odd numbers. It is an XX cost. So with X being 4, you create 1 Rune Chant, which is actually 2, and then you do that 4 more times. So ultimately it's 5 times 2, 10 Rune Chants. He's representing 12 here. What am I missing, Mercy? Oh, there was a Tunic counter in addition, so never mind. X is 5 there.
Taking full advantage of those 3 blues plus Tunic counter, yes, to make X 5. So that also means 6 life gained as well there, Bryce.
Boy, howdy. And then it's an up on a pedestal trigger for Damien Riggins, who recycles yet another Righteous Cleansing, and wouldn't you know it, there was another one in hand. So Damien trying to do some dirty work here and rip that deck apart from Michael Yasgur, making it so hard to have the space to enact this inevitable game plan for Florian.
And it looks like Michael is maybe angling to be happy to block here, right? If he can set up enough Rune Chants, he can maybe just kind of punch through a lot of Damien's life total and put him in a position of having to run out of cards blocking, although it is hard to imagine Pleiades running out of deck faster than Florian is here.
I did spy the final copy of Germinate in Michael's hand, so at least he knows on the on-crush effect, he would not lose one from the deck. In this case, though, does block it out by 7. No crush effect from Righteous Cleansing, but is perhaps only a matter of time as now Michael Yasgur is completely shields down in terms of the equipment.
And we see one of the 2 Ripple Aways enter Damien's hand.
Ripple Away discarded here. So it does look like no Rune Chants generated for Michael Yasgur because, of course, he has to create 1 in order to get the extra 1 from Florian Rotwood Harbinger.
Unless
I'm so sorry. I'm mistaken about that.
I think the effect might be a little bit different. I think Michael should still get half of them because...
I see, because Florian says if you would create 1, you create an additional 1 instead. And Ripple Away is only going to rob each instance of 1 Rune Chant. So
it is
my mistake
still
there, folks.
a significant amount of Rune Chants prevented with that Ripple Away, though. And, Damien is happy to throw it out because he's got that other one in hand, too. Michael's got to know that.
Essentially makes it so that Florian Rotwood Harbinger is not online. Righteous Cleansing, the 3rd so far, resolved for Damien Riggins. Coming in for 10 once again, threatening the exact same on-crush effect that it has the 2 times before. And it is even more fearsome each time now that Michael Yasgur has no fridge to respond with.
He's got to be feeling very righteous and very clean at this point.
You got me good with that, Mercy. That's what I'm talking about. Looking like Mr. Clean over there is Damien Riggins after getting 3 cards out of the hand of Michael Yasgur, and it's a remembrance getting Ripple Away plus 2 copies of Righteous Cleansing. Do we think that is his game plan yet?
I think we can confirm that. I think he's thinking Florian's, a little dirty, a little rotten. gotta clear the rot away, right, from the underbrush.
Michael Yaszczur responds with a Remembrance in Kind, finding 2 copies of Arcane Seed's Life and an Everbloom Life. Maybe he's just debating between these 4 cards. Germinate also reached for.
It's very interesting to see Remembrance from Michael's side. I was not expecting that. I think a lot of Florian decks are not running this card, but it may have been a last-minute add because of the threat of these Fatigue Pleiades. He might have realized this is one of the decks that can take me down. If I just dedicate 1 or 2 slots, I can maybe shore up this matchup a lot.
Now, Remembrance is a powerful card in these really long-term game states, but it does get banished upon resolution, so it's only a once-per-turn effect per copy in the 80 for both of these players. It's a limited resource.
And we see 2 Righteous Cleansings yet again in the hand. But Damien's going to elect to just send a CNC. He doesn't want Michael to be able to protect this Arsenal card, and he knows that in order to stop the CNC, he's got to give up 2 cards out of hand, and these cards are very, very precious resources to Michael at this point, right? The life totals are still fairly healthy on both sides, 24-28, so both heroes are allowed to take damage. Michael could potentially say no blocks to a lot of Damien's attacks, but by having these powerful effects with these on hits, he's putting Michael in a really tough spot of losing cards.
Between a rock and a hard place is the world champion. But he is the one to sally forth and show us exactly how to respond to what could be a new terror, at least until the release of Compendium of Wraith.
Yes, and I don't think it's a terror that anyone was expecting.
No.
I think a lot of people, especially, I know of Elly, really trying to make Pleiades work and be meta relevant. She's got some super, super powerful effects, and that way she feels like a deck that people have just been waiting for someone to crack, and it looks like Damien might have finally cracked it.
3 damage leaks through again on a Righteous Cleansing. I think the 4th resolved this game. Michael Yaszczur down to 21, but skirting that all-powerful on crush effect in order to resolve a Germinate. Not for maximum value here, so Damien Riggins is not getting no value because he didn't get the crush there. Instead, he ripped yet another blue out of the hand for Michael Yaszczur, so ultimately that is an additional 4 rune chance that Damien doesn't have to face down now. Looks like Michael is going for a kill shot that will only come off the back of a big stack of green circles. Right now, he is sitting on 24 rune chance, wanting to kill Damien outright in one final blow.
Yeah, Michael's saying, I'm going to take what I can get here with this Germinate. I don't think there's a ripple away in your hand right now. And as you mentioned, he's going for a kill shot here. He has stacked up 6 times 4, 24 rune chance so far. Damien's life total is 28, and he's also got that null rune gloves on the board, which means that if Damien has a handful of blues, he can still stop at least 12 rune chance plus a 13th off of that tunic. So Michael has to set up a lot of rune chance to be able to kill Damien. So he may not be looking for, the sort of one turn kill that Florians were famous for in Living Legend format, but he's still looking to kind of punch Damien's life total into the ground enough to be able to start playing a game where he's pitching into that Dread Scythe and forcing cards from Damien until Damien runs out of cards.
I have noticed one thing missing from Michael Yaszczur's list, and that is, of course, any copies of Channel the Millennium Tree, one of those anti-fatigue tools that can create offensive overlap just by going tall with arcane damage. Earth can do it both in the metaphysical and the physical, I suppose, as part of their identity. But Damien Riggins is also hedged for that. The Arcanite Skull Cap would allow him, if his life total is lower, and I assume at that point is when he actually cares about blocking all tall arcane damage, would have opportunities to use Arcane Barrier 3. So Damien seems to have all of the answers, all things considered, when bringing Pleiades to this event.
That second mode of Skull Cap is definitely very cool. A lot of people, I think, sort of forget about it because Arcane Barrier 3 hasn't been super relevant for a while. And of course, you do have to be at that lower life total, which can be quite taxing. As we've seen, Damien has been at a high life total for a lot of the game. So if Michael were running those channel Millennium trees and playing them early while he's still, 11, 12 life behind, he can still get a lot of true damage through in those instances. So yeah, the fact that it's not in the list has got to be a little bit of a point for Damien here.
It's the theme of recursion on the Earth side of the board. Everbloom Life is going to get an action card back from the graveyard for Michael Jaszczur with cost less than the amount of life gained. In this case, it's 1 life gained, but that still allows Michael Jaszczur to get something like a Germinate. The chosen card, however, is Arcane Seed's Life.
Yes, Arcane Seed's Life is also going to give another life to Michael Jaszczur. I wonder if he's setting up a bigger Everbloom Life as well. We saw with that Remembrance that he recurred, I believe, 2 Everbloom Lives. And that's so powerful, right? Because Remembrance is a card that gets you more cards back in deck. Everbloom is a card that gets you more cards back in deck. So he's using these cards for massive value, right? Remembrance is chaining into these other cards coming back into deck.
Okay, it's the first crush of Righteous Cleansing. All 4 cards of the deck are going to be revealed to Damien Riggins, one of which is a Germinate. There is also an Arcane Seed's Life in there, but no duplicate copies. So it's just one choice of a banish for the Pleiades superstar in this case, but the damage could very well be done.
This may be why Michael did not choose Germinate to recur, because he knew that Damien was going to be coming in with the Righteous Cleansing, and he still gets to keep either Arcane Seed's Life or Germinate. He doesn't get to keep both. Whereas if he'd chosen Germinate, Righteous Cleansing, of course, lets you banish cards with the same name. So Damien is going to choose the Germinate here because it represents so much damage compared to the Arcane Seed's Life.
Germinate go bye-bye, but Arcane Seed's Life can do some dirty work. It's 4 rune chants generated now that Florian is online rather than the 2 kind of printed on the card. And there's another copy of Germinate in the hand from Michael Jaszczur, so he could still be able to lock and load the rune chant kill shot if he is diligent. It's Arcane Seed's Life first, though. So 1 life gain for Michael Jaszczur. The question is, has Damien Riggins found the ripple away? He has indeed. This could be very bad, and I think Michael Jaszczur is using this Arcane Seed's Life to test the water rather than go for the big Germinate straight away. He needs to see if Damien has the stuff to stuff.
And, I think he's thinking about, how do I get the rune chance I need here, right? I think Damien is going to elect to discard that Ripple Away, which might be what Michael's hoping for here. A little bit of, Riptide cosplay with that bait there.
Yes. Bait token is on the board, but only in our minds. Damien at this point knows, though, that there's still 1 more Germinate in circulation. It doesn't take a professional player to take a look through the graveyard and the banish zone, and now the remainder of the deck, and know that Germinate is still there for Michael Jaszczur. First, it's going to be an Everbloom Life, another life gained. Up to 15 goes our world champion, and the question is what to recur here. Germinate is there alongside another copy of Arcane Seed's Life. Germinate is the chosen card here. Damien ultimately has only resolved 1 copy of Up on a Pedestal and 1 Remembrance. So currently, he is limited in the number of Righteous Cleansing he's able to send.
He is limited. Notably, his deck is much happier, thicker right now than Michael's. So Michael really does have to set up this kill shot that we're mentioning. And if that falters, he might be in dire straits here.
Miller's Grindstone coming in now, threatening to chop even more of the already very slim-looking deck of Michael Jaszczur.
And I believe with just 1 card in Michael's deck right now, that's the Germinate that he's put back.
That he just recurred. Both players just checking life total here. Points are flying this way and that, so got to give a nod to them for keeping it all straight ultimately. And yes, you're right, the last Germinate
comes out to the Ripple Away on top.
Yeah.
Ripple Away countering Germinate in a different way this time.
Not looking very good for Michael Jaszczur here. Knows that he doesn't have full steam ahead to go ahead and resolve this Germinate, but if he doesn't, there's nothing stopping from Damien Riggins from just IPing Ripple away until Michael Jaszczur deigns to go ahead and bring it in.
I think Damien is pretty comfortable in this spot. I don't think Michael quite has the rune chance he needs here to close out this game because, as I mentioned, 4 blues in Damien's hand represents at least 12 life saved on these rune chants, right? You can pitch each one to each instance of a rune chant, which means that he's kind of effectively sitting at like a 40 life here, right? Michael has to find a lot of damage to get through that. And I'm just not sure that he has it at this point.
He's got a lot of damage for sure, but you're right, it might just not be enough. Damien Riggins showing exactly why he is happy to see Florian's, which is probably not what a lot of people would have thought on its face when you said, oh, a Pleiades Superstar Fatigue deck is running rampant in Calling Columbus. You were probably thinking, oh, the ex-world champion on Florian surely can handle that.
Right, yeah, you normally think of Florian being the deck that fatigues other decks. You don't think about it getting fatigued. But Pleiades is saying, no. You're more aggressive now, so I have all the space, or I have so many of these powerful tools from Super Slam to counter you.
So Michael Jaszczur does go for the Germinate here. X is 5 after pitching 2 blues and 2 reds. Damien Riggins snap ripples them away. It is still going to be 5 more rune chants for the world champion. Up to a whopping 31 now.
Looks like 6 more rune chants.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm
X
not.
was 5, but yeah, 6 rune chants because it's X plus 1, right?
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes, you create and then you repeat it X times. Yep.
Seismic Surge tokens pop for Damien Riggins, which he wasn't expecting because he brought in the custom token and wrote Seismic Surge on it.
Yes,
And
it's off of this heave effect on the Thunderquake. Yes, I love when there is a token that you technically should be running in your deck because it's possible to make, but you never expect to make it, so it doesn't get in the deck box.
8 plays 28 now. Michael Jaszczur down to his last 4 cards, and one is being resolved here. Arcane Seeds life. Yet another life gain for Michael. And another 4 rune chants as well, bringing the total up to 35. Is it even going to be enough, though? There's a Felling of the Crown in hand. There's a Rune Rager Swarm. But the writing may very well be on the wall for Dr. Jacuzzi.
Although, 35 rune chants, if he sent that in with a Felling, taking a... so what's going to happen is those rune chants are going to trigger first before Felling triggers. So Damien's always going to be able to use every blue in his hand for essentially 3 block. So Michael's magic number here, if we don't even consider armor, is... let's see... well, it's that 40 that I mentioned, right? Damien's effectively at 40 right now. But because he's also got Boots to the board and Arcanite Skullcap still sitting unblocked, that Arcanite is going to represent 1 block right now because Damien is higher life total. Boots to the board represents 2. We've also got Tunic for 1 if we need it. So that's effectively an extra 4 life on Damien's side.
And Damien can even allow a lot of these rune chants to reduce him to Michael Jaszczur's life total or just under, and then get an extra value out of Heart of Fjendal in the hand and even that extra block value of Arcanite Skullcap if he's able to do some tricksy stuff with the priority windows and the way he allows these rune chants to come through.
True, yes. Because, yes, if he takes 21 damage, he will be sitting at a lower life total than Michael. Since there are 35 rune chants on the board, he can quite easily do that.
Yep. Nevertheless, Felling of the Crown out of the hand of Michael Jaszczur, saying, I'm not sure if this is even enough, but I'm going to send it anyway.
I think Michael Jaszczur knows, it's now or never. I'm not going to be able to build up more rune chants than this. Of course, cannot activate Grasp because it would cost a heck of a lot of resources. So this is the best he can do.
And yes, looks like Damien is posturing to take as many rune chants as possible before donating cards to the block. And yes, down to 7 he goes. Excuse me, to 5 he goes. Now only 12 rune chants remain. He knows that's all he can block because he's got 4 blues in hand. So Heart of Fjendal going to gain a little bit of life while blocking 3. So it's a 4 value pitch card right there. still 11 rune chance to deal with, and Damien Riggins has got the sauce. It's all blues, and then Felling of the Crown coming in for 8 is going to be shored up pretty easily by 5 points on block. And Damien Riggins, after taking a nuke of rune chance, is only down to 3 with his opponent with 2 cards left in the hand and deck.
Yes, and we've seen, Damien be very diligent about not using that armor.
And the concession for Michael Jaszczur, fist bump extended, and even though it was a very long, drawn-out match, it is an explosive finish for Damien Riggins, who with a stalwart defense and a superstar lookalike takes himself to still undefeated in calling Columbus. What an incredible showing for a brand new Dark Horse deck that nobody expected.
Bryce, I called Pleiades a bit of a snooze deck at the beginning. I don't think that's quite fair. That was quite an exciting game to watch because you can see the high skill of these players as they are setting up these late games, and then we see it come to fruition with the Ripple Aways coming back into hand, the Germinates coming back into hand, the Remembrances, the Everblooms. There is a lot going on there for the watchful eye.
So for the folks that said fatigue Pleiades, rolled their eyes and walked away from their screens, they're down bad. Everybody that stuck with us got a fantastic match to start off calling Columbus. The only excuse, of course, for walking away from your screens with this much Flesh and Blood action going on is RTN season. It's going on right now, folks. If you're not playing and you're not watching, then what the heck are you doing? Get out there in the world of Wraith to your local game store and enjoy what I think is one of the romanticest seasons in Flesh and Blood. It's where stellar players are made and also beautiful prizes are awarded.
Is romanticist a real word there, Bryce?
It's as real as brand new as our spoiler at the end of the day.
I don't think that's being fair to the spoiler. But yes, these top 2 prizes are beautiful. The New Horizons playmat is a particular favorite of mine. This art is just beautiful. I kind of love the ranger in white looking out over the wheat field or whatever kind of grain it is they grow there in Wraith.
Perhaps reading the glide path.
Perhaps reading the glide path.
Now, gold foils are at the ready, gem packs, top 4 prizing, top 8 prizing, and of course, qualification for your respective national events. Be there or be square so that we can see you at your nationals events. We have a people's hero in the room. Technically 2 that are going to be facing off for your viewing pleasure in the next round. It is Eugene C., my personal pick, my favorite cast of all time with his sand sketch plans and his dice rolling mania. And then, of course, Noah Beygelman on the other side. Reigning bad boy from the team Runaways and also the voice of reason on the podcast, if I may be so bold. Mercy, are you ready to see that and more Flesh and Blood?
Let's do it.
Okay, don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros?
We're back at Calling Columbus, where the Rotwood is teaming with notable names. Michael Jaszczur before, and Noah Beygelman of the Runaways podcast after. Bryce Platz here with Elly Bird, and there is another notable name in this upcoming feature match, isn't there?
Yeah, I believe one famous Eugene C., everyone's favorite back at home, the People's Champion, here to give a little bit of the People's Elbow, or at least attempt to. These Earth heroes, people may be sick of the trees, but you know who's not sick of smashing with them, like we talked about yesterday?
It's got to be Rhinar.
Rhinar.
Hey, yo, and Eugene C. is exactly the Earth killer in the room. The answer, perhaps, to what is, once again, a dominant tree meta. We're going to see if he's got the sauce to get it done. Do you think he can?
I think he can, as long as he doesn't roll a 1 like he did in Akiba.
He tends to do that, but he also takes it in stride. Who else is taking it in stride? All of our top competitors here at Calling Columbus. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. Damien Riggins remaining X and O. His cohort, Thomas Johnson Averet, however, takes their first loss in the previous round. Your kin, your engaged, your betrothed remains at 7-1, Elly.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting stuff. I'm really stoked with the way our current top 8 seeds looks, you know? People have kind of been talking about how they feel this meta's a little played its course, a little bit stale, but the true and blue and beautiful thing about Flesh and Blood is that given time, adaptations will happen, even if it's just some decks shifting to counter other top decks. And if we took a middle slice of the top 8 right now, it would look the most diverse things have been in a while, with 2 Pleiades, Florian, Dash.io, Oscilio, and a couple of the usual suspect gravy bones. Still really exciting stuff, and as the day kind of goes onward here, we're kind of starting to see a really interesting, more diverse, more exciting top 8 start to take shape, and I'm hoping that perhaps we could see a Rhinar in there as well.
Entirely possible based on the way things are shaking out. So, Elly, if what you're telling me is true, you're saying that this meta is not Pleiades out yet. All right, thank you. I appreciate the pity laugh. I also have to draw attention to the 11th seed. Nghia Tran remains stalwart on Katsu the Wanderer. Could very well wander his place into a top 8 if things continue the way he's got them going. Page 2 tells a different story. There are a lot more standard meta picks here, but of course, Elly, an X and 2 Sir Bolton? What the what?
Yes, from what I understand, that Bolton is also packing, not dissimilar to the Pleiades deck, also packing a fatigue build on Decimator Great Axe. So perhaps I think one of the bigger takeaways from this weekend is that the way the meta had shifted, people were unprepared for fatigue. It's a little bit like reading the Kano cultural sine wave, but with copies of Remembrance.
Okay, fair enough. Eugene C. and Noah Beygelman are feature match for the next showing is 37 and 38th seed respectively. It's Earth versus Brute. Who is going to come out on top? Well, y'all get to find out alongside myself and my illustrious co-caster. Let's go ahead and hit that button, get back on down for some more Flesh and Blood action at Calling Columbus. Eugene C., People's Champion versus Noah Beygelman, voice of reason on the Runaways podcast. And Noah Beygelman has first go here. Do you think he won the die roll, Elly?
Do I think he won the die roll? That's actually a really interesting question. Maybe. I feel like Florian's pretty happy either way, and maybe the question is more what their opponent wants to do. Florian's pretty happy to go first because of the potential of getting Earth cards into the bin, but they're also happy to go second because of the potential of getting Earth cards in the bin. So if I had to guess, I actually think it's possible that Eugene won the die roll here and put Noah first so that he can maybe do a little bit of sculpting towards something like that Blood Rush Bellow sitting a little cocked upwards in Eugene's hand right now.
Perhaps that's a tell if anybody else in the room goes up against the People's Champion later on in this tournament. If he's got something crocked up in the hand, maybe it's a Blood Rush Bellows. But you know what is most interesting to me at this outset, Elly, is the monstrous veil atop the visage of Eugene C, leaving one of the most powerful headpieces, Scowling Fleshbag, at home.
So this is something I recently took Rhinar to Calling Seattle, where
Yes,
the
you
deck
did.
did not treat me as well as I would have liked it. But I do think that one of my greater takeaways was that one of the biggest things Rhinar can do for his Earth Hero matchup is to ditch the Scowling Fleshbag. Scowling Fleshbag is functionally nothing. I mean, it's Ironhide you don't have to pay for. It's Blade Break 2. 2 points of life is nice, but the best thing you can be doing against an Earth Hero is having a piece of equipment in that slot that meaningfully engages with your proactive game plan. And I think having that hand filter plus Intimidate effect on demand, in addition to an extra point of life, is incredibly heads-up deck building from Eugene. My preference was Echo Cask, because I'm a big fan of the card from the Armory deck, Bear Destruction. But I think both make a lot of sense, and I think it's actually a really, really huge way to get a couple points back in a matchup that is deceptively difficult.
And speaking of proactive versus reactive, not a single piece of Arcane Barrier for Eugene C. There is a certain amount of inevitability from the Rotwood Harbinger, but only if you give him the space to get it done. And Eugene C is going to be hitting hard all day long, also ripping defensive cards out of the hand of Noah Beygelman. Swing big coming down here for 8 big ones, and Eugene C is trying to set up a 5-card hand for his Blood Rush. He knows that he's got to make them hyper efficient in order to carry the day. And lock and load a kill shot for Noah Beygelman.
Something we talked about yesterday, a bit of a storyline with decks matchup spreads shifting a little bit has been changes to the amount of block values available to those decks, and you're seeing Noah fold 3 cards here, still taking a point of damage because of the density of 2 blocks in these Florian decks, and the way that has shifted. Definitely a very real downside to the way deck building has moved for the Rotwood Harbinger.
It's a huge setup for Eugene C. Not just 1 point of damage leaked through, but also a discard of an Agile Windup, and, of course, the Blood Rush Bellows parked in the arsenal. But the resources aren't great for Eugene. It's 2 yellows and 2 reds in the hand. Could be fixed by 2 cards drawn from Blood Rush Bellows, but Noah Beygelman gets to have his say, getting his first Decompose off the best way possible now that Rootbound Carapace has been banned out of the format. Cadaverous Tilling comes in for 9 thanks to the Might token generated by Canopy Shelter.
You know, you asked if you thought that Eugene's resources were up to snuff. I think that he thinks so, seeing this immediate snap block of Monstrous Veil and Savage Sash. The beauty of Rhinar is that a lot of your resource cards are also 6 powers, so you will see decks very much built in this way, where they have a bunch of reds and yellows, and then a smaller blue count. You get a couple extra thanks to Alpha Instinct, but I imagine at least 1 yellow is exactly what Eugene's looking for to rip off this Blood Rush Bellow.
And what does Eugene have written on there? You shall not discard me. Blood Rush Bellow will not be discarded by Eugene C because he has ordained it with a little bit of black ink.
He's so dreamy.
I love Eugene so much.
Looking like he has found a pretty sweet rip off this Blood Rush here, and he is going to cash in on that Sash because he has found not only more resources in the form of another yellow card, but extra go again in the form of pulping in the hand. And this is how you can tell a true Rhinar player. He does not look at the cards he draws before discarding.
Yes, it can only lead to more disaster.
Speaking
in the hand
of
Eugene C is, of course, Tear Limb from Limb. Finally found that blue.
Which we also know is the card pulled off the top by Bear Fangs.
Which would have been a miss, of course, had it been discarded there. Wouldn't have robbed Eugene C of the turn, however, because an agility token will give this Bear Fangs go again no matter what. It's the 2 extra value on the discard of a 6 that was on the line. And also a second intimidation trigger.
Yep.
Noah Beygelman now only has 2 cards in hand with which to block, and one is one that you would much rather be resolving. The other is a 2-block, Elly.
They're kind of neither really cards you're looking to block with.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I would not be so jazzed about blocking with Tilling on account of the 2-block, but Felling is just a non-negotiable, which is, again, the power of Intimidate.
Mm-hmm.
You can find yourself left with cards you really don't want to block with and all of your defensive pieces in the Banish Zone face down.
Noah still forced to go ahead and send Cadaverous Tilling. Also got to talk about the fact that Face Purgatory is now not online for this really fearsome Blood Rush turn because it is, of course, 2 attack action cards left in the hand of Noah Beygelman instead of a nice mix of non-attacks and attacks that make Face Purgatory such a fearsome equipment piece. And now it's Mandible Claw coming in for 5 thanks to the pitch card found from Eugene C. And oh, am I seeing double here, Ellie? Another Mandible Claw to follow. 5 again.
Well, this guy has 2 arms.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You might not know it, folks, but brutes do come with 2 appendages up top, normally in the world of Wraith.
Finding a whiff on the pulping, but far too late for this to matter. Coming in for 8 with Go Again, unless Noah blocks with 2 cards. Not that he is capable of doing so.
I almost would have... I like the miss here almost because it gives Noah another decision point to block with Felling of the Crown. You know, if you can bait it out of the hand, it's something that you don't have to face on the following turn. Noah, however, too smart of a player for that, says, I'm going to keep my Felling of the Crown. Thank you very much, sir. Even though I am robbed of a heck of a lot of life force. Down to 16 goes Noah Beygelman, and he is resolving Felling of the Crown, which is a reciprocal decompose effect. So Noah is losing a little bit of value there, forced to bottom a card, same as Eugene C., but still coming in for 8.
Most of the way to online at turn 2, 5 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, but also most of the way to dead, 16 life on the second turn of the game to Eugene's 31. However, if there was ever a pivot you could find and want to take in this game, it is Felling of the Crown. Eugene stuck with a little bit of an awkward hand, a non-blocking card, a 3-block in the form of a 2-card 8 and a blue. I imagine he's taking the brunt of this Felling here just to send a reasonable hand. I talked a little bit about decisions you get priced into by the block values of cards in your deck. Sometimes the most attractive thing to do against these Earth heroes with Felling of the Crown is to just fold the hand and move on to the next day, but this hand really doesn't allow him to do that.
You know, folks, if you are tired of seeing crowns be felled in this match arena, I do have to point out that this is not your everyday felling of the crown. These are 2 stalwart members of the community. Eugene C. is from all around the world, but he just seems like he lives everywhere that a Flesh and Blood event crops up because he is always there alongside Jacob Clements and Brody Spurlock. Noah Beygelman, for his own right, is just a really solid competitor and a swell guy, mind you. He is propping up the community everywhere that he pops up, and it's really nice to see 2 competitors of their pedigree doing it head-to-head right in front of our very eyes.
I actually heard that Eugene C. travels in our producer Ethan Vynnset's suitcase.
Which is crazy because Ethan is really careful about his weight ratios when it comes to his suitcases.
He's always wondering why they're so heavy.
And maybe it's the big tree that Eugene smashes people with that is taking up all that space.
But not Eugene himself.
No, definitely not. Eugene...
He's quite light.
Yes, exactly. For a brute player.
What does that mean?
Well, they're brawny. You know what I mean? You've seen KO. You've seen Rhinar.
You're calling all of us fat.
Well, muscle is heavier than fat, so there you go.
That's true.
23 plays 16. Eugene really giving a good consideration before resolving his first action of the turn. What do you think the decision point is here, Ellie? Is this not just a snap show of strength Arsenal Wild Ride?
I think he's maybe interested in risking the opportunity to intimidate Noah and keep him off blocking what he wants to block with, because if you notice, Noah only has 2 cards in his graveyard and only 1 Earth card available to him. He, at present, cannot decompose. I'm sure Eugene's perhaps even considering passing the turn there.
It's 4 rolled there, the intimidated card for Noah, unknown to us. But we do know that Eugene C. did discard the Show of Strength off of the Wild Ride, so the last card in hand destined for the Arsenal or the Pitch Zone to pay for a Mandible Claw is unknown. Noah Beygelman has his pick of the litter as far as Earth cards go to put in the bin, so we'll be able to get another Decompose online in short order. This Wild Ride comes in for 6 Go Again.
He's also very capable of keeping pressure high here if he found a blue off the top, as he could swing 2 Mandible Claws, presenting a 3-card 12 with a little bit of Intimidate action on top. Noah cashing in that well-grounded here is so interesting. Maybe just deciding to get the value since Rhinar doesn't have many on-hits to present, as well as stock his graveyard with a little bit of Earth action for decomposing to finally get online. That would be the 3rd Earth card to put him at 8.
And this could have been a monstrous veil of a turn because Eugene C randomly ripped off the top of the deck a Beast Within. If that was the card discarded there instead of the Wild Ride, would have had another yellow in hand, so could have sent Show of Strength after all was said and done. And as it stands now, Beast Within goes straight to the bottom of the deck in order to pay for the decomposed taxes of Plow Under from Noah Beygelman. 15 plays, 23 here.
That is as tragic as it gets. You set a card that's a little bit contentious, whether or not you hold on to it. The rate on Beast Within is just okay. Yellow 3 for 6, exactly on rate for the type of card it is, and opted not to convert it into a claw swing, perhaps maybe considering not wanting to give Noah the opportunity to block with extra Earth cards, and immediately punished by that Plow Under.
Was there perhaps a consideration for Eugene C? He has seen a Command and Conquer from Noah Beygelman, and Beast Within has a really interesting interaction with cards that destroy the arsenal. Of course, if Noah Beygelman had sent a Command and Conquer, Eugene simply would have allowed it to connect, perhaps, and then refreshed the card in hand thanks to Beast Within's text.
It's a lot of life to pay.
It is.
For 1 extra card. This is one of my favorite interactions in Rhinar, discarding Agile Windup with Splatterskull as a functional reaction speed Intimidate to give Splatterskull a live on hit. However, I do believe you can actually wait until the damage steps, and Splatterskull always generates a trigger. So maybe a small amount of a misplay, not a super meaningful one, since I imagine Noah always wants to clear the sink below. But what he can do is wait for damage, put all of the onus of reactions and the such on Noah, and then while the Splatterskull triggers on the stack, discard the Agile Windup.
Pretty slick stuff from our OG Brute, who has tricks in the back of his head, even though maybe his IQ isn't the highest.
I think Eugene's a genius. Eugene
is a genius. Eugene clarifying the timing here. Does look like he was, yes, passing toward... Oh, maybe just saying that he has priority for the Intimidate. Making sure that he gets the opportunity to hit that sink below that Noah Beygelman wanted to respond in kind with. So sink below still comes out of the hand. Oh, and hey, there's a Sigil of Suffering to pair with it. So no on hit from the Splatterskull here. Maybe Eugene could have waited for the damage step in order to skirt his way past this, but maybe Noah Beygelman was always going to deploy them anyway.
More than likely, but if he wanted to keep one for the arsenal, he could have found himself a little bit less punished on that turn.
There is an arsenal fearsome established for Eugene C. It's a Blood Rush Bellows, ready, locked, and loaded. Swarming Gloomveil out of the hand for Noah Beygelman after an activation of Grasp of the Arknight generates 2 Runechant tokens now that Florian Rotwood Harbinger is online and has hero text. The hand for Eugene C is pretty slick for a Blood Rush Bellows turn. It's a blue and nothing but 6 powers.
Going ahead and just getting that 4 value here. Well, Noah mounts a pretty serious amount of offense on this turn. That Rune Rager Swarm being converted for 3 offensive damage, while the delayed Greeping comes in here.
Okay, as long as we're Greeping, I am not griefing. 15 plays 8, Eugene C back on the front foot, and it's with a couple of intestines in hand and his jaws bared to the sky that he sends this Blood Rush Bellows, which shall not be discarded, just like the one that came before. It's a blue in the pitch zone. It's nothing but gas in the hand, and there's a big win on a 33% chance here for Eugene C. Can it be Skullcrack? No, it is Pulping. So no free resource generated there for Eugene C. He's still very happy. Ultimately, with the opponent's arsenal empty, Pulping is fairly low risk as far as keeping Go Again attached to that card, but it's even more gas for Eugene C. Plenty of blues to pay for these Mandible Claws.
Very much capable of swinging Mandible Claw twice and potentially resolving a pretty large attack at the end of the turn. There's also potential for him to resolve this tear limb from limb and come in for something massive, but it's a little bit risky, though he does get another opportunity to discard Skullcrack if he plays that card out, which could potentially fix the resource curve.
And has the opportunity to play Bear Fangs first as well, because an agility token was generated on the previous turn cycle.
Very true, but also very scary, as he won't be able to get that tear limb from limb out of his hand before playing that Bear Fangs.
Eugene C is a statistician. Could be going gambling.
There's no way. Not with this hand.
At
There's
this
no way.
point, he would be fine.
You've
It
got
would be
the
crazy
floor.
to
You've
do
got the
so.
floor. You've got the floor. You've got the floor. You claw 10 or even 12.
You say no way, but he is considering.
There's no way.
There's always a way with Eugene C. I have seen this man resolve a sand sketch plan and put a miss in his hand, and then proceed to 0-40 his 1-turn kill his opponent against Nick Butcher.
So
He's clinically insane. That's why I love him so much.
the thing about this Blood Rush Bellow that we presently see on the screen reminds me of something that I really do think is true. I don't know a single Rhinar or Leviah. KO's a little different. KO's really consistent. I don't know a single of the higher variance Brute players who isn't at least a little bit superstitious about the hero or the deck. And I think a lot of I say us. I'm a bit of a fake fan. I'm fair weather. But I think a lot of Brute players all have their small little superstitions. Eugene's Blood Rush Bellows with this prayer, this psalm attached to them. Or I know some people who are very particular about never looking at the cards they draw before discards, which perhaps Eugene also holds this philosophy. Looking is just inviting the door open to disaster.
The visage for Eugene is cold and calculating. A flick of the wrist could be all that separates Noah Beygelman from death, and he knows it. Look at the consternation on Noah's face. I think he is looking even more terrified than staring down an Aether Wildfire combo from a Kano. 15 life points is so easy for Eugene to close on a Blood Rush Bellows turn.
There's something very interesting going on in the mind of our great Eugene C here. There's a few options available to him. Monstrous Veil presents yet more hand filtering, but I think something he is also potentially thinking about here is leading with that run roughshod in his hand to play around Face Purgatory. But if Noah's hand isn't capable of utilizing Face Purgatory, he could find himself in a really awkward position.
It is a
He's gonna
Monstrous
lead
Veil
with it.
activation. Card drawn, card discarded. Eugene does not look at it, though. The question is, will he get another Intimidate trigger or hit the miss on Tear Limb from Limb, looking for a Skullcrack? It's the Bear Fangs, unfortunately. A lot of the damage potential in the hand of Eugene C, but it is a hit nonetheless. So another Intimidate trigger coming out of the Rhinar Reckless Rampage. Now, the hand left for Noah Beygelman is just 2 defense reactions. Face Purgatory is not going to be relevant here.
2D reacts, however, is still massive. 8 defense value confirmed since Eugene does not have Arcane Barrier to stave off the painful stab of that Sigil of Suffering.
In the hand now for Eugene C. Looks like the random card drawn was a Sea Legs. Not one that you would like to be resolving, especially not on a Blood Rush Bellows turn. Does not have the critical Brute subtype, so won't get the buff from Blood Rush Bellow.
Very interesting lines available here, I think. So let's take a look here. Let's look with him. We have 8 potential resources available to us with 2 floating. We have a Tear Limb from Limb. We're considering ripping here, especially with that Sea Legs as a high-value discard opportunity, a Run Roughshod, and a Skullcrack. And of course, there's always money in the banana stand, with the top card of the deck being an unknown to us. There's a lot to think about here.
And Run Roughshod, even though it is a easy include in KO Armed and Dangerous, is technically a miss for Eugene C in this situation.
Yes, very true, very true. The card has a very real downside. He is and was holding on to 2 bricks when he activated Monstrous Veil, a card with relatively little downside should you whiff on a 6, but things get scarier from here on out should he choose to resolve that Tear Limb from Limb.
The decisions before Eugene are considerable, and there are also a lot of branching paths, and he hasn't even resolved a single attack yet, just the Blood Rush Bellows and the Monstrous Veil. Wizards are not always the most complicated heroes to pilot. Sometimes it's the brutes.
A long time ago, when the mechanologist aggro deck du jour was the original dash, just boost dash, I did say something to the effect that I still think rings true on some level. One of my favorite things about Flesh and Blood is that big green Bash Skull Man is very much a thinking man's deck.
Yes.
And the, genius tinkerer inventor girl is a little bit of the gorilla deck. Just put everything on the table. I always think that's kind of awesome. Meeting with Skullcrack for 8 is, I think, the last thing I expected of this hand, Bryce.
If there's one thing I know about Eugene C, it's that I have absolutely no idea what this man is going to do, and I've stopped trying to figure it out. Sigil of Suffering does a little bit of dirty work. Noah Beygelman doing offense with a staunch defense, but he's got no cards left in hand at this point. Eugene C down to 7. Noah Beygelman, no blood dripped yet on this Blood Rush Bellows turn. Mandible Claw is the follow-up here, coming in for 5. Go again. Barkskin and the Millennium Tree might be jumping in front of this, only to block 2. Even though Noah Beygelman has the prerequisite Earth cards in the Banish Zone, he just doesn't have any cards left in hand to take advantage of embodiments of Earth.
Noah is at a functional 20 points of life considering the armor he has available to him on this turn. Eugene has quite a bit to present, but he's also running out of runway. He doesn't have any Arcane Barrier, so any rune chants made by Florian are going to be true damage, and only 2 points of armor left. This is 17 damage, but Noah is healthy enough to survive.
Just barely. This run roughshod does come in for 7 thanks to the Blood Rush Bellows, so lethal is being threatened, but the fridge is still ready. Face Purgatory going to be null and void except for the 2 printed defense value on the card. It's just 3 on 7 here. Noah forced to go down 2-3. We'll have 2 cards to crack back with, which can be considerable now that we, with cards like Felling of the Crown and Cadaverous Tilling in the deck, and Eugene is well within range of just a couple turns of rune chance, making things very difficult for the People's Champion.
While Noah's defensive hand was small there, he has 2 to work with on his turn, and he has kept a blue and a Germinate. I doubt we're going to see Germinate resolved on this turn, but these are great cards to still have with you. Playing out the Everbloom to gain a little bit of life, and playing that 1 card 5, Old Faithful, Grasp, Reaping Blade, presenting 2 arcane and 3 physical.
Now, Eugene can take all of this on the chin and not die, but he is shoving only the fridge in front of it, showing that he's got the hand to get it done. It's a blue Mighty Wind Up in the yellow, Wild Ride, and Swing Big. Eugene is going to have to lead off with a Wild Ride. Doesn't look at the card, though. It could be a miss on top. We know that 2 of these are hits, but really, Eugene wants to hold on. Oh, that's huge. Eugene really wants to hold on to the big bad attack to follow. Noah Beygelman forced to intimidate a card from hand, face down, and what is left is a 2 block and 2 3 blocks. 6 go again now.
2 block and 2 3 blocks. However, this Barkskin is going to do massive work here in conjunction with a 3 block non-attack. It's going to cover 6 Eat Your Heart Out carry, and Husk Noah's chest piece is very much capable of being worth as much as 15 value in a single game, and it's showing its stuff here even with only 1 armor value available to it. After blocking for 2 last turn and 1 here, this has already been a 5-point equipment.
Okay, Swing Big to follow here. Eugene was very lucky not to discard it on the Wild Ride trigger, but a little bit unlucky in terms of the random card drawn. If it was a resource card, if it was a blue, Eugene could have also continued on the onslaught with a Mandible Claw and put Noah Beygelman in the bin. Now, it's another blue, Creeping Play, 2 rune chance generated, and a Reaping Blade. Now threatening lethal, Eugene is forced to take 2 of this damage and must give up a card in order to survive.
Getting to keep 3 is powerful here, but he doesn't have any go again available to him. It's distinctly possible we see this game come down to the roll of a die with those scab skin leathers lurking ominously in the corner. Do they spell doom for someone? Certainly, but is it Eugene C or Noah Beygelman? The variance possible on this hand is bananas, turning it from anywhere from 11 damage on 3 cards to 0. Let's see.
And here
the roll.
we go.
No!
Eugene C rolls a 1 as he knows he does here and there. It's a 1 that gets the fist bump from Noah Beygelman and Eugene C on a razor's edge. And with a D6, Eugene C DQs himself from the top 8 contention at Calling Columbus. And Noah Beygelman thanking his lucky stars that he was able to survive the Intimidates when they mattered, and also the onslaught of the OG Brute, the OG bad boy of Flesh and Blood.
They say that those who burn brightest also burn out the fastest. Eugene coming out swinging in that game, reducing Noah Beygelman's life total to ash. But with what remained, he clung on just long enough to let the Rhinar train derail and self-destruct at the most critical moment. Brute is the embodiment of live by the sword, die by the sword.
And Eugene does it better than anybody. One of the many things that I love about Eugene is his posture in defeat. When he rolls a 1, he takes it in stride and goes next. And you can go next with Eugene C, because you better believe that guy is going to be at upcoming callings. Calling San Diego coming at you. It's going to be the first ever streamed calling after the world premiere, featuring Silver Age as a format. We got plenty of Sheaths and Elemental Strike and Colors of Arya as part of our Calling premium package, both at San Diego and Calling Montreal. 2 events that are going to be brought to you by a similar cast and crew. Am I right, Elly?
That is very true. I will be at Calling Montreal with Scott Mines. My first event with him, really stoked. Easily one of my favorite people in the Flesh and Blood casting space.
Okay, and you are one of mine, and so you better tune in to Calling Montreal. Scott Mines will also be at the world premiere in London, February 6th to 8th. These events are all going to be streamed, both the world premiere, Calling San Diego, and Calling Montreal. And I talked about the heavy hitters, at least in terms of Scott Mines, but you also got Sam O'Byrne and Pankaj Bajwani backing him up at the world premiere in London. Calling San Diego will be brought to you by myself, Mr. Majin Bay, Julian Pastry Time Carr, and then we've already alluded to it, Montreal. Elly Bird is back in the booth with Mr. Scott Howling Mines. We've got a fantastic cast at this point for all of these upcoming streams, and I hope you've been loving it from your couch, because we are certainly loving it from these chairs. We've got win and ins coming up for Katsu the Wanderer? Did I hear that right?
Katsu the Wanderer, piloted by Nghia Tran, someone with multiple Calling top 8s and even Calling final finishes under his belt. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Sometimes the game of Flesh and Blood is won or lost off the back of really stellar decisions, point by point, turn cycle by turn cycle. Sometimes it's lost with a roll of a 1 on a D6. Bryce Platz back with Elly Bird, and we just witnessed the People's Champion Eugene C falling to Noah Beygelman, Rhinar versus Florian. Exactly what Eugene probably wanted to see this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I think Eugene, in a sense, I think that's true. I think Eugene is here to show up, play the game, and sometimes that involves rolling dice, but I think he makes decisions he's happy with and is always pleased with the outcome. And to be fair, I think rolling scabs was the correct decision when it comes to
100%.
winning or losing by stellar decisions. I do think that was the correct decision on that turn cycle. Just sometimes things don't always break your way.
Yes, indeed. He does try to bend fate to his will by writing "Thou shalt not be discarded" on all of his Blood Rush bellows. But in this case, fate was a little unkind to the People's Champion. We must look forward, though, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of you in chat have been asking over and over again, what is going on with Katsu? How is he performing so well at this calling in Columbus? Well, we got player profiles for you to talk about exactly that. Let's go ahead and hit the standings button and take a look. Damien Riggins finally taking their first loss. And Michael Jaszczur, who fell to the first seed, remains stalwart. 8-1, 8-1, 8-1. Also for my co-casters betrothed Yuki Lee Bender and Jeremy Chin and Majin Bay and William Pistol. Besides that, we've got our Katsu the Wanderer, who is in the feature match for the next round. 8-1 for Nghia Tran, part of the Canadian invasion that rounds out the top several slots here at Calling Columbus.
So, just after our last game ended and before we got into this round, I want to point out the way Majin Bay ended up 8-1 is he was playing against Damien Riggins' Fatigue Pleiades deck, and he reached a full pitch stack where he did Gone in a Flash, having multiple Sigil of Brilliance's trigger, with so many cards in his hand that he could just discard 2 cards to Bell and still close the game with a Glyph overlay for, and you heard this right, 15 damage with the last card in his deck. An absolutely bonkers game between, just at the very end of the round at time.
Majin Bay has been a proponent of Glyph Overlay as one of the kill shots for fatigue slanted matchups. You can go long, but you better not do it against a man that's been pitch stacking Wizards since their outset in the game of Flesh and Blood. Speaking of games of Flesh and Blood, Elly, let's go ahead and watch another one. Hit the button,
Okay.
Ethan. Calling Columbus is coming at you hard and fast with Michael Clair on the left side of your screen of Calling Seattle stream famedom, and also Nghia Tran on the right side, piloting Katsu the Wanderer. Now, Elly, you know Nghia fairly well.
Yeah,
you
we're
are
homies.
Yep, you are homies and now national kinsmen, shall we say. And
I'm adopted.
yes, you are. But you still know the ins and outs, I would imagine, of this 80.
I do know this deck pretty well. Nghia actually asked me yesterday because he was having a really hot day one, and he said, hey, I'm going to be on stream tomorrow. How familiar are you with Katsu? Because my entire deck is Japanese.
Okay, fair enough. We'll be putting our the test of our casting metal, but Nghia was tested with a round 1 loss against Nicholas Starlin. Unsure if that is the Fatigue Pleiades. I am getting word from the booth that is indeed the terror of the Columbus meta, but it's just winning out from there. Holy free holies, that is a lot of W's.
That is a lot of W's against an incredibly diverse field. The only matchup he repeated there was Gravy Bones, otherwise carving an absolute path through the tournament room.
Daggum, and the day 2 is just one match so far. Timothy Long on Arachne Marionette goes down to the Wanderer, and wouldn't you know it, Nghia faces yet another of the assassin class on the other side of the board, and that is, of course, Michael Clair, who, as I mentioned before, you have seen on your screens in Calling Seattle. This gentleman faces a lose and out situation as far as top 8 contention is to be considered. Nghia on the other side of the board is win and in. Michael Clair going to do his best to disrupt the ninja, as the assassin class is kind of designed to do.
Yeah, and this is no walk in the park bracket through a calling. If you notice, his round 4 opponent was Justin Koo on Gravy Bones, a famously unfavored matchup for Arachne Marionette. Nghia may have a lot of accolades under his belt, but Michael is no slouch either. Though we are only in Swiss, many rounds away from top 8 still, this is a clash of titans.
Tier 3 events are anything but easy in order to get through ultimately, and Michael Clair faces in round 9 Jonathan Fook, who is a stalwart champion of Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Another feather in Michael Clair's cap after being able to take down Jonathan. But will he be able to get Nghia Tran? It's the X and 2 versus the X and 1, round 10. Michael Clair goes first. Elly, any insight into this match? I know you are not necessarily a Katsu player, but you are.
Absolutely.
You are?
I've played a bunch of Katsu.
Well, you're a stalwart of the ninja class in any regard. So, do you like this matchup or not?
I think this matchup is stressful. This one raises your cortisol levels. There's a lot of ways it can go wrong for both players. Marionette has a very real challenge before it in the sense that it has such low access to 3 blocks. That is the downside of putting all these dagger reacts in your deck. You have a fair chunk of 3 blocks, but also quite a few 2 blocks in the form of cards like To The Point that can really get you punished against Katsu, especially when Nghia is packing that Okana Scar Wraps Edge of Autumn setup in this matchup, because Nghia is fully under the impression that this is a race and he is playing against an aggro deck. He wants to repeatedly push over meaningful on-hits, and this also means his deck includes Enact Vengeance, a meaningful piece of disruption that can be carried over to 7 by the attack reaction on those gloves. Something Michael's definitely going to have to think about with so many powerful cards in the Assassin class to tuck in his arsenal, like Codex of Frailty and Savor Bloodshed.
And you know, Codex of Frailty is one heck of a card, but not really when it is coming in multiples and this early in the game. Now, the fabled printings are Codex of Frailty and Codex of Inertia, which look somewhat similar, but it's like, even so, you would rather not be seeing that card super early because you have nothing in the graveyard in order to utilize it properly. It's a Hunter's Clave swing first. Nghia Tran forced to block with a Whelming Gust Wave because you would just rather not be marked in general, and definitely not on turn 0.
Giving another dagger swing here, asking for more cards out of Nghyia's hand, letting him filter a little bit, but also asking him to let him get that mark without going in for the flick here. Something most marionettes are very willing to do on the very first turn of the game. Curious to see if there's a reason in particular Michael just seems not so jazzed about going for the flick here. Perhaps considering the possibility of Shelter from the Storm in Nghyia's hand.
Entirely a possible card, but nevertheless, it's just Salt the Wound and Ancestral Empowerment. No damage prevention tricks here. Now, is that an unfortunate situation for Nghia? Is there multiple copies of Salt the Wound to fetch with Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, or do you think that is a one-of?
I believe it is a one-of, and he is likely hoping to keep it in his hand and pitch it away to Edge of Autumn at the start of his next turn.
Despite the tank on that, Michael Clair does go ahead and flick his left-handed Hunter's Clave, and Nghia Tran is immediately marked. The question now is, will fate be kinder to Michael Clair than Eugene C? Can he roll a 3 here and get a Graphene Calycera online sooner rather than later?
Do you think we can accurately map the right or left-handedness of Arachne Marionette players based on which dagger they flick first?
Oh, that's interesting. So for me, I am right-handed, but it is definitely the left one first, just because that's the way I read.
Sure. That makes sense. Maybe Michael's left-handed.
Maybe he is. But he is definitely not Arachne Marionette any longer. He is now Arachne Black Widow, which is probably the best runner-up at this stage in the game. I think Michael would have much rather rolled directly into Arachne Orb Weaver just to get the equipment, the weapon loadout rather, online and ready to go. Does have the opportunity to fix the transformation with Mask of Deceit now.
There is that Edge of Autumn being swung, but actually not pitching away that Salt the Wound. I wonder if Nghia maybe hoping to arsenal it or just play it out on this turn.
Very well. It's a Descendant Gust Wave in the hand alongside that Salt the Wound and Ancestral Empowerment. For now, it's just one go again on Edge of Autumn. And Okana Scar Wraps, I have to imagine for Katsu players abound, is one heck of a drug when you're normally packing a Breaking Scales, which is just a one-time use in a game.
It's definitely very interesting. Okana Scar Wraps comes with a real downside in some matchups in that you don't have two 1-power weapons with which to repeatedly swing, though Edge of Autumn allows you to modify your blue base a little bit by including non-zero-cost blues in the deck. Not having the double 1 swing is super meaningful, especially with new inclusions like Tempest Palm Gust Wave, a card that comes in with Go Again if it's on Chainlink 3 or higher, as well as the fact that Okana Scar Wraps can very much just leave you in a position where you don't have a weapon at all should your opponent have the reaction on your activation.
Now, Michael Clair is reticent to block here because he has got one heck of a clapback. It's Kiss of Death. If he decides to block with Black Tech Whispers, that can be given Go Again. He'll also be able to follow up with a Leave No Witnesses and, of course, a flick of the Kiss of Death. And the small matter of the on-hit of Arachne Black Widow.
Nghia searching through his deck, curious to see if the Salt is a one-of here. I don't think we got a good glimpse, but he is going and getting the classic Bonds of Ancestry for Go Again and going to get back a Seek Vengeance. Let's get back to the deck cam as he searches once again for a red copy of that card.
Bonds of Ancestry, its floor in so many cases just being a 2-card 8, which, excuse me, a 1-card 8, which, yeah.
You wish it was that fair.
I know. I guess ultimately it's a 2-card 8 when you consider deck damage, but I don't think Nghia is worried about that in this particular matchup.
Someone will die long before the cards are all played out.
Could not be more right. Co-caster of mine. For Go Again now for Michael Clair to answer, who keeps posturing, no blocks, all gas on the next turn cycle. 39 plays 32, but Nghia Tran is just not done. Seek Vengeance is the coup de grace of this turn, and Ancestral Empowerment still in the hand. Do you think Nghia is going to deploy it here just to refresh the arsenal with a different card, or wait for some more meaningful on-hit on a future turn cycle?
He actually gets to do something pretty interesting by holding this up here, where if his opponent attempts to cover up Seek Vengeance with defense reactions like we might see here, should he activate Okana Scar Wraps in the attack reaction step, he will have another way to push it over a single defense reaction and ensure that he keeps his sword.
First of many, perhaps, free points of damage for Nghia Tran. Okana Scar Wraps banishes that Edge of Autumn in order to give +1 to the Seek Vengeance. The Seek Vengeance connects and fetches the Edge of Autumn straight from the Banish Zone and back into the equipment slot. Michael Clair, now after taking one big punch, is ready to do some dirty work on his affirmative. Cut from the same cloth is going to reveal, yes, an Ancestral Empowerment, but it's a small matter of Nghia Tran already being marked. So double mark doesn't convey a whole lot of value. What is valuable is, of course, the +4 buff on this Kiss of Death and also the extra added information that Michael Clair has been able to glean from seeing Nghyia's hand.
He does immediately get the knowledge that Nghyia's hand is both quite bad and one in which he will be forced to block with a copy of Bonds of Ancestry. Not something you want to see in any case on the Katsu side of the table. Just folding the entire hand on the Kiss of Death here, perhaps hoping to stop any sort of effect or Go Again. If he can't connect, he can't flick the Kiss, and he certainly can't do anything Arachne Black Widow might as well if he has no cards left to banish.
Go Again is good to be found here, but it's not a maximizing of the damage for Michael Clair. He's going to rip the entire hand, and Nghia is saying, well, you can't disrupt me if there's nothing left in the hand, but Michael Clair has something to say about that, too, because, of course, it's a Leave No Witnesses to follow and a flick of the Kiss of Death. So even more damage coming, and the Ancestral Empowerment in the arsenal is going to be no more for Nghia Tran. Also, a little bit of silver bought for Michael Clair, which is less relevant than in other Assassins, I should say.
Also a random card off the top there, buying 2 silver, that red Flusterfist leaving the deck. There's always a bit of a scary... something scary can always happen when losing random cards off the top as Katsu, because you can lose access to Bonds of Ancestry. 2 have already left Nghyia's deck. One of the most powerful cards available to the Wanderer. Losing all 3 could end the game before it really gets going. Both players are still in the upper quadrants of their life totals.
And you know, Michael Clair would have loved to connect with a couple of those meaningful on-hits and also some extra damage. So as it stands, that's one of the drawbacks of the Assassin classes. If your opponent knows that they are just going to lose the hand anyway, they can make it so at least their life totals are okay in the end. 28 plays 33, but Michael Clair has bought full tempo, so it's another 5-card hand that he can huck Nghia's way.
Pain in the backside, proving true to its namesake here. This card is so difficult to block, not just because of the whole host of attack reactions that Assassin has available to them, also because if you give up cards on this one to prevent the mark, you can find yourself in an even nastier position when Leave No Witnesses or something similar comes to close the combat chain out.
It's not going to be Leave No Witnesses this time, co-caster of mine. It's one of our favorite cards, perhaps, Meet Madness, one that you and I got to talk about a lot when the Arachne Slipped Through the Cracks Armory deck was on its way to game stores abound.
Meet Madness is such a sweet, sweet card. I
So
really
cool.
enjoy the way I describe this card is I don't have the emotional maturity to not block this card because I'm too, like, you know, it's like it's a 33% chance, but what if? This card is very good at creating the sort of game states where when it's played, neither player is super happy because the assassin players are like, oh, my card sucks. It only disrupts you like a third of the time. And the person on the other side of the table is like, oh, this sucks. I have to block this. I have to block this.
And it comes at a break point now. Breeze Rider Boots pushed out in front, but Nghia accepts the rest of it, okay? It's another die roll for Michael Clair.
We'll just go right down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
3-4, so
Arsenal.
it's an Arsenal banish. There is no Arsenal for Nghia Tran, so no disruption to be offered here. And a Codex of Frailty to follow, though, so Nghia Tran is going to have an Arsenal when all is said and done, but Michael Clair could rip it away as quickly as it was given. So Nghia forced to find an attack action card in the graveyard if it exists. Choice, of course, is Bonds of Ancestry. Nghia would love to be able to keep one of those cards that are also important, like you said, Elly, in the mix. Leave No Witnesses, though, is going to have to be covered up in order to make that quest complete.
Michael Clair is also going to have to discard a card from his hand to get this Leave No Witnesses, unless he already did and I missed it.
I don't think so, because, yeah, there we go.
There we go. Inertia Trap discarded to Codex of Frailty. Michael Clair gets a Fronder. Nghia gets a Pailty. Going to be pretty brutal on that Edge of Autumn. It's really, really tough. Ninja has these 1-power weapons that just get so completely dunked on by Frailty tokens. So Nghia basically forced to fold a turn that he very clearly wanted to hang on to. He took the brunt of the damage on that turn, including staring Madness in the face and surviving with that Breeze Rider Boots block, only to have his future torn away from him by an errant book and his turn reduced to a single 0 for 4.
And, you know, I said silver tokens are not as relevant in Arachne Marionette, but that all stems on the possibility of Michael Clair connecting fortuitously with Leave No Witnesses. Because he has banished 2 red cards on the first connection, he now has 2 silver and can willy-nilly pop those Black Tech Whispers. Even though he's not going to get the action point back, he will get another point of block value down the line when he buys it back.
Something that is a very clear indicator of a seasoned assassin pilot is knowing when to just cash out that equipment for 0 value, just so you can get a little bit of life back in the long term. Maximizing the amount of armor you get access to in matchups like this is so important because the assassin class is so limited on fridge tools.
Now, Michael Clair early on was pulled away from the standard pattern of Flick Hunter's Clave on turn 0, transform into Orb Weaver with Mask of Deceit, get your Graphene Calycera online, and start sending daggers. The reason was because of that fortuitous roll of a 1 into Arachne Black Widow and the draw of a Kiss of Death. Now, Michael Clair is kind of rewarded for taking that playline because he's finally got 1 of 3 copies of Orb Weaver Spinneret in the hand. The daggers are going to look much more correct after this next turn cycle.
Much like Flick Knives can fight through a Frailty, so can Okana Scar Wraps, still allowing that sword to generate a point of damage on a turn where swinging it was out of the question. 23 to 25.
Contracts have been completed. Michael Clair cashes in 2 points of silver for the Black Tech Whispers out of the storekeeper's coffers and back into the foot slot where they belong. And now that's Orb Weaver Spinneret and a heck of a lot of reds otherwise, Elly.
Marionette, far from the type of hero to complain about too many reds. A little bit awkward here, having to use Tunic and a red to swing the Hunter's Clave, but the deck is built like this on purpose to maximize Graphene Calicera, a card he is struggling to find a way to put on the board, it seems. Bit of a downside from that banned and restricted list where they took away 6 copies of Orbweaver Spinneret.
But
Though he
only
is
for so
holding
long.
one. Interesting that he chose to swing the Hunter's Clave before playing out the Spinneret. Nghia wasn't marked, so perhaps he's just looking for the action point.
It is a mark of the Black Widow, perhaps just wants to get the buff from Orbweaver Spinneret where it matters, at least in Michael Clair's mind, because this mark of the Black Widow now comes in for 7 as Nghia Tran is marked. Going to offer a little bit of hand disruption. Nghia will be forced to banish a card from hand. Granted, it is his choice upon the connection of Mark of the Black Widow.
Thankfully, however, Nghia is holding onto a copy of Flick Flack, which will help him cover this up at reaction speed. Looks like he's lining that up along with another combo card, a copy of Dishonor, to attempt to cover this up.
And Dishonor is so important in terms of getting it on the board and perhaps turning your opponent's hero ability off, but usually in order to do that, you must first put it in the graveyard so that it can be a viable target for Bonds of Ancestry, which we know is currently safely in the arsenal of Nghia Tran.
I will move to end.
Michael Clair looking a little bit unprepared for Nghia, having folded 2 cards to cover this so efficiently, maybe thinking he was safe, unaware of the threat of Flick Flack lurking in the wings. Forced to IP a card here, 1 stuck in hand, 1 stuck in his arsenal, while Nghia gets to go over to his turn with only 3 cards, but he has a yellow, a Descendant Gustwave, and a Bonds of Ancestry in the bin. It seems like Nghyia's approach has shifted from trying to blow Michael up as hard as possible with a massive combo turn. Rather, the timbre of the game has forced him into playing these small, incredibly high-value hands, thanks to Coda. Never mind, he's leading with Tempest Palm Gustwave for 3. I thought for sure this was going to be Edge of Autumn into Descendant.
Nghia showing us something a little bit different. Now, should we be looking at the Breeze Rider boots here, Elly? I feel like it's a little too early and too little.
I don't think that's the case, especially because I just noticed that the card in his hand is not Descendant Gustwave, but rather Be Like Water, or Be Like Agua, as Nghia likes to call it. Curious also why he didn't choose to send it as just a head jab there, play a 2-card 6. Maybe just looking to get this combo card in the graveyard. Or perhaps, I guess it could be a Breezy's turn. If this connects, he could activate Katsu, crack Breezy's.
Right now, Mask of Deceit, postured by Michael Clair, might be able to make the best of a bad situation after essentially losing 3 value by not blocking with that extra card earlier on.
Transforming from Funnel Web into Black Widow, favoring the hand disruption over the arsenal disruption. Very good decision making, because the writing is on the wall here that Nghia is just going to cash in this arsenal. He is going to crack these Breeze Riders. He is going to utilize this Katsu trigger and cash out what he has to send damage at Michael to make him care.
Breeze Riders popped here. 3 now with go again. Nghia activates Katsu, is able to discard a card with 0 cost in order to find another one, as long as it has combo in the deck. And it's a Bonds of Ancestry to follow here. Nghia wants to get it out of the arsenal and onto the combat chain before it's disrupted yet again by something like a Leave No Witnesses.
Nghia also making mistakes into miracles. That Bonds he was forced to block with has come from that Codex of Frailty back into his arsenal and set him up to perform a double Bonds turn, all entirely on the prospect that his opponent didn't block. We saw Eugene literally roll some dice on Rhinar, but Katsu is no stranger to gambling. This turn has been cracked wide open by just 1 point of damage coming over the top and generating those hit triggers. He's going to get to send a Tempest Palm Gustwave with go again, thanks to it being Chainlink 3 or higher, into another Bonds of Ancestry. He had 3 cards in hand and no go again to work with at the start of this turn, turning it into something potentially upwards of 20 or 30 damage should he choose to cash in that Mask of Pouncing Links.
And it's for this reason that Katsu has always been the scariest ninja in my mind, and also the one that always gets me, because he lurks out of the meta, and then all of a sudden, I've got to deal with Fuzzy Delp in my local meta, bring in Katsu to every single tournament, and then a Breaking Scales gets me out of nowhere. I don't want to talk about it, Elly. Clearly, it's something I need to bring up with my therapist. In this case, Michael Clair might be coming to my sessions very soon, because, this was 2 cards in hand and 1 card in arsenal that couldn't have possibly gotten worse for Michael Clair.
So, interestingly here, Nghia has chosen to get Seek Vengeance instead of a more generic option available to him like Dishonor, just to maximize damage here. I think he's just going for the Okana Scar Reps to get a little bit of extra damage, and he does get a little bit blown out by that shelter from the storm. Also not going to get to crack links here. We talked about gambling. Perhaps Icarus hath flown a little too close to the sun.
You know, the damage has certainly been done. Nghia is 24 to Michael Clair's now 11. Could have popped that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx a little bit earlier in the turn because Michael Clair was simply not blocking. What do you think about the decision to wait until the final attack action?
I think there's a couple things in operation there. If Nghia only plays 1 copy of Salt the Wound, like I think is the case, he can end up in a pretty scary position where he's just not really capable of going and getting anything super impactful with Lynx without, you know, he can go get like a Retrace the Past and cash in Lynx for 4, but that's not really doing what you want it to. A lot of these Lynx decks really want to be cashing it in for 5, 6, or even 7 points of value because it has to beat out Mask of Momentum, right?
Okay, and it is a block of 7 on Nghia Tran's side of the board, but Okana Scar Wraps has Blade Break, lest I am mistaken, which would strand Edge of Autumn forever in the Banish Zone, right?
Nghia has done this against me many a time. What he's looking for here... No. Yeah, he does not have a weapon anymore. If he blocks with this while Edge of Autumn is in the Banish Zone, he is disarmed for the rest of the game. I imagine what Nia's looking to set up here is he's accepting that there is no weapon in his future, and he's going to close this game out off the back of that Heartened Cross Strap alongside this Surging Strike waiting in his hand. He wants to block with this Flick Flack, establish that Surging Strike in arsenal, and find a 5-card hand that can send Michael Clair straight to his maker.
Nghia Tran looking perhaps for the reverse blowout. He's got the Flick Flack ready to react to whatever Michael Clair does. I know Nghia is definitely expecting Arachne Black Widow activation here, but perhaps also could be thinking about a Tarantula Toxin in the hand. For now, it's just a blue Stains of the Redback, pushing this up by an additional 1. Nghia Tran responds with the Flick Flack in hand, and Kiss of Death will be given go again, thanks to the fact that Nghia Tran is marked. And then it's a Codex of Frailty to follow. Nghia is just forced to give a wry grimace and discard that Surging Strike that he was protecting so faithfully throughout this turn.
So many times. I mean, twice this game has this exact scenario played out where Michael sidesteps Nia's blocking decisions with Stains of the Redback straight into Arsenal Disruption, pulling Nia's entire hand apart. An absolutely massive blowout, but Nghia has been in this position before. He's emotionally prepared, which is a very real thing. He's emotionally ready for these blowouts, for these situations. He has set himself up to succeed. He is capable of tanking these blowouts and going to the next turn cycle and fighting through it. He has a life lead, and he's asking Marionette to do it again.
And it's 2 blues banished, both in the arsenal and off the top of the deck. So no coinage for Michael Clair when all is said and done. Won't be able to buy back Black Tech Whispers willy-nilly like he did the first time. Nghia just forced to draw up and go next. It's another Stains of the Redback in the hand for Michael Clair alongside 2 Scar Tissues. And then a Pain in the Backside in the arsenal drawn randomly off the top of the deck from the Ponder token, or Fronder token, as you would say.
Fronder and a Pailty. Pain in the Backside for 3, threatening 4 with go again. Little does Nghia know Michael's hand is completely free of disruption, promising just instead a colossal amount of damage in the form of 4 dagger pumps.
Could still be relevant here, but Michael Clair has not swung Graphene Calycera a single time this game, and is still going to have to pay 1 in order to do so, as he is not Arachne Orbweaver and does not have the Fandel Spring Tunic online for a free resource.
Something Yuki, and also someone whose opinion I respect incredibly highly about this deck, Imad Kashi, has to say about this is that you really only want to be swinging Calyceras when you're not pitching for it. It drastically reduces the efficiency of your hand, and we see that here in Michael Clair pitching a red away, losing an entire 3 damage on this turn. Incredibly relevant, as that would have spelled demise for Nghia if he could have swung that Calycera without attacking. Thankfully, Nghia has a Flick Flack, but it would have presented lethal damage in conjunction with Flick Knives.
And even though Nghia has a Flick Flack, does not deploy it in the face of the 2 Scar Tissues. Nghia perhaps thinking, I would rather save that sucker for Arsenal and blow out Michael Clair on the defense. It is a known quantity that in the game of Flesh and Blood, some of the nastiest things you can do are not attacking your opponent. Could also be thinking about the fact that he needs a 0-cost card in the hand to discard to Katsu the Wanderer. So maybe it's not an Arsenal defense reaction for Nghia Tran. 4 plays 11, and that gap could close quicker than the blink of an eye.
He has many options available to him here. He has held on to that Flick Flack, which I think is really heads up. Like you said, as a discard target for Katsu the Wanderer, he's also holding on to another 0-cost that perhaps could be better in the bin, Legacy of Ikaru, but also capable of being, you know, essentially blue ancestral empowerment, pushing over by 1 should Michael Clair look to defend this Surging Strike. Little does he know it, Nghia needs this to connect.
Surging Strike coming in 4-4, paid for by the crack of Heart and Crosstrap. Katsu now one of the few heroes that still utilize this chess piece from all the way back in the annals of history of Wraith. Michael Clair. So, go ahead.
I was talking about it a little bit yesterday, but Heart and Crossstrap is a deceptively powerful piece of equipment. It's legal in very few formats. It was banned in Commoner before it was Sunset, and it was banned in Blitz, and I believe it is banned in Silver Age, and a staggeringly powerful piece of equipment to just have access to a 2-cost for the cost of your chest piece presents unbelievably powerful play patterns.
Got to take a moment to shout out everybody in the chat and also viewing us live. It's got 2,500 of you witnessing this high-octane game of Flesh and Blood. We are hitting records all over the place. It's not just RTN attendance, but also stream viewership that we are crushing over here at LSS. We could not be happier to be sharing this moment with you. And, of course, with you, my co-caster, Elly.
Thank you so much, Bryce. You're also one of my favorite people, just so you know.
Oh, dear diary.
I just felt the need to get that out there. After I said that about Scott, and you were like, "Oh well, I'm on the cast too." I was like, "Aw, don't take it the wrong way."
No,
I love
certainly
working
not.
with Bryce.
Certainly not. And Nghia Tran, while you are making friends, Nghia Tran is perhaps making enemies, as Michael Clair gets Legacy of Ikaru leaked over by 1 here. So it's a Katsu trigger finding perhaps the most fearsome attack in the Katsu combo suite. It's Whelming Gust Wave coming in now for 4 go again and an on-hit draw. And Michael Clair just doesn't have the fridge to cover it cleanly. Also, no defense reactions in the hand. This is going to require 2 cards or else Nia's going to get another one.
Giving up the Flick Knives instead, losing a lot of inevitability here. Nghia following up with Retrace the Past. Curious to see what he names it here. Can give a lot of info to the opponent. Naming it Surging Strike, so should this connect, he's going to crack links and go get a blue Whelming Gust Wave.
Really solid class of exactly what Katsu is able to do. So maybe if you have been down and out on your Syndra deck that is lying in the sideboard for now, maybe you can pick up Katsu the Wanderer and learn these really intricate combo lines that just become better and better with each of these expansion slots dedicated exclusively to Katsu.
Talk about expansion slots. We have an expansion set coming soon. I am so stoked for Compendium of Wraith, promising support to every single hero. I think there's always a little bit of a kind of gentle jabbing among fans of low-tier heroes in Flesh and Blood at each other about, oh, you know, when everyone rotates, surely it will be my D-tier hero that rises from the ashes. But Compendium does offer that promise perhaps a little bit to everyone. If you think Katsu's sick now, just wait until February.
There are a lot of hopes and also a lot of expectations that are being tempered right now by the Flesh and Blood community, but I have heard time and time again that the support is real for every single hero and class in the game of Flesh and Blood. What else is real is the fact that Michael Clair finally finds 2 copies of Tarantula Toxin and is forced to throw them on the combat chain. The thing that is going well for him, though, is Tran once again unable to pop Mask of the Pouncing Lynx because, of course, it requires you to go right on the connection of an attack action card. Tran starting this turn off, much like the last, but in a different color, red Surging Strike to start.
And something nasty about this is he is holding on to Ancestral Empowerment, coming over by 1 because Michael only blocked 5. We talked about those block values coming in clutch for the Katsu, not the Marionette, in this matchup. And it's really showing here, Ancestral Empowerment pushing over this awkward block of 5, giving Nghia access to essentially a free Katsu trigger as he draws a card to replace the Empowerment. You've seen this card wreak havoc upon individuals in Syndra by pushing Mask of Momentum triggers. This is the true original terror from Welcome to Wraith. Katsu connecting with Empowerment, cracking his hat, and searching his deck for multiple cards all at once in the blink of an eye. 20 damage assembled out of nowhere.
Okay, Elly, the card fetched from Katsu was Flusterfist. Then the card fetched from Pouncing Lynx is Retrace the Past. What's he going to name?
Open the Center.
Yup.
What's going to happen here is he's going to connect with Surging Strike. He's already hit once. If he names Open the Center, that Flusterfist is already coming in for 5. Descendant has hit again. Flusterfist is up to 6 power. Retrace coming in for 4. Another awkward breakpoint for Michael Clair, who only has 2 cards left in hand. Should this connect, the game may well be over.
Even though Michael Clair started at a very healthy 11, this could be it. And yes, Open the Center is the choice here. Unlocking the combo line on Flusterfist. In the hand for Michael Clair is a 3-block, but then a measly 2-block in the form of Codex of Frailty. The equipment just isn't there any longer. Michael has committed to a defensive posture so much that he has the namesake Flick Knives donated to the Assassin class and making them what they are today. But it's not there on offense. It's not there on defense. Michael Clair just has a stem bleeding now. Knight's Embrace gets in front of Open the Center, looking a lot like Retrace the Past. 1 damage there. Flusterfist connects, gets over the top of the Codex of Frailty, and that is it. Tran, the Katsu Wanderer, has wandered his way into the top 8 just like that. After round 10, it's a foregone conclusion. The original Ninja is there and shaking up this metagame just like the brand new hero Pleiades before him.
Absolutely unbelievable ending to that game. We talked the whole time about that Chekhov's mask, that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx just waiting in the wings to close the game. And on the very last turn, despite there being no Oscilio anywhere to be seen, Michael Clair's chances of winning that game were gone in a flash with the connection of 1 point of damage thanks to Ancestral Empowerment. Unbelievable.
1 is a lot more, especially when you are a ninja. And I do have to call back to the Legacy of Akaru play. Nghia has certainly got his reps on Katsu because not only was he willing to block with the Okana Scar Wraps and strand Edge of Autumn forever in the Banish Zone, Legacy of Akaru simply didn't have an on-hit. It's required in order to draw a card for Edge of Autumn to have come the chain link before. And in this case, Nghia showing that 1 damage leaking over the top can be enough for the Wanderer.
1 grain can tip the scale like many other Mysteria heroes before him or after him. Katsu capable of closing the game with just a little bit. You give him an inch and he'll take a mile.
Now you mentioned Mysteria, Elly. Where did that set release? I can't quite remember.
Well, globally.
Okay. Globally, fair enough, but it is definitely Japan's set, ultimately, and we are going to Japan once again. It's Pro Tour Yokohama, April 9th to the 12th, 2026. You might miss Cherry Blossom season by just a little bit, but the amazing thing about Japan is that the seasons are glorious in whatever part of the year that you get to visit this beautiful country. And speaking of beautiful, Scar for a Scar's got a brand new printing, and so does the Shipwrecked Looter, straight out of the high seas, but already with an anime version of his hero, sporting a lot of his undead companions, now revealed to me by you, Elly, Scuba Salty Sea Dog.
I also believe it was you who pointed out to me rigor mortis up in the netting in the background. I feel like every time I look at this art, I see something new about it. So cool. Can't wait to get my hands on the Power of Friendship version of Gravy Bones.
All right, get these Japanese language cards in addition to a lot of other goodies if you order the souvenir package. Ellie, have you gotten yours already?
I have. I said this the other day. To be honest, I've been in the booth many times advertising souvenir packages. Only once have I found one so enticing that I snapped it off instantly. Not only does this come with 2 times the product of previous souvenir packages, as previous packages have had 1 box, this one has 2, both a display of Super Slam and Compendium of Wraith in Japanese language, as well as a full playset of perhaps the most enticing promo card yet, Scar for a Scar, and that gorgeous new treatment of Gravy Bones.
Listen, if you don't want to spend the bone, that's not the only way you can get your hands on these cards. Instead, if you just participate in the Pro Tour, which, don't get me wrong, is no small feat, you'll get a copy of that brand new Scar for a Scar and, of course, Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter in beautiful anime redux, and also the fabled playmat that is synonymous with a Pro Tour competitor. This time, it's a Mechanologist flavor. Master Cog will be on the playmat this year. Get yours and get in the Pro Tour at Yokohama. That's April 9th, once again, to the 12th, 2026. We're going to be bringing you that streamed, and it's going to be the height of Flesh and Blood competition. Now, Ellie, the height of Flesh and Blood is something that you represent in kind of an interesting way as well. You know flavor text better than anybody else. So I really wanted to do a little flavor text quiz with you real quick. Okay. What was the first card where we got mention of Victor Goldmane?
That all you got.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my gosh, I thought I was going to stump you with that one.
No, not at all.
It's back to the drawing board for me.
If only they were all as pathetic as you.
Ellie, you're so dang good. That's what I'm talking about. We got more Flesh and Blood coming up next. It's another winning in, and folks, sparks are going to be flying. Don't go anywhere. There's more Flavor Text Challenge and more Flesh and Blood after this.
Welcome back to this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour here in Columbus, Ohio. I'm Elly Bird. This is the amazing Mercy Bickell, absolutely crushing it in the booth in her first appearance. Shout outs to her. Really exciting stuff. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. You know, I'm just happy to be here, to be honest. And it's so fun to cast with you, Elly, because I think many people know you've been somewhat of a mentor towards me in Flesh and Blood. So it's so fun to hop in the casting booth with you and be able to cast a game with you.
I am incredibly stoked to get to cast some games with you too. But before we can get into the arena, we're going to get into the standings here. We have, at very first seed, things have shaken up a little bit in just a couple rounds. We have Jeremy Chen, 9-1 on Oscilio, followed by Majin Bay, the same record, and the other two 9-1s rounding out that bracket, Billy Pistol and Nghia Tran. Kind of a ancient nemesis there. They faced off in Minneapolis, calling finals 2024. Pretty fun stuff there, as well as Damien Riggins still hanging in there, and Elly Bird, 8-2, as well as world champion Michael Jaszczur sandwiched between them.
We're seeing a lot of familiar names up here, too. You know, we've got Jimmy Neurodemers, Brody Spurlock. You know, only those with an X2 record or better are still live for top 8. And we've got 17 of them, right? So a lot of these names are known. I also love to see some names that maybe aren't as familiar to people up here, because anyone can make it at these events.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. And if you look at the end of those X and 2s, you will see our feature match player for this round, Contaldi, on Vynnset. I was speaking a bit with him yesterday, and I will be entirely honest with you. I said, man, I don't know if I think Vynnset's that good, but he has proven me wrong here, capable and live for getting into top 8, and we're going to go straight there and see if he can get there. We've got Lucas Oswald, mainstay of the competitive scene as well as of the Runaways podcast, 8-2, facing off against Contaldi. Marionette versus Vynnset. Who do you think has the edge here?
You know, this is a really interesting matchup. Vynnset, I've not seen a lot of games from Vynnset lately because, as you mentioned, I don't think it's at the forefront of everyone's mind in this meta. Contaldi obviously proving us wrong. But the interesting thing about this matchup is that a lot of Marionette's effects are banish effects. And
Yes.
Vynnset is a hero that can play cards from banish. So these effects from Marionette that are normally so punishing that mean I don't have this card anymore are not quite as punishing to Vynnset, who has the potential to play certain Blood Debt cards out of her banish zone.
And speaking of Blood Debt cards in the Banish Zone, Jared, with no setup available to him, usually wants some like Malefics or something, right? But he only had a card to banish and pass the turn, and Lucas punished that bit of a lackadaisical hand a little bit by immediately marking him with a discard of Reaper's Call. Over to Lucas's turn, leading off with Hunter's Clave, pitching away and under the trapdoor.
It is important, though, that, you know, Vynnset's hero ability says at the start of your turn, you must banish a card from hand. If you do, you create a rune chant token. That is not optional. And Vynnset really heavily relies on these rune chants that are set up in order to be able to play these rune gate cards. So right now he set a widespread ruin in banish right now. That's something that he can potentially play on the next turn, but it is Blood Debt, which means at the end of his own turn, he does take a penalty, a 1 life penalty, if it is still there. So the goal with Vynnset, right, is you set up these rune chants, you set these banish cards in your banish, and then you play them out, rune gating them. And the idea is you want to keep chaining rune chant creation, because without it, you cannot play those rune gate cards from banish. And here we see a played look tough.
Bit of a funny thing here. You have to kind of wonder why this is in Lucas's deck here. Perhaps he presented more cards than normal to threaten fatigue, something Vynnset is notoriously susceptible to, right?
Vynnset is quite susceptible to fatigue. She's also susceptible to sometimes dying to her own blood debt building up in banish. You can put Vynnset in a position where she's just unable to keep cards in hand and just unable to clear that blood debt as a result. And of course, with Arachne Marionette, occasionally banishing cards off of effects like Leave No Witnesses or the transformations, you can help Vynnset build up more blood debt that she can keep up with as well.
Yeah, Nu was very good at that. Very much a overload their blood debt thing, and that is the downside of eating those banish effects, like Leave No Witnesses and the such, like you said. You can end up with free cards, but you can also end up with a few too many free cards. No such thing as a free lunch, as it were. Widespread Ruin being rune-gated after banishing a destruction here, so that blood debt kind of starting to stack up a little bit. Already has a card he's not capable of clearing. Might be one worth pocketing for later, but it does have a cost. The Malefic Incantation going to help him keep things going a little bit.
Yeah, that Malefic Incantation is going to help sustain that rune chant creation so that Vynnset can kind of just put on the gas and send these destructive cards such as Widespread Destruction, which will, on combat chain close, if a hero has lost life this turn, it will banish Lucas's his arsenal, whereas this Widespread Ruin that's on the chain right now is only going to be banishing the top of deck, maybe not an effect Lucas cares as much about.
You say that, but he has actually opted to fully block this out, perhaps more for the damage than the effect. Like we mentioned, fatigue might be on the table. Jared losing a little bit of life to blood debt, 35 over to 40. Lucas's turn with one card in hand. I suspect he's going to pass here.
Lucas keeping that hand under wraps, not even, not looking at it yet because, as you mentioned, he is passing and Vynnset is thinking. One thing we do note here is that Vynnset is running Vexing Quillhand. This is just a sort of essential piece for being able to sustain future turns. If you find yourself on a turn where you don't have Rune Chance set up enough to pay these 3-cost Rune Gate effects, you can simply crack that, create 2 Rune Chance, get you out of some sticky situations with that.
Jared Contaldi banishing a card to Vynnset at the start of his turn here. Curious to see what hits the banish zone here. If the blood debt continues to rack up or not.
Another thing we might note here is that the weapon that we see here is Flail of Agony alongside a Bloodied Oval. Vynsets can run 2-handed weapons like Reaping Blade. They can also run Grimoire of the Haunt, which would allow the creation of an Eloquence token at some point. But instead, we're seeing this Bloodied Oval, likely because Marionette has such threatening on-hit effects, and Jared wants to be able to shove his relatively modest suite of armor when he has a card that is essential to protect. Right, this Bloodied Oval is just going to be a 1-block during the game, assuming that Jared is lower life when it blocks.
Eloquent Eulogy being the banish to Vynnset's trigger at the start of the turn. This huge upgrade she got in, I believe, the Mistveil expansion slot, a 1-cost Rune Gate, something I wasn't sure if they were ever going to do.
Yes, as you mentioned, these 1-cost Rune Gates are super flexible cards. They're very good for Vynnset because sometimes she struggles with that Rune Chant creation and she's just not able to afford these 3-cost Rune Gate effects. And here we see that as well. Vynnset's only got 1 or 2 Rune Chants out on the board. It doesn't look like Jared has a lot of other Rune Chant generation in hand at the moment. So he's just going to send this Eulogy, which... if a hero loses life, he's going to be able to create an Eloquence. If you're not familiar with Eloquence, it's kind of like a quicken for a non-attack action card. It will give Go Again the next time he plays a non-attack action card, which can be exceedingly useful for gaining action points and extending Vynnset's turns into playing multiple Rune Gate cards instead of just one.
And speaking of extending the turn, Jared has used Spellbound Creepers in conjunction with Shadow Puppetry here to gain an action point by playing Shadow Puppetry at instant speed, going straight into that Quillhand activation. 3 Rune Chants are made, and Widespread Destruction comes down. We already know that Lucas is a little bit trim on resources. We saw him discard a Shelter rather than pitch a blue to cover up some Rune Chants earlier in this turn. There's no way he's going to be able to stop these Rune Chants, and this is 7 Go Again on offer, promising to destroy Lucas's arsenal via unpreventable damage thanks to Vynnset's triggered ability.
This is quite a wide turn for Jared. You know, I like this play a lot. He's cheating out his action points with those Spellbound Creepers to be able to threaten Lucas's arsenal. It doesn't look like Lucas is holding on to a defense reaction here, so that is going to be a punish.
Lucas definitely getting a little bit blown out, losing this arsenal, but also making sure that Jared loses his with that inertia trap. Oh my god, a third attack in this turn, an Eloquent Eulogy following this widespread destruction. Being found off the top of the deck, I believe.
Eloquent Eulogy is, you know, a nice follow-up here, although I don't believe the Eloquence effects stacking is all that impactful.
No.
Yeah, so that second Eloquence, not going to be consequential, but still 4 damage is 4 damage.
Also banishing an Eloquent Eulogy from Jared's own arsenal thanks to that on pain effect hitting him as well. Not a massive downside since that card, you know, is just as playable to him in his banished zone as it was in his arsenal, if not more, given how redline Vynnset decks can tend to be. Lucas just passing back yet again. Jared drawing up a hand and going to the Vynnset trigger. He has all the tempo in the world.
I also think last turn Jared was, you know, being somewhat aggressive with that Quill hand, trying to gain some early tempo, but also being diligent about clearing out Blood Debt. That Blood Debt is scary. It does add up to a lot of life over the course of the game. And here we see another Blood Debt card entering the Banished Zone.
Yeah, another one of those expansion slot heavy hitters that have really brought Vynnset up to snuff. After her debut in Dusk Till Dawn, Cull hits the Banished Zone, an incredibly powerful effect capable of stripping your opponent's hand apart and forcing through damage even when your opponent is trying to fatigue you. Leading off with a Shadow Puppetry here as well. Jared is no lack of action points on this turn and actually just paying for a Deathly Wail from hand after that Malefic is gone. Looking to get some rune chance, and he will, thanks to this first rune chant being unpreventable.
And this Deathly Wail is another one of those kind of bread and butter Vynnset cards. It's going to recur rune chance for Jared to be able to continue his turns in the future. This Cole sitting in Banish is also very threatening. You know, this Banish zone for Vynnset is kind of like, you might think of it as like a public arsenal zone that taxes Jared's life. But, you know, Cole doesn't have to come out now. Jared can wait as long as he sees fit to play it at the most opportune moment.
So something interesting here is I actually think we may see it sent on this turn, or at least in the near future, on account of that Eloquent Eulogy. That Eloquence token generated by that attack gives him the opportunity to play Cull as an instant with Go Again, netting him an action point. Deathly Wail following the first, making 2 more rune chants. Stacking this card multiple times in a single turn can lead to some absolutely bananas counts of action points and damage.
It looks like, though, Jared is kind of out of resources here, electing not to play the Cole because he can't really spend the action point this turn unless he wanted to flail, wherein he can pay a life in order to send 1. That was a viable option, but it looks like Jared's going to keep that kind of in the tank for maybe a bigger turn in the future.
Jared was also a little bit gated off of the flail on that turn thanks to the frailty given to him by Frailty Trap. So perhaps that's why he didn't go that route. But the route he is going this turn is banishing a Deathly Wail and then immediately rune gating it out with Mavrian Skies, a nasty on-hit attached to it capable of generating even more rune chance. But he's fully shut out by Lucas committing 3 cards to the defensive. Revel in Rune Blood is an insane follow-up here. One of those huge fatigue buster solutions, generating 4 rune chants and forcing a whole bunch of damage through. Lucas was trying to keep Jared from getting anywhere on this turn and was quickly blown out by this amazing non-attack action.
And, you know, so far we've seen Lucas really stay on the defensive, just happy to throw down those power cards like those Savor Bloodsheds, those Tarantula Toxins in front of these threatening attacks just to keep his life total a little bit higher. Maybe, as you mentioned, maybe going for that fatigue angle, but this Vynnset is setting up these wide turns that are really pushing the limits of that game plan.
Also, without utilizing many of his Malefic incantations. You know, I believe he still has 2 reds remaining in the deck. A lot of gas left in the tank for Lucas to be at 24 life.
He has 2 reds left in the deck, as well as likely a couple copies of the yellow. I believe one is in his hand right now. That's often a piece that if it looks like your opponent is trying to fatigue you as Vynnset, which, as we've seen, even the most unexpected heroes can try to fatigue Vynnset. We saw it with Aurora. You see it a little bit even with Phi. These super aggressive decks can just angle to fatigue because Vynnset is so susceptible to it. But if Vynnset plays her cards right, of course, she can set up these malefics to keep sustaining her and use these eloquence tokens, the spellbound creepers, to keep gaining those action points and keep pushing her turns wide, keeping her banish clear, so not threatening her life total too much off of that blood debt.
In a sense, she's kind of like the reverse Dash.io, where attacking her and letting her set things up can be such a negative value proposition that you instead opt to fatigue her, where Dash.io instead kind of creates these games where it's like, oh, letting you hit me is so much value that I'm just going to block and hope you run out of threats. So they kind of create similar play patterns in very different ways. And speaking of play patterns, speaking of bread and butter, we saw 2 Malefic incantations established in 1 turn for Jared, both yellow, but still providing him with rune chants to keep extending these turns. Widespread Ruid coming in for 1 rune chant and 6 attack, making 2 on the back end thanks to those incantations. He has found a way to keep the blood flowing.
He's even got more rune chants than he needs right now. He's gonna banish a card at the start of his turn and create a 3rd rune chant here. So that widespread ruin only costs 2, but we'll see. He may find a more punishing payoff effect here as well. That is a higher cost, such as those widespread destructions. We also have, we haven't seen it yet, but widespread annihilation is something to consider as well. That is a 4-cost card. Really?
Yes.
So it requires 4 rune chants to cast. It is quite expensive. Another interesting card that we see Jared running here is Sonata Galaxia. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, letting him search his deck for a Runeblade Aura with cost X or less, but if X is 2 or more, this gets go again. Hugely paid out by those 2 rune chants lingering at the end of his previous turn. In conjunction with the one he made at the start of his turn and his Tunic counter, without pitching, he was capable of pushing X to 2 and paying a virtual 4 to go get another Malefic incantation, while this card still doesn't, end his turn. It lets him keep going and send some threats Lucas's way.
Yes, and here we see those big Malefic setups. That's going to keep Jared with gas in the tank for a little while now. They are all non-optional, right? You have to take them down. So eventually they will run out and you will run dry on rune chants. But the idea is that while they're on board, you use them to, as Jared has shown us, have these really wide turns with disruptive effects. Here we see an overpowered Deathly Wail. The closed chain effect is to create more rune chants. So it's not necessarily something Lucas is terrified of, but he knows that, it's just going to be another turn of this and another turn of this.
Yeah, a lot of these effects Machinations of Dominion may not be a shadow card where you can fully force the on-pain effect for Vynnset, but the Overpower is a little bit of evasion. While Arachne does have access to a lot of reactions, if we take a look, we actually know that Lucas's hand contains no reactions. He's holding on to a Leave No Witnesses, an Orbweaver Spinneret, a Look Tough, and a Codex of Frailty, so he is going to get some damage through here, and make some rune chants on the back thanks to Deathly Wail's ability, and Jared just snaps off the cull here. Lucas at 23 to Jared's 25, paying the life to make the last rune chant unpreventable, and also turn on Deathly Wail to its fullest potential. I believe he's going to have 5 rune chants when all is said and done here, Mercy.
And I believe that's the payoff he was looking for from Cole. I think the other thing to consider is that Lucas we saw the pitch of the Codex of Frailty. We didn't see another pitch. It's very notable that when you're trying to fatigue Vynnset, blues are so important in your deck because you need to be able to A-B those rune chants if you want to prevent yourself from losing life and prevent these combat chain close effects from triggering. However, Marionette is not a deck that runs a lot of blues. It can often be hard to find one. We didn't find any in this hand.
An absolutely colossal amount of damage here. Deathly Wail followed by Deathly Wail. I believe 5 rune chants. No, 3 rune chants and 4 physical damage on offer here, pushing Lucas's life total ever lower while making even more on the back end. Jared has shown us this game that he is an absolute master of chaining together these massive Vynnset turns, perhaps the biggest gatekeeper to this hero being quote-unquote good enough is finding those opportunities to keep the ball rolling. And that was a really heads-up move he did there where he intentionally left the chain open rather than closing it to get extra damage from those Deathly Whales because he already had the rune chance to fire off the next one. And for the 5th time this game, Lucas just passes the turn straight back to Vynnset. He has basically not played a single card.
One thing I'm hoping for at this point, if I'm in Lucas's seat, you know, I'm 7 life behind. It's not a death sentence by any means. I'm hoping that, okay, we've gotten through the 2 yellow Malefics. This red Malefic is all that's on board for continuous rune chant generation. We do have a lot of rune chants on this turn, but I'm sitting there, I'm hoping that this will end soon, that Vynnset eventually is going to hit a whiff where she cannot generate the rune chance to play out those rune gate cards, and that blood debt is just going to start snowballing for her.
And perhaps a little bit of his prayers answered. Jared's turn was, I believe, banish a card, play Deadwood Dirge, and pass the turn. He has a whopping 7 rune chants on the board, but I believe he took this course of action because he didn't necessarily have the amount of go again he's looking for to make the turn really sing, and Lucas is punishing this to great effect. First a Hunter's Clave for 5 with go again into a Mark of Black Widow, promising to force cards out of Jared's hand. Suddenly the life totals are tied up, 17-17. Lucas attacking with disruption. Suddenly the wheels have kind of fallen off the bus a little bit here.
Yes, although as mentioned, this disruption, it's not as scary to Vynnset as it might be to other heroes. You know, Jared gets to choose that card from his hand to banish. He can choose a Blood Debt card that he would like to play from banish, but notably, he's already got 2 Runegate cards in the bin, and he has to banish at the beginning of his own turn as well. So there is this point where it's just too much banish to handle when you don't have the action points to go around, especially with that creepers gone off the board.
He does, at the very least, have the opportunity to simply block this attack, though Marionette being the assassin it is, you do have to take real consideration of attack reactions. Reduced to Rune Chant coming in the clutch here, covering this up with an extra 3 points of defense on top with this equipment shove and generating another Rune Chant to boot. 8 Rune Chants on Jared's side of the board is absolutely staggering.
Yes, we're seeing a block 7 from Jared here, predicting just a +3 buff on top of this, which Lucas is using that Tarantula Toxin to gain that extra 3 value, just getting it out of the hand because it does not connect regardless.
Back over to Jared's turn. Lucas has rolled for the first time this game and flipped into agent number 4, Arachne Redback. Jared has a full grip to work with, putting a Phantom Banshee in the banished zone with 9 rune chants to work with and another Sonata Galaxia. I believe this is going to grab the last red Malefic in his deck. Give him a little bit of extra extension here. If he can find some go again in the hand on this turn, he'll have 2 rune chants after sending his first attack, which will let him follow up with Widespread Ruin. This is one of the bigger turns he's looking for to close this game out. You can see it here. His deck is getting quite thin. He's running out of threats. He's running out of options. Vynnset burns through the deck really quickly thanks to myriad effects capable of reducing the amount of options available to her, so she has to find a way to close the game pretty quickly, and this might just be that. Machinations of Dominion, promising go again and overpower to the next Runeblade attack Jared plays.
Gosh, there are 9 whopping rune chants on top of this Deathly Whale. Lucas does not have a blue in the hand. These are going to be very much true damage here because he just can't efficiently Arcane Barrier that off of his Stalker Steps. He is going to use Tunic, though. Jared does make 3 more rune chants on the back end here. 2 of the Malefic. Where did the third come from?
Perhaps he's just already counting one from Deathly Whale since
Yes,
The damage being dealt on that is essentially a foregone conclusion.
I do believe we saw that earlier too with the double Deathly Whale turn. There was some confusion about when the rune chants were coming in, so we may see the players correct that here.
There is a judge at the table, so these games are being overseen. If anything is wrong, we will catch it. Lucas taking every rune chant and covering up all of the physical damage here, thanks to Sink Below, helping him get past that overpower.
And he sinks into another D-React, a Shelter from the Storm, which may prove useful for, again, covering up these 7 power attacks that are just so brutal for Lucas, who's bleeding so much to these rune chants.
8 rune chants thanks to Revel in Runeblood and a Phantom Banshee. Coming in for 7 here, this might just be it. Lucas has a little bit of armor left to give, but only 1 card in hand. If he's not dead here, he's certainly essentially there.
Now,
Jared just needs to find a way to close the game from here.
Now, notably, Lucas does still have access to that Mask of Deceit, and Jared is still marked, which means he can transform into Trapdoor and search up a trap if he's got them left in his deck. That is essentially a block 5 piece of armor in this situation. So he can pull that out, as you mentioned, but it's still going to be an uphill battle from here. Jared still has counters on those 2 Malefics on board, which means he's still going to have the rune chant generation. But notably, those Malefics have already ticked down this turn, so Jared's not gonna go into his next turn with with any rune chants on board.
Looks like no need for the hat. The inertia trap working in the arsenal lets Lucas block 6 on this, taking 1 down to 3. Very little life left to work with, and very much in danger of passing away just due to the unpreventable damage Vynnset has available to her with those shadow non-attacks in her hero text box. Lucas passing the turn fully through yet again. Lucas has really been on a fatigue angle in this game, and it's not really quite working out.
No, I don't think it's working out in this case because Jared found those pieces that allowed him to sustain very quickly. Those Sonata Galaxias were also key for pulling that out of the deck. It's not that he simply drew all 5 Malefics. He's putting extra cards in his deck just to up that consistency. And I think that is pretty key with Vynnset. You know, she's extremely powerful when she's consistent, but the trick with deck building is how do we make her consistent enough where she's not ending up with these awkward turns where she just cannot afford to play her cards and she's dying to her own blood debt. Notably also, Jared finding a reduce to rune chant in the hand, which isn't really what you want to be seeing when you're trying to close the game out. So Jared perhaps not expecting the fatigue angle completely, still wanting those D-reacts to be able to shore up defenses against the crushing marionette effects.
Yeah, you said occasionally this hero can find some hands that are a little bit gummed up. This reduced to rune chant's a very real problem in this hand. He banishes a blue Deathly Whale, really prioritizing that being in his banish zone, and pitches 2 cards away, getting that reduce out of his hand and sending just 6 and 1 with this Phantom Wraith and generating 2 rune chants on the back end. But Lucas is low enough that this is going to ask for some cards no matter what.
Notably, Lucas still has all his armor available to him. I think this is the turn where he's afforded space, and he may be feeling a little bit relieved after seeing this turn. He does have to block with that Kiss of Death and Orbweaver Spinneret, but he's still left with a card. He opted to stop the rune chant, stop the turn entirely, not leak a single point of damage because he's got that Codex in his hand. That is such a powerful 1-card play with the Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, gonna go get that Leave No Witnesses and threaten Jared's arsenal and essentially force him to interact with him here, even if this connects and gives him more blood debt. He's quite low on cards in deck and life available to him. 14 seems like a lot, but when the blood debt timer keeps ticking, you can end up in some pretty precarious positions very quickly. This is kind of the classic thing about fatigue. Attacking Jared isn't so much about doing damage, though blood debt is a real consideration, as much as it is about disrupting him, reducing the options he has available on his turn.
It absolutely is about the disruption. It's also about the deck damage. There's also, in this case, I think there is also the axis of doing real damage to Jared, because he does have that blood debt that's just been chipping away at him. Even when Lucas is not swinging an attack, Vynnset has been losing life every single turn of this game.
So something really interesting, I believe, just occurred on this turn cycle. Leave No Witnesses says banish up to 1 card in their arsenal. Lucas saw the card Jared went and got and opted to leave it in his arsenal instead, opting only to banish 1 off the top because he knew that if he gave Jared access to that free Eloquent Eulogy, it could spell own doom.
That is a very heads-up play from Lucas. I think a lot of players might look at Leave No Witnesses and think that's mandatory, because when do you choose not to do that? But this is one of those rare situations where it's more advantageous to not essentially give Vynnset that give that Rune Gate card, because Vynnset can still play that card. It's not really taking it away from her.
And Lucas, like a mind reader, knew that it was such a smart decision to make there, as the card Jared banished on that turn was a Cull, which would have gone to the absolute stratosphere had it been capable of being given go again by that Eloquence token made by the Eulogy. Pain in the backside, threatening 4 damage. I believe the only card in Lucas's hand after covering up that full turn. Not super significant, but can push Jared's life total down to a really dangerous range.
Yeah, suddenly this game that was looking almost locked up for Jared has suddenly swung back the other direction, where we see Lucas just chipping in with these points of value. And suddenly those 2 Blood Debt cards in Banish represent a full quarter of Jared's life total.
Yeah.
And he's going to keep filling it. So at a certain point, Vynnset's just going to have to start blocking, and those blocks, like we see here, are going to mean fewer cards to be able to play out those Blood Debt cards.
Widespread Annihilation covering up that pain in the backside. Lucas going for a Flick Knives activation there. I believe the first one of the game to mark Jared, I suspect, so he can make use of that Mask of Deceit very soon. Jared's turn, banishing a second copy of Cull to make a second Rune Chant. 7 plays 3, both players. This game's a little long in the tooth. Not many options available to people.
Looks like Jared making a slightly different decision there, opting to banish the Deathly Delight instead of a Cull. Of course, we do know that Cull is sitting in his hand. That's still a very, very scary card sitting there in Banish. Lucas knows it's a looks like we've got a judge call here, so we'll pause, give the players some time to work that out for themselves.
Yeah, what I imagine the judge call is about is Jared put the Cull in the Banish zone, realized he wanted to change it, but he had also already played a card on the turn, so I imagine they're asking if there's a little bit of a rewind. I think typically rewinds can be issued in situations like this if the turn player, the one looking for this, oops, let me fix this, has not yet gained any information from the opponent, and that can also be a little bit ambiguous, maybe their opponent opted not to AB something and they're like, oh, I want to fix this. It gets pretty murky pretty fast, and I kind of suspect that because he had played something else, we aren't going to see a rewind here.
And it looks like we're ready. It looks like the rewind was allowed because we see the Deathly Delight still on the chain here.
Oh yeah, it does look like that was the case. So I imagine the judges ruled that Lucas had not, or that Jared had not gained any meaningful amount of information. Yet again, great to have a table judge there. Thank you so much to all of our judge staff that makes these tournaments possible. We could not enjoy the great game of Flesh and Blood in the Flesh and Blood without you.
This is a very pretty threatening turn from Vynnset. We see the Mauve Skies going on this Deathly Delight, along with the 2 Rune Chants on top of it. That's going to be threatening even more Rune Chant generation. And, I think from Jared's perspective, with Lucas still having a pretty healthy amount of armor here, sitting at 3 life, those Rune Chants really feel key because it's not hard to catch Marionette on a turn without any blues. And if you can just stack those up, you can pretty much guarantee the win, even if you're having to block out a lot of your hand. If you can just send an attack on your own turn and get those Rune Chants out, that can be enough to sort of sustain you.
Lucas does seem a little bit in the tank. I am pretty curious here if he... I actually think he may not have a blue Mercy. But he does have the Tunic counter up to cover these rune chants. And oh, he does have a blue. He's holding onto a Persuasive Prognosis. Perhaps he's thinking about snapping off that Mask of Deceit block.
He may be. He's also got a trap in his hand, though. I wonder if that look of consternation on his
trap.
face was, yes, that it could be his last trap. It could mean Mask of Deceit is no longer a 5 block. It's just a 2 block. And that can be very painful, you know, when you're only running a few traps in your deck.
2 rune chants covered. Now the ask is 5. Go again. Deathly Delight with 2 meaningful on hits here. Should Lucas take any damage, Jared will gain a point of life, and that Mavrian Skies hit trigger will generate 3 more, promising the end of Mr. Oswald. Covered up with Mask of Deceit and a Kiss of Death, transforming into Arachne Black Widow. I think you might be right. I think he might be out of traps. I think he might be out of free blocking power.
And here we're actually going to see Vynnset pay a life for this Flail of Agony in order to be able to play double Coal, forcing the last 2 cards out of Lucas Oswald's hand.
Yeah, that loss of life enables those Coals to be played at instant speed, and perhaps that's why we saw Jared realize he really didn't want to be banishing that Coal, because it can just be played from hand.
Yes,
in a
there's
situation
no
like this.
requirement that it be in the banish zone. You may play it from the banish zone, but you can also equally play it from hand, and it can be quite scary. Of course, Lucas knew it was in hand there, but there's just not much you can do when Vynnset's willing to put her own blood on the line with that Flail of Agony.
Those were the last 2 copies of Cull. So no more of that powerful anti-fatigue tool left available to Mr. Contaldi. Strong as it is here, preventing Lucas from taking a turn. He's only sending 1 damage here. And there's a bit of a question of whether or not this is enough.
And I think what Lucas is thinking about here is whether he's allowed to put 1 armor in front of this Flail of Agony. Flail of Agony is only connecting for 1, but it does make a rune chant when it hits, and he's going to give the Flick Knives because those Stalker's steps are 0 block?
They are 0 block. They have Arcane Barrier 1 and can give any stealth attack go again, including Graphene Calicera, which makes it a pretty meaningful upgrade over both Black Tech Whisperers and Snapdragon Scalers in some proactive matchups, or just when you need access to Arcane Barrier.
So Lucas's choices there were really Tunic or Flick Knives, and it is a very interesting decision because Flick Knives does represent true damage into Vynnset, and at this point Vynnset is so low that it's possible that that she could, you know, Flick Knives could be the difference between a win and a loss here, but Lucas judges the Tunic to be more valuable, understandably so. It's sitting at you know, it's fully charged, which means it can at the very least represent 1 rune chant prevention.
Yeah, Tunic very much poised to generate more value in the rest of this game than the Flick.
13.
Jared low, but not necessarily so low that Blood Debt's going to put him in Flick Knives range. 6 isn't so much, but also with only 1 Blood Debt in the bank, and the fact that he gained back what life he would have lost in essence, thanks to that Deathly Delight last turn, means that I think Lucas was pretty prepared to part ways with that piece of equipment.
And here, Jared has to have a little bit of a think here. You know, kind of running low on gas in the tank, no rune chance on the board. That Deathly Will is sitting there, but it is a blue one, which means it's only representing 4 damage, which, you know, isn't incredibly threatening to Lucas at this point. So he's looking through these cards, debating which one he can afford to banish, and we're going to see that Deathly Delight go.
Yeah, making 1 rune chant, but the rest of his hand is a Shadow Puppetry and some more Blood Debt attacks. I'm not sure he has any way to actually send any of these short of just pitching for them.
And here, that is exactly what we see. He ends up pitching for the Phantom Wraith with a rune chant on top. Now, this is still split damage for Lucas, but he does have that Tunic counter to counter the 1 rune chant.
Yeah, 7 damage in total on offer, 1 rune chant, and 6 physical. Jared has to cobble together a way to get over these last 3 points of life, or things are going to look pretty grim pretty quickly.
And Lucas is able to keep 2 cards on this turn. You know, 2 cards, it might really be all it takes to swing the game back his way, especially because Jared has to take 2 damage from the Blood Debt here.
Reaper's Call for 2, says Lucas, perhaps holding an attack reaction, perhaps nothing better. We saw him block with a defense reaction on that turn. So maybe he just has another one he wants to put in his arsenal, but Jared kind of has to respect this if he thinks he can't beat an attack reaction.
He also blocked with a dagger buff on his turn. You know, I think that makes a lot of sense. He's unfortunately not been able to create the Chalicera this game. So, and he likely can't afford to swing Hunter's Clave. So it makes a lot of sense to be sending a stealth attack here and ask your opponent the question, do I have a reaction for this? And to be getting that free extra 1 value off of the Marionette hero ability because Jared is marked.
Without Flick Knives, there's a bit of a question of what this could be. Tarantula Toxin could shred a defending card, but can't give this increased power as this isn't a dagger attack. Stains of the Redback could be a powerful way to close the game here, giving +3 to this attack, but most of Arachne Marionette's attack reactions pump daggers. We saw him block with an incision, like you said. Maybe something here, maybe a defense reaction. I can't imagine it's something like Justinic, a card that has left a lot of Marionette decks. So I think that the range of options is actually pretty slim here. Jared just has to think about what he can and can't beat.
Oh, and it is a take up the mantle. Because Jared's marked, Lucas is going to be able to use this incredibly powerful card to be able to turn this Reaper's Call into a Kiss of Death, which on hit is going to deal another point of damage.
Which, unless Jared's arsenal is presently reduced to Rune Chant, I don't think he has an out here. This might be the end of the game right now.
This is now representing 7 damage with on hit 1 more?
Yes, because Jared's marked thanks to Marionette's hero ability. This could be it. Lethal is on the stack. We have to see if the Iron Maiden, Jared, who has come so far, 8-2 in this calling in Columbus, has any answers to this incredible play by Lucas after, you know, mostly blocking the entire game. The fist bump is extended. Lucas found his moment to take his pivot and close the game. He wore Vynnset down and let Blood Debt do most of the work, and now he has been rewarded with another chance at top 8. Maybe not quite there, but certainly lives to fight another day. Every X2 is live. What? I mean, that's so cool. I think that game kind of really embodied the fantasy of the assassin class. Marionette waited and bided its time, waiting for the Blood Debt to wear down at Vynnset, and didn't get there on hard fatigue, didn't just run him out of cards, but did get there when she was weary as she could be with just 1 attack reaction to seal the deal.
Yes, that's got to be crushing for the Vynnset, who's ahead most of the game, and Lucas just barely squeaks by there at the end. But let's go ahead and take a look at what's coming.
And what's coming is the Silver Age format. After having had a fair few early access battle hardens and events around the world, soon this format will be kicking off in full swing with your $20 ticket to the 2 mechs, and a great way to pick up and play Flesh and Blood's most hyped new format at your own LGS.
And I've said it before, I'll say it again. That's coming out February 13th, which means it's the perfect Valentine's Day gift. Okay, I'm serious about this. Grab that loved one in your life, figure out what their favorite deck would be, and go and get them that Silver Age deck.
This new format containing only common, rare, and basic cards, which are, as you can see here, basics mostly encompass tokens and other similar things, heroes, that sort of thing. Rares and commons, which, as you know, are rarities of main deck cards with a lot of iconic, powerful pieces like Scar for a Scar and Snatch. But these heroes will also be seeing a fair bit of new fun and power available to them with these pre-constructed decks and the release of Compendium of Wraith, a set designed with targeted support for Silver Age in mind. And after this early access period ends at the end of January, we will also have the world premiere in London of the Compendium of Wraith, as well as release and celebration events. Maybe not pre-releases because it's not a draft set, but we will have exciting stuff coming up with promos and the such abound at your local game store leading up to Pro Tour Yokohama, which includes the Silver Age format and I believe the qualifier season coming soon after the release of Compendium of Wraith includes Silver Age as well.
We also have the ability for the players to have a say in the format legality. You know, they'll be able to vote which heroes they would like to have removed from the format for a time. So that is power in the hands of the community. Okay, so as Bryce said yesterday, choose wisely. Okay, I know we all have our issues, but please don't get rid of Aurora.
And speaking of choosing wisely and the power in the hands of the players, the power is in your hands to make the wise choice to come back after a short break to see Fang with a win and in at Calling Columbus. Don't go anywhere.
It's blood that daggers normally drip, but sometimes it's cards in deck. Lucas Oswald closes that game in very un-marionette-like fashion.
Yeah, mostly going for fatigue and then choosing this very precise moment to surgically close the game with one copy of Take Up the Mantle. We also saw Gaichi Yamada do this in top 8 of Calling Akiba. So this this card, Take Up the Mantle, kind of slowly finding its way back into a lot of these Marionette decks is incredibly significant because it does really help their ability to find disruption at a key pivotal moment to close longer, grindier matchups like Vynnset or Dash.io.
A really oppressive card, at least when Bonds of Agony was around. But I'm honestly happy to see it in the suites of Assassins because it is just dripping with Assassin flavor, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of discussion at the time about, like, do you ban Bonds? The card Slippy is, as a deck, fully built around, therefore kind of killing the hero, or do you ban Take Up the Mantle, which has this unfortunate side effect of killing what I believe to be the more interesting piece in the Assassin arsenal. But I am glad that Take Up the Mantle stuck around because I think it is an incredibly cool mainstay in those Marionette decks.
Very well said. That was a long intro, but it's Bryce Platz back with Elly Bird, and now the standings tell the story, folks. It is the last round of Swiss here where our top 10 is ultimately our top 8, and we're going to be turning our attention to the 9th seed going up against the 6th seed. It's Bird Cabrera versus Michael Jaszczur, making his 3rd appearance on stream here at Calling Columbus.
Yeah, everyone in this top 10 is fighting for their spots in top 8. A couple of people have fallen out of contention. Elly Bender, X and 3, Brody Spurlock as well, Jimmy Nero Demare. A lot of strong players falling by the wayside in the final moments of the tournament, and 1 to 2 more will meet the same fate after this final round of Swiss, but there are a few players firmly locked in. We've got Nghia, Tran, who we saw on stream earlier today, crushing it on Katsu the Wanderer. We've got Michael Jaszczur fighting for his tournament life in this next round, and Damien Riggins, the progenitor of the Fatigue Pleiades deck, keeping in there, looking for a scrap and fighting on the edge to get into this top 8.
Now, Damien Riggs is effectively locked here, but you can't say the same for Thomas Johnson Averet, who is a cohort in Fatigue Pleiades, but they will be fighting for their tournament lives here. All of those players that we have mentioned on the left side of your screen are definitely locked for cash, but you know, Elly, all that glitters is gold, and everybody is looking for their copy of Gold Cold Foil Marvel Quick Dodge Flexors. The battle is not over until we have a champion, so everybody's going to be fighting as hard as they possibly can.
And you know who else is going to be fighting as hard as they possibly can? Michael Jaszczur on Florian in our feature match area, faces down Fang, the Drakai of Blades, a fearsome warrior, and perhaps the only warrior Florian has an unfavored matchup into.
Bird Cabrera makes her 2nd appearance on the stream. We saw her dismantling the cohort of Gravy Bones, and now she is starting off with a cut from the same cloth, laying bare the hand for our reigning world champion. Both of these heroes start at a traditional 40 life, and Bird Cabrera, much like her previous stream game, unfortunately drawing up one of those all-important copies of Hunt's End almost immediately. Not going to do so much here, except for likely being relegated to pitching duty.
Yeah, bit of an incredibly awkward opener for her here. Fire and Brimstone, Hunt to the Ends of Wraith without a way to mark, and a Hunt's End. She's just going to pass the turn here after taking a look at Michael's hand.
Unfortunately, no pitch cards drawn for Bird Cabrera. She does have a fealty accelerator, though, in the form of Pledge Fealty. It's an entire card to create a token aura, but it can pay its weight forward by essentially making it so that the turn you get online, you can think of it as a pitch card for every turn thereafter in a certain respect.
You definitely don't want to be being forced to block with your Fire and Brimstone in a matchup like this, but she may just find herself in that position if things don't kind of shape up with regards to this hand. She arsenaled, I believe, Hunt to the Ends of Wraith and still doesn't have a way to mark Michael. That's a
mouthful.
twister.
41 plays 40 now as Michael Jaszczur resolves Arcane Seed's life. Is now above his starting life total, and the Swarming Gloom Veil to follow means 4 go again. On hit, not going to be super relevant here because Bird Cabrera has all reds in the hand, but she is, however, insulated from arcane damage if she's going to be able to find some resource cards with which to block it. Unlike Eugene C, does bring the respect for Florian's Rune Chant generation in the end.
Super duper painful hand here. You don't really like to look down this hand capable of pushing a ton of damage at you and then pass the turn. This is, I mean, for Florian, this is coming screaming hot right out of the gates.
Without a doubt. Now, Bird Cabrera has something going for her. It's that Michael Jaszczur has not found a copy of Cadaverous Tilling yet. Could be a little bit awkward in terms of value lost for him if he is forced to resolve something like a Felling of the Crown or Plow Under as his first decompose. But you know, it can be a mountain to climb ultimately when you are a value deck trying to outvalue Fellings of the Crown.
Gotta get there somehow, and this hand is not really doing it so far.
It's just an Imperial Intent, Fire and Brimstone, and Pledge Fealty.
Looks like she's considering blocking with this Imperial Intent just to keep that Fire and Brimstone in deck, knowing full well it's one of the ways she's going to close the game against Florian.
1 damage hits home. Bird Cabrera now down to 36 to Michael Jaszczur's 41, who places the last card in Arsenal and says go next. Now Bird has 2 reds in hand, and of course the Hunt to the Ends of Wraith from the Arsenal, likely just being cleared so that Fire and Brimstone can take its place.
Yeah, I believe this is a sad little 2-card 2 here. Attacking for 2, playing the Pledge Fealty, and most likely passing the turn.
These
Pledge. And pass.
Let's just go again. 5, go again.
I'll take 5.
31.
Now, the hallmark of one of these Fang games is the amount of time it takes him to get online. The second Bird Cabrera can do so. She starts a value engine that is pretty difficult to overcome, even for the Rotwood Harbinger. But in this case, Bird is finding the wrong pieces at the wrong time. That's the second copy of Hunt's End, one of those cards that closes it out, even against a staunch defense, like the one that Michael Jaszczur is surely to present. 27 plays 39, and she's finally found her first blue pitch card here.
As well as her second, a Relentless Pursuit being converted just for a mark, not even going back to the deck. 2 copies of Hunt's End gone, 12 life behind. This is a brutal start for Fang, who is typically pretty comfortable in a matchup like this.
Vigor token generated on the connection of that Obsidian Fire Vein. 1 resource left over for later. Also, Michael Jaszczur should no longer be marked, and another fealty token should have been converted. Bird Cabrera catches it now, and up to 2 fealty she goes. It's phase 2 of the Fang gang plan at the moment.
Okay, how many phases are there? I missed this.
There's 27.
Okay.
Really, the only ones that matter are 1 through 4.
Okay. Is 1 0 fealty?
No, yes, 1 is 0 fealty.
And then 2 is 1.
No, 1 is 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, 2 is 1 to 3. Sorry, 1 to 2.
Okay.
Okay.
So is like 27 world domination?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
There's a couple Underman's Gnomes quotes in the middle there, but bottom line, I want you to focus on 1 to 4, Elly. Number 1 is when you don't have a fealty token online, at least the way I think it works out, because you can still throw your entire hand out on defense, you are not required to keep back a Draconic card to play on your own turn. The second you go into phase 2, you are trying to get online as fast as humanly possible so that you are not forced to keep both a pitch card and a Draconic card in the hand. Phase 3 is, of course, 3 fealty tokens. All of a sudden, all you need is 1 card to keep the engine going, and you can donate the rest on defense, maximize value here and there. And then, of course, 4 is the most comfortable spot. You have more than 3 fealty tokens, so you can do things like, I don't know, convert a cheeky Sigil of Solace,
Fealty
force your
scar
opponent
tissue.
2 blocks, yes, fealty scar tissue, all that kind of stuff.
Well, that's actually a very, very insightful insight into this hero's game plan. I appreciate that quite a bit. And while we were talking about Fang's game plan, Florian's was being executed. E-strike for 5 with go again into Cadaverous Tilling, where Fang stumbles, Florian strides with absolutely buttery smooth draws from Michael Jaszczur and Bird, kind of stumbling in the rough here, holding on to 2 yellow scar tissues. I believe a Tooth of the Dragon, and being forced to block with a Savor Bloodshed, bleeding away herself, her life total vanishing into the Rotwood, at risk of being decomposed herself. 16 life behind, 1 fealty on the board. How is she going to crawl out of this hole, Bryce?
Surely on the back of an Obsidian Fire Vein. Once she can find her footing, those Valiant Dynamo are going to pay dividends. Right now, though, in the hand, it's 1 Draconic attack reaction and 2 Scar tissues. So this could very well be an online Fang by the time this turn is done. But Earth Heroes are awfully good at defending in their own right. Michael Jaszczur has some good
never
blocking.
mind that.
Yeah, never mind. It's 2 blocks, but... yeah, I guess that staunch defense has gotten a little bit worse now that Rootbound Carapace is out of the meta. Michael Jaszczur does have defense reactions, but they haven't found their way here. Another drawback of the switchboard plan that he is championing, in which Channel Mount Heroic does some really aggressive potential.
Also of note, Well-Grounded is not yet capable of insulating Michael from attack reactions. That onboard defense reaction that card is capable of producing isn't quite there yet. With only 2 Earth cards on the Banished Zone, the downside of this rip-roaring proactive start from the Rotwood Harbinger is a lack of defensive capability and a lack of Earth cards in the Banished Zone.
Now, a curious thing from Bird Cabrera here, did not commit the yellow scar tissue in the hand on the first Obsidian Fire Vein. And now...
getting face purgatoried off the other one. Use it or lose it, says Michael Jaszczur. Her turn stopping dead in its tracks. Michael shaking a potential mark before it even happened and replacing the cards he blocked with in an otherwise awkward hand. The punish is an Everbloom life out of Arsenal just to clear the spot so he can play a Plow Under, waiting in the wings and taking away that Fire and Brimstone turn before it even came close to fruition.
And ultimately, it being at the bottom of the deck now might mean that it never gets to resolve, Elly, because Bird is already sitting at 18 to Michael Jaszczur's 32. It is not looking great if you are a fan of the Fang gang at the moment. And if you're thinking, oh, Bird should have deployed that yellow scar tissue, she was astutely playing around a 0-for-4 defense reaction. Tooth of the Dragon only will give +1 to that Obsidian Fire Vein. On the chain link, it is resolved, and then the additional 2 from scar tissue would not find home and convey the mark. So Michael Jaszczur playing on 2 levels here, knowing the pain points for his opponent and also the optimal blocking situation for his headpiece.
Thankfully, Bird has finally found a little bit of comfort here, getting to resolve an attack reaction that will get her to her 3rd fealty. She has drawn a firm loyalty. When she plays it on the 2nd Obsidian Fire Vein, she will generate a 3rd fealty and push this attack to 4. The only problem is the 14 life gap between her and Michael. It's a lot to make up.
Now, if Bird is able to, it is going to cement in the minds of potential Fang players everywhere the insurmountable value that free daggers present over the course of a game. Granted, you did say, Elly, it is a mountain and a valley to climb for Bird Cabrera here.
And I suspect, in addition to those geological landmarks we discussed, we are about to see a felling of the crown or a Plow Under hit the table, as we just saw Michael Jaszczur go ahead and crack. Oh, it's actually Cadaverous Tilling, which also makes sense. But he cracked the Well-Grounded just for 2 value there, not to stop an on-hit, but to put a 3rd Earth card in his graveyard and enable this Decompose effect.
And with that, Florian Rotwood Harbinger is online only half a turn cycle later than Fang Drakai of Blades, who relies on his side quest probably even more than the Earth Rune Blade.
Bird just folding to this Cadaverous Tilling, taking one. Tough stuff.
Now
When you're
has
this far behind against Florian, you really can't afford to block.
now has the opportunity, though, to cash in every single one of those 3 blocks for their defensive value. That is one of the strengths of this particular warrior and kind of the warrior class abound. They block pretty darn well.
Yeah. However, we do kind of see her yet again priced into a bad decision here, being forced to deploy this Pledge Fealty rather than that Long Whisker Loyalty sitting in her graveyard because of the fact that Pledge Fealty just plumb doesn't block, reducing this turn down to the power of a 1-card 4, 2-into-1 reset Dynamos. Definitely less attractive than the potential 1-card 5, 6, or 7 that Long Whisker Loyalty could present.
And, you know, Pledge Fealty doesn't look great here, but it is still ultimately a 1-card 4 when Fang is online, because ultimately you can ascribe the Obsidian Fire Vein for 2, the Obsidian Fire Vein for 1, making 3, and then, of course, the refresh of Valiant Dynamos. So it is not the worst card possible, ultimately, and it is a hand that converts okay, but as you said, Elly, there's just so much to overcome here for Bird. That slow start is being painful at this moment.
Perhaps worse than the slow start may be the slow demise she suffers with yet another uncomfortable hand here. No draconic attack reactions available and a whole lot of action that relies on marks without ways to get there. A sink below can potentially fix things up for her, but it's going to require taking some damage and holding cards in an already dire spot.
Bird does have a little bit of an out with a sink below. She doesn't like it, though. Look at the shake of the head in the player cam. That tells the story. Bird is not liking the way that this game has played out so far. The other issue here is that every time it seems Michael Yaszczur reaches for the grasp of the Arcanite, Bird simply doesn't have any blue cards in the hand. And Michael Yaszczur doesn't have a solid offensive converting hand himself. It's 2 defense reactions and a red Autumn's Touch in the pitch zone, but it's still doing work against this Drakai of Blades. Sink below is reached for, a scar tissue found on top of the deck, and because Bird is in phase 4 with 4 fealty tokens, she can now convert this hand in a meaningful way.
Perhaps the first truly lucky break she's found this game is finding that scar tissue off the top with 4 fealty ready to go. It's a lot of value, but I don't think this Savor Bloodshed is going to be anything more than a 0 for 4 on this turn, and you really need that card to be worth maximum value if you want to crawl out of a pit like this one.
Okay, 5 on this Obsidian Fire Vein, beefed up by the cut from the same cloth. No mark conferred to Michael Yaszczur because there's no attack reactions in the hand. Fealty token gets popped here, and Scar Tissue gets buffed, buffing this Fire Vein by 5 now, up to, by 4 now, up to not... Yeah, up to 9.
Yes, 9.
We're getting there. Mark on hit as well. Michael Yaszczur only has the 1 defense reaction in hand, but did potentially park 1 in the arsenal after pitching 2.
Is about the furthest thing from a defense reaction Florian could find. It is Felling of the Crown, only not being deployed the previous turn because he was stuck with triple red.
So Shelter from the Storm going to cover 4 on 9. 5 damage finds home. Down to 22 goes Michael, and he is now marked. Bird Cabrera closes the combat chain, does want to deploy the Savor Bloodshed. You know, this card is a really powerful Majestic, but it does look a little bit better on the Assassin side of things, namely because you have the Flick Knives to present mostly unpreventable damage to get the mark to find home. In this case, Bird Cabrera is just using it as a little bit of a snatch cosplay.
This was a little bit of a tragedy. We talked about the first time Jaszczur was on stream. Sometimes you try to encourage Florian to block like Bird just did using that Savor Bloodshed, and Florian is more than pleased to. Activating Grasp of the Arcanite, we know what comes after. This is Felling of the Crown from Arsenal. All too happy to have emptied his hand out on another blocking opportunity. Unfortunately for Bird Cabrera, Michael lava da blocka.
Indeed. Also love it, a Felling of the Crown. Making difficult decisions, a regular part of our meta, and Bird not feeling good at all. She continues to shake the head and look at the hand with a grimace on her face. It's overcrowded, last-ditch effort, Oath of Loyalty, and for the Drakai, not a single Draconic attack reaction in the hand.
Also, not much defensive value to speak of once the felling of the crown is said and done. If she wants to play something out to keep her fealty around, she's going to have to take a pretty serious hit here.
I can't help but feel bad for Bird in this situation, especially because, by and large, Fang does do awfully well against the Rotwood Harbinger. Card sent to the bottom was one of those blues. It's Oath of Loyalty plus Overcrowded plus Grains of Blood Spill, doing their absolute best and covering up all of the damage from this felling of the crown. Likely just leaving a... oh, interesting. For the Drakai, blocked with there.
Yeah, making a point to block with the For the Drakai instead of the Oath of Loyalty, because Oath has Go again and will be worth one more point, as she will get to follow it with a free dagger. Draconic card played, the fealty tax paid. They will stick around another turn rather than the ultimate catastrophe coming to pass.
And the one consideration for Bird Cabrera there is that For the Drakai would generate yet another fealty token, even if it didn't connect with the marked face of Michael Jaszczur. But in this case, Bird, now that she is in Phase 4 once again, does value the extra point of damage from the Obsidian Firevein over one more redundant fealty token. Her loyalty to the Emperor, though dead, is very, very affirmed.
6 damage coming in here. Doubt Michael will decompose as neither player has an arsenal. Bird maybe kind of finding a little bit of breathing room here with a sink below and a hand of all gas, no brakes. This is a good opportunity for her to get that dynamo involved with that sink below and try to close this life gap a little bit. It's been slowly narrowing as the game drags on, but again, it's a mountain, a hill, and a valley to climb, and she's running out of runway with Florian's kind of consistent, oppressive value engine in the form of Grasp of the Arknight and Reaping Blade.
And you know, that valley is a little bit shallower now that Bird Cabrera has had her say on offense a couple times. But no, Valiant Dynamo plus Sworn Vengeance and Blaze Headlong are the chosen blocks for the Drakai of Blades here. It's just going to be a bread and butter, 2 Obsidian Fireveins, and a reset of the Valiant Dynamo. And this is the pivot that Fang is allowed to make as opposed to a lot of other decks in the game. Can always donate cards, underrate on defense just to keep the game going a little bit longer, because the turn-over-turn value of free Obsidian Fireveins and Valiant Dynamo can sometimes become greater as long as you just stay alive.
This is a very interesting situation to me because I absolutely would have expected her to kind of find her moment and put her foot on the gas and not let up. But I do very much see the value of parking the sink below an arsenal to insulate her from future trees dropped straight on her head.
May seem counterintuitive, especially now that Florian is online and arguably has one of the better value engines in the game in terms of the, you know, greeping or delayed greeping play, as you so colorfully call it.
Yes, this is a delayed greeping.
Yes, there's 2 rune chants generated from Grasp of the Arknight plus a Swarming Gloom Veil before the inevitable Squirrel Spine to follow.
2-card 9 on offer here. Bird's got to find a way to stay alive while out grinding this damage on offer. And something I want to point out is while no Rune Hood was presented, she has not Arcane Barriered more than once this game so far, I believe. You definitely have to sit there and wonder if something like Kabuto, I mean, Kabuto would be fantastic on this turn, shutting off the opportunity to swing Reaping Blade, getting 5 value on the board. Sure, it doesn't quite insulate you from the inevitability of Grasp Reaping the same way that having a little bit of Arcane Barrier does, but if you're not going to consistently be pitching, there's no point in having it.
Bird at another crossroads here. Has the opportunity to do a little bit more blocking. We'll definitely be able to refresh Dynamos on this next turn, so you want to block with that. And then probably a 2-block in the hand, which then also allows you to hold on to the first copy able to be resolved of Hunt's End. It's the end of the line, traitor. Road? Shoot, is it road or line?
I think it's
Oh,
road.
it's road.
I think it's road.
Up. It's so embarrassing having done that in front of you, Elly.
Well, it's going to be even more embarrassing if it's line.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Because then I
Firevein
question
for 1.
myself. Firevein for 1. Smile.
Smile. It's always 1. Why wouldn't you trust me, dude? Trust me.
And there it is. Hunt's
Bonk.
End out of the hand. It's the end of the
road.
All right. Well, I got
End of
there
the
eventually.
road, Trader. I didn't know who said it, so.
Really?
No, not at all.
Oh, you're trolling me. You knew
No,
that
like
was Fang.
actually.
Okay, interesting.
I was like, does Fang say that? Who says that? I feel like I could also believe it's like Yoji or something, because Yoji's on a few flavor texts in the
Okay.
Hunted. He's on the assassin card, Hunted or Hunter, the defense reaction.
How
It's Hunted or
apropos.
Hunter. It says day by day or daily we sweep the streets, yet the rats still crawl up from the pits.
How apropos that Bird Cabrera finally finds her footing offensively in this game, and we talked about flavor text over the course of the entire turn.
Well, you know how it is.
Another point in Bird Cabrera's cap to say that variance was not on her side after she sent an Obsidian Firevein with Hunt's End, and then Blaze headlong into Obsidian Firevein beefed up by a Draconic Scar Tissue. A really nice turn to bring the life totals back to parity, but she is still being blown away by the hand of Michael Yasgur, who is now sitting with 10 rune chants and what I assume is a smile in his heart at this point. Bird finally finds a blue in order to pitch to these rune chants, happily throws it into the pitch stone and shores up 3. But there's 7 more to contend with here, Elly.
Taking 7 down to 4 is a brutal decision. Her hand is quite strong, I would say. She's holding on to Sworn Vengeance, Blistering Blade, and a Long Whisker Loyalty, capable of going multiple chain links wide, but you really have to think back. This life total difference could be cleanly made up by Fire and Brimstone.
If Bird Cabrera can get to the pitch stack, that could very well be the fate that befalls the world champion. But he's going to make it really difficult to survive these next turns. I think he's out of Arcane Seed's life at this point, though, which is definitely a point in the favor of our Draconic Warrior.
Well, why don't you just run down there and check his graveyard?
Okay, easy peasy. A run down there and back in time.
7 arcane damage taken. Looks like Bird is lining up a card to block with. I feel like she needs to be getting this armor involved. You know, she has 3 left on the board. That card converts for 3 on offense, and she needs to find a way to meaningfully threaten Michael before the clock just runs out. I don't necessarily mean to be too critical. I'm just not seeing the value proposition in holding back this armor while there's so much inevitability on your opponent's side of the board. And this just feels like a good enough pivot to take to me.
For now, the chosen line for Bird Cabrera is armor that can still block, an Obsidian Firevein for 4, covered up readily by a Fate Foreseen in the hand of Michael Yasgur, and perhaps that is one of the pain points for Miss Cabrera as she considers these lines. Michael Yasgur has resolved very few defense reactions this game, has seen a lot, though. Several have gone into the pitch zone, but Bird must be thinking that anytime I try to mount a really intense offense, I am going to run smack dab into some 0 for 4s.
0 for 4s, we have found Long Whisker Loyalty, generating 4 value there, plus 3 on attack, thanks to it being a Draconic card, giving the dagger attack plus 2, and then also coming in for 1 more with a 3rd dagger swing, trying to close this gap, but Felling of the Crown comes out to play yet again. 2 rune chants first. Bird caught yet again with no blues to speak of. This no rune is completely ornamental when it matters the most.
Unfortunately, at this point, I think she's only gotten 3 value on it throughout the course of this entire game. Definitely would have looked better with a Kabuto. But, you know, this is the way that Fang likes to play. There's blues abound in pretty much every Fang deck nowadays that's worth its salt. And so you can generally expect to be able to convert them on defense when facing down several rune chants. Obsidian Firevein for Bird Cabrera, again, 2 plays 7. And if she can get just a couple points more from our reigning world champion, it could be a different story, because once the Inferno Beyblade turns into a blender, all of a sudden there's just no right answer for the defending player.
If Michael was just a little bit lower here, if Bird had access to 2 of her 3 copies of Hunt's End, both shorn away from her early in the game, earlier than she would have liked if she could resolve a fire and brimstone. It's a game of what ifs caught between a rock and a hard place, or perhaps a tree and a hard place. Is Bird Cabrera coming in with this fire vein for a still not yet lethal number, and like you said, plugged up quickly by a 0 for 4 defense reaction? It seems like there's almost no way out.
Now, if you count up the value on that turn, that was ultimately a 1-card 7 because it refreshes Dynamos and swings to Obsidian Fireveins. So you see the inherent power of an online Fang, but it also requires a heck of a lot of space. It's not a deck that overcomes a massive life gap in one fell swoop like a Rhinar that runs a Blood Rush Bellow.
You need the runway.
Exactly. You need the runway and the space in order to cash in all of your value every single turn cycle and grind it into a win.
The problem here is Florian's oppression continues. Another grasp activation followed by another massive threat. 2 arcane, Cadaverous Tilling for 6.
It's not terrible for Bird. Does have the blue in the hand. So Rune Chance, go bye-bye. And then, of course, a defense reaction there, too. So this could just be another really nice bread-and-butter Fang play. She's not out of it yet, Elly.
She is far from it, though. Well, she's close to it, but she is not quite out of it.
Wait, she's close to what and not out of what?
Close to being out of it.
She's close to being out of it. Got you.
Yeah. Come on, man. I'm trying.
I am too, Elly. Cadaverous Tilling.
Those carefully held back points of armor looking quite enticing here. Jaszczur down to 5. Dynamo and Grains waiting in the wings. She's taking a moment to think here. She's considering the pivot. She could give 2 armor along with the sink below, or even 1 and go down to 1 and play out this absolutely massive 2-card hand of Savor Bloodshed and Imperial Intent. I think the only way this could be a better pivot for her is if Jaszczur was already marked.
Either that, or if Jaszczur had not seen all copies of Hunt's End, because that is still a powerful card, even when it's not in the hand, as long as it still exists in the deck. It can make your opponent so tilted just before they even declare blocks. And Elly, at this point, things have gone really poorly for Bird Cabrera so far in this game. Shoving a Savor Bloodshed out there on the combat chain and taking 1 going down to 1, leaving the sink below for another day. 1 plays 5 now, but I have to ask you, you've been in these high-stress situations before. You've had a rough start. How do you shake that off and keep yourself from losing to the tilt?
I think the takeaway always has to be that at the end of the day, you make the best decisions you can with the tools available to you. And I do think turn over turn, Bird has done that. There have been multiple points in this game where I thought, well, why is she doing that? Only for that decision to pay dividends repeatedly in this matchup. And she is closing that gap repeatedly. It was 18 points earlier this game, now a measly 4. 1 plays 5, and Jaszczur has to think about lethal on just 1 attack here. Bird has 2 cards in hand. Michael has 4. She needs to get something from him on this turn.
Jaszczur unfortunately does have a blue and Felling of the Crown, and also a defense reaction to boot. He can throw both the Swarming Gloomveil and the Shelter from the Storm out onto the combat chain, maybe not necessarily in that order. Shore up all of the damage here. Can now discard Shelter from the Storm in order to block the 1 and the 1 to follow. Jaszczur does, he is probably astutely afraid of the defense reaction, the attack reaction to follow out of the hand of Bird Cabrera. He's got to be thinking that her posture is all about slamming the door in his face. In this case, Bird buying a little bit of equity just by making Jaszczur blink twice.
Notably, you mentioned that he had seen all the copies of Hunt's End, but they're late enough in the game. They're close to their stacks. He actually blocked around it there, holding up the Shelter from the Storm and giving 2 on the Fire Vein. If Hunt's End was played there, it was exact lethal, and even though he's going to have to tuck it away, 2 Felling of the Crown in his hand, he did very intentionally play around the Hunt's End, paying dividends as the last tree hits the table and hits Bird in the head. 8 damage, a card tucked from hand on offer, but the sink below, waiting in the wings, will protect her from the brunt of this offense. This could be the turning point Fang needs to close this game.
Bird is still absolutely alive here. The hand is absolute gas. Relentless Pursuit plus Valiant Dynamo plus Sink Below here. Will she sink a card? I tend to think that this is just a hand that is good enough. Just send it. But she is still looking for something else. Could be considering that pitch deck. Hunt's End was the first card pitch for her this game. And at turn 13, pitch stack is right there at the ready. She doesn't want to risk it, though. Obsidian Firevein out of the left-handed slot. Searing Gaze surely to follow and give go again. Followed up by the Long Whisker Loyalty. Means that this turn is going to be 4-4-1 here.
52 cards have been drawn out of her deck, I believe. By turn 13, it's incredibly likely that she is close to that Hunt's End. It could even be the top card of her deck, but it's such a huge risk. And speaking of huge risks, she has to take right here. She's considering shipping both attack reactions in the hand. Jaszczur has another defense reaction waiting in the wings here. A Fate Foreseen. We caught a glimpse of it in the hand, tucked away between 2 Earth cards. He's safe from some threats, but not all. This is perhaps the first turn of the game where he is truly forced to give cards at Bird's beck and call.
Bird Cabrera. I am very much hoping that she doesn't throw both of these attack reactions
It's
here.
scary.
It's very scary into a deck with 9 defense reactions like Michael Jaszczur's had.
Sometimes you smell blood.
Kind of just like a lot.
And we talked about shaking off the tilt and the salt. In this case, Elly, I think Bird Cabrera has done an incredible job of doing so. We've seen her blown back by all of the cards resolved by Michael Jaszczur and very upset by the start she's had. Nevertheless, she's clawed her way completely back into this game with some Brave Forge Bracers and the Valiant Dynamo in the foot slot. The faith in her Emperor is stalwart. We've got over 2,500 eyeballs watching. Well, I guess
Actually,
5,000
eyeballs.
All right. I ran headlong into a big tree right there. Tripped right over it.
Blazed headlong into it,
I
perhaps.
got blazed headlong into it.
Nonetheless, thank you
Gives me
to
too much
everyone
credit.
out there declaring their fealty to the forest or the flames, watching this from home. 2,500 people. Don't forget to leave a like, stay active in chat, because we will have not only a spoiler, but a giveaway at the end of today. But first, this winning in-game must be completed. The Emperor demands his fealty, and Florian demands the call of Death's Domain, going down to 1 just to keep that Fate Foreseen in the pocket. The second Fire Vein comes out to play. Jaszczur has a point of armor here to play around with, and the Fate Foreseen, he's relatively safe, but if he makes even one misstep, it can cost him an unbelievable amount of value.
Exactly the grinder that Fang players abound want to put the Rotwood Harbingers into. This is where it feels like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. Michael Jaszczur at this point must be thinking about Hunt's End once again. If he was playing around it last turn cycle, he's definitely got to be thinking about it this turn cycle. But perhaps the consternation on the Sink Below trigger of Bird Cabrera tells him that it's just not in the hand. It's Long Whisker Loyalty coming out to play. Mode's almost assuredly going to be buff power and swing an additional time. 1 plays 1 here in the most tense finish of Swiss rounds that I could have hoped for here at Calling Columbus.
A game that looked not even remotely close earlier has been ground to a screeching deadlock here in the final round of Swiss at Calling Columbus. Jaszczur ships the top card of his deck to the bottom, and Bird sidesteps yet again. Another dagger for 1. Nothing left in the hand, but it will force another card away from the world champion.
And you talked about missteps here, Elly. The block of the Barkskin and Millennium Tree was certainly one in this case for Michael Jaszczur, because he could have very easily shirked away this last Obsidian Firevein with 1 block value. Instead, commits it over this Long Whisker loyalty. He blocks with 1 card there, keeps 2 in hand. Bird Cabrera refreshes Valiant Dynamos, perhaps for the last time, but we'll have to see. She's got to draw blocking cards here. The hand, 2 block, 2 block, 2 block, 3 block. Might barely be able to survive this Enlightened Strike 4-7. She's going to only be able to keep 1 card in hand with which to retort. It's got to be one of those Searing Gazes, but Michael Yasgur could absolutely cover that up.
She has a nastier option available to her. If she blocks down to 1 card, she's so close to the Hunt's End remaining in her deck. She can glint, dig deeper if she forces a card out of Jaszczur's hand here.
Holy fork, Elly. Could this be the way that this game ends? I think Bird Cabrera sees it. She's giving a good nod to the head, but no, she reaches for the glint, the Quicksilver. It's +2 cards. We're going to have to see how the draw plays out. If it's Hunt's End on top, Bird could have just given this game away, but Michael Yasgur has to answer here. It's a 3 blocks plus a 3 block. Must give at least 4 here to be insulated from your standard attack reaction. Searing Gaze gonna come in but not connect at all. Bird needs 1 more point of damage, but Michael Yasgur able to shore this up. She's got a yellow scar tissue. It wasn't the Hunt's End as of yet, but she has the blue at the ready to deal with these 2 rune chants that are being generated by the Grasp of the Arknight. The Reaping Blade to follow can also be covered up. Bird is 100% in the driver's seat here.
Absolutely brutal thing here is that Canopy Shelter generating 2 mites on the defense. This is 7 damage on offer. Bird only at 1. This is going to shred all but 1 card remaining in her hand. She yet again has the glint, the Quicksilver, but will she commit to digging? Will she send Oath of Loyalty? There are so many paths lying before her, and I think truly that there is a narrow way through if all the correct decisions are made. Florian is very much this kind of deck where you don't often, especially once the Fellings are gone, force your opponent to die as much as you gently ask them to. You ask them to make the decision themselves, and she has held back the glint, the Quicksilver here. This could be the blowout finish that she needs to get her way into the top 8 in this last round of Swiss. 1-1. A U.S. Nationals semifinalist plays against the, as far as we are concerned, best player in the world in the best game we've had all freaking weekend.
Oh, that's a fate foreseen in hand for Michael Yasgur. He can pass on this, but he's got to be thinking about the Hunt's End that could be lurking for Bird Cabrera. This is going to be an absolute blowout if Michael forces Bird to send the glint, the Quicksilver before she's ready. But he's thumbing a card. Could be playing straight into this reprise trigger, only turned on, only allowing Bird Cabrera to draw a card if Michael Yasgur commits a card from hand.
I don't mean to sink your ship here, Bryce, but Jaszczur doesn't have the life total to have the luxury of forcing her to play the glint first. He has to commit a card because otherwise he's dead. This glint may not be check and mate, but it is certainly check, as she is guaranteed to be able to draw a card off of this, because if Jaszczur doesn't block and she passes, he will simply perish.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yep. Glint, the Quicksilver comes out of the hand. The card found, though, I think it was overcrowded, Elly. I don't think it was filled. And also, Glint the Quicksilver was not utilized with a fealty token, which means that all 4 of those fealty tokens are going to go by the wayside unless she is able to make something else draconic. She's done so much work to prove her value to her Emperor, but in the end stumbles over her Valiant Dynamo. And she realizes the mistake now. Glint the Quicksilver is just not made draconic. She gives a shake of the head, arsenals, and passes.
Tragic way for this game to go.
Fealty token's gone, and it's
the
going
top card
out.
was Fire and Brimstone.
We're going out not with a scream, but with a whimper for Bird Cabrera after building a mountain of loyalty for her dead Emperor. Must leave it all by the wayside. And our producer is crying in my ear as she goes down, down, down to the depths of missing top 8 here. Michael Yasgur has to close the door, though. Has a Shelter from the Storm in hand. Autumn's Touch and 2 blues. You better believe that there are going to be some rune chants here if he's going to get back on the affirmative.
Jaszczur getting to keep his hand here could be a death sentence, not just for the damage offered, but for the fact that he's holding on to multiple blue copies of Fruits of the Forest, getting him further and further out of that attack reaction range. He has the life buffer now. This Fire and Brimstone looks considerably less attractive when he's not dead to anything that strayly hits him.
But right now, representing lethal on the combat chain, Michael Jaszczur must present a defense reaction in order to survive here. Blocks have been passed, and we are waiting for the final moment. Yes, fate foreseen out of the arsenal, and another defense reaction to cover up the next break point, which is sure to come in Chain Link 2. But Bird needs resources now, thanks to the fact that she has got herself no more fealty. Scar Tissue out of the hand, up to 6 power. Michael Jaszczur must respond, not necessarily can take 2 damage here or even discard a Fruits of the Forest. Is not dead on this Chain Link yet.
Not quite the end of the game, but getting quite close. Her only available follow-ups are a dagger for 2 or an overcrowded out of arsenal. The loss of fealty.
Michael Jaszczur happily takes 2. It's a mark conveyed, and Hunt to the Ends of Wraith is a stellar follow-up here. But Michael Jaszczur has the answer. It's Shelter from the Storm doing its dirty work just by keeping its pilot alive.
I thought for sure he was going to shelter the first Chain Link.
You thought so?
I thought for sure with the mark on the stack.
A fair point there.
Absolutely massive for Bird that he didn't.
And it's overcrowded for
What?
1, Elly. Not a single token on the
Interestingly,
board.
not a Fire Vein. Oh, she can't pay for it, duh.
Cannot pay for it, unfortunately. All of her loyalty is gone. Just like Steam counters coalesce into the air, so does the fealty if you're not able to play a Draconic card or create a fealty on your turn. And now it's Reaping Blade with some Rune Chance to back it up. Luckily, Bird has found a pitch card and can cover this up fairly cleanly with the Oath of Loyalty in hand. But she has got her head in her hands, knowing that she very possibly could have cleaned this game up if a couple of things went a little bit differently.
She is capable of keeping a hand that swings daggers twice. There's just a question of whether or not it's good enough. Jaszczur's starting to finally run low on some defensive pieces. This game can grind on a while longer despite seeming so close to finishing so many turns ago.
But Bird has got to shake off the tilt once again. She's so disappointed at forgetting to crack a fealty token for Glint the Quicksilver, but she's got to lock in now. She still has one in the chamber. It's a firm loyalty and 2 Obsidian Fire Veins, but is the defense reaction there for Michael Jaszczur?
No.
It is not. It's going to force 2 cards out on the first Chain Link and another one on the second, but then Michael gets to do the bread and butter, create 2 Rune Chants, send a Reaping Blade, and make your opponent cry.
There is something really interesting going on in this end game, Bryce. So long as Bird can continue to draw resource cards, which her deck is considerably more flush with, Michael's 1-card hand takes 2 cards from her, but only 1 leaves her deck. Her 2-card hand can take multiple from him, and all 3 leave the deck. Fatigue is a possible out here, but she needs to not stumble. The cards must literally be stacked in her favor.
So far, more resources found, so Rune Chants are not going to find home as of yet. There's also a 3-block ready. Scar Tissue is there. Pledge Fealty is there. It's another 2 dagger swings. Resetting Valiant Dynamos, though, is not a really relevant value proposition here because Michael is only ever sending 3, unless, of course, Bird would prefer to go ahead and send a 2-block in the place of a 3.
Valiant Dynamo has definitely lost a little bit of its teeth, but it is significant just with how many freaking 2 blocks are left in her deck. Blocking away the Warmonger's Diplomacy, instead keeping a little bit of extra gas in the tank, that yellow Scar Tissue remaining in deck.
Unfortunately, the one that's in the hand must go to the pitch zone in order to pay for these Obsidian Fire Veins, which could still be free and carrying Bird Cabrera to victory. But one small misstep at the height of stakes here at Calling Columbus mean that the Rotwood Harbinger could take this unfavorable matchup. It's 2 cards out of the hand for Michael Jaszczur once again. Pledge Fealty gets Fealty online once again, but Phase 2 is not the place you need to be when it's 1-1. Michael Jaszczur takes 3 cards to stay alive and is left with yet another one. It's Grasp of the Arknight, Reaping Blade, and is there another pitch card in the hand? Yes, indeed. It's only 4 cards left for Bird Cabrera. Only Scar Tissues, no Draconic attack reactions, but there's a fealty token that can make one of these Scar Tissues Draconic. It's going to be only one more double dagger swing this game.
The real tragedy here is just, I think she's really shredding Jaszczur's deck at such a rate that he can't keep up, but she was just so far behind on cards to begin with that there was no out. I think she's going to resolve
be its last-ditch effort, which doesn't have its text online because she still has a card in deck, so no, it's not going to get +4 and go again. Only sending 4 here. Michael Jaszczur just gives 2 cards, and the fist bump is extended. Bird Cabrera, when it mattered most, just couldn't keep her loyalty going for her dead Emperor. And Michael Jaszczur with, I don't know, is he excited? I can't tell, honestly, but he is proceeding to the top 8 here at Calling Columbus. So that means he is smiling on Discord, right?
Yeah, probably some text like, got 'em, boys, would be my guess. That's tough, you know? I think the emotional stakes are just so high in big tournaments like this one, and we've seen Bird fight through those choppy emotional waters before with her completely insane, masterfully piloted game at US Nats just last year, but sometimes fears, Fangs sink into you the way Fang wants to sink into the opponent, and you can't quite get there, but it was an unbelievable game by both players.
That was one heck of a ride, Elly. I would say even better than that on the Dreadnought Conquer of the high seas. I enjoyed that so much, and thank you to Bird Cabrera and also reigning champion Michael Jaszczur for showing us what high-level competitive flesh and blood really looks like. It's blood and flesh, flesh and blood. Any way you slice it, we're playing great games over here. And who else is going to be playing great games here at Calling Columbus? Well, just 8 people. Let's say, take a look at who they are. Big Bad Boom. It's 2 Pleiades superstars in the top 8 of a Calling, I think for the first time ever.
I think this is her first major event top 8. Yeah, it has to be. Really, really exciting. History and moments made abound by 2 people playing a deck they built together, both coasting into top 8 at 4 and 8 respectively, but they have 2 Bay, our feature match in quarterfinals, the king of the Constella Intelligence, the master of all wizards himself, piloting into the first seed.
Discords all over the place are going up in flames because this is a very diverse top 8. The only big bads that I really see are 1 copy of Florian, 1 copy of Gravy Bones, and of course, Lucas Oswald, the Mind Warper himself, piloting Arachne Marionette. Besides that, it's a lot of dark horses and upsets. Maybe Oscilio is not that crazy to see, especially because we have been talking about how baroque and he can be every now and then. The real question, though, for Thomas Averet is, can you deal with the pitch stack of Majin Bay, who did take down Damien Riggins in Swiss rounds?
In Swiss rounds with an absolutely unbelievable pitch stack. I caught the end of that game and wrote it down in my notepad like Randall from Recess, you know?
Okay, hit me.
His turn was... Start of his turn, 2 Sigil of Brilliance trigger, putting 2 extra cards in his hand. He plays Gone in a Flash, flickers it with Lightning Greaves activation, last Sigil of Brilliance in his deck, Blast to Oblivion, Lightning Press to flicker the Sigil, getting yet another card in hand with only 1 remaining in his deck. Plays Discharge, follows it up with Gone in a Flash, attacking for 7. Amulet of Echoes is activated. He discards 2 cards with the buffer he's created thanks to the Sigil of Sufferings, and then picks up the Gone in a Flash with an instant and closes the game with the last 2 cards in his hand and deck, a Glyph overlay for 15.
Damien Riggins rings the bell, but Majin Bay rings twice and gets himself a spot in the top 8 bracket. Not just any spot, first seed, mind you. And so we're going to see if we can see a master class put on during Swiss rounds repeated here in our quarterfinals matchup. That will be our feature match after a short break. And before we go there, let's take a look at our final standings. There are some incredible performances here on display at Calling Columbus. Not just in our top 8. Bird Cabrera, unfortunately, bubbling out at 9th. That is going to be a decision that I think will haunt her for a very long time. But Bird, you are number 1 in my heart, and I think a lot of folks at home. This is high-stakes Flesh and Blood that you have played for 2 days straight. And sometimes it's just one misstep that separates you from glory.
One misstep and exactly one place is always brutal to see it play out like that. And that's been the story for many of these 9-3 players. So many people just barely falling short. So many known names and frequenters of our featured match area, as well as first-timers Jared Contaldi, Noah Beygelman, Michael Fang, some of the greatest players in Flesh and Blood just barely falling short.
Eugene C as well, People's Hero, not able to get there. Brody Spurlock, Andrew Rothermel, Joshua Rath, who is unknown except to me, Peter
I know him.
Budensick. Do you really?
Yeah, we played at Worlds.
Josh is a freaking sweetheart, isn't he?
He's so sweet. We played one of the funniest games of Flesh and Blood of all time, where we were both XO end of CC round, so
That's
we were both
right, I remember this
4-0,
match, yeah.
and we both played quite sloppy. I left my Phoenix Flame in deck. He missed like 2 Dynamo triggers before I drew it, so it all came out in the wash. We had a good laugh about it. It was a great game.
Also on this board is Naib Mobasir, Emery Powell, who we saw on stream yesterday, also piloting that Pleiades fatigue deck. And unfortunately, our 100% converting Sir Bolton not able to slice his way to the top 8 with a Decimator Great Axe. No, it does seem that it's all about Miller's Grindstone right now when we're talking about fatigue. And then, unfortunately, we get to the end, our final standings. It's X and a lot at this point, but a lot of glorious stories over the course of the weekend, and there's still a couple more to tell, Elly.
About 3 more, I believe, Bryce.
About 3 more exactly, and so we're going to get to that in just a little bit. It is going to be more pitch stacks, perhaps, more attempts at fatigue, and of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. flash in the pan and a whimper for the Trikai of Blades, who descends away from the tournament now. But we've got top 8 competitors to show you. Mercy, welcome back to the booth. Are you ready for your first ever top 8 in the booth?
I am so ready for this top 8. We've got an amazing lineup and a lineup of heroes that I don't think that everyone was expecting. We've got 2 Fatigue Pleiades in the top 8 here.
All right, well, what do we have instead? Let's hit the button and talk about it. We've got the 2 Pleiades, 2 copies of Oscilio, Constellar Intelligence, and besides that, it's all unique heroes. Gotta draw our attention to the 3rd seed here, Nghia Tran, taking Katsu the Wanderer, which I feel like you basically called at the beginning of yesterday. Am I wrong about that? I feel like you mentioned it.
I might have mentioned he was on it. Nghia, of course, is a fearsome competitor. If anyone was going to take Katsu to top 8, it would be him. And of course, he's on the super interesting Edge of Bottom build, which you also mentioned yesterday.
That's very true. Yeah, okay. So together we have made ourselves a premonition that has definitely come true. Besides that, Nghia is also part of another of the 2 teams that we see represented here in the top 8. It's the Canadian Invasion, which has been terrorizing the north side of America pretty much every time we've had a tier 3 or above event. Michael Jaszczur, our reigning world champion, and Nghia Tran are trying to rob that trophy from the home soil of Columbus, Ohio, from a lot of other American flags that are on the other side of the bracket, well represented, just like the Canadians.
You know, I love seeing these Canadians here, though. As I mentioned, we have this rivalry, but it really is a privilege to have them. As I'm looking at this bracket, I'm thinking, gosh, who is going to take this down? And I have to say, my money, although it didn't start on Oscilio, I'm thinking Oscilio. What about you?
Yeah, 100%. I do tend to think that Damien Riggins is going to be able to run back another win against Michael Jaszczur. Sure, Michael now has 1 rep into this fearsome fatigue deck, but Damien just seems to have come with the 80 that has the game plan. Majin Bay, however, having been one to dethrone this fatigue Pleiades deck, not just any one of them, but the man who incepted it, who created it, who sallied it forth to this Calling Columbus event, is going to take on not 1, but likely 2 all the way into the semifinals. And then I do trust that he can get it done in the end.
I think so too. And you know, even on the other side of the bracket, that Oscilio has a pretty nice path to victory as well. So we may even see a double Oscilio finals.
Quite possible, unless, of course, Katsu or Marionette can kind of play with their food and get rid of Oscilio before he gets a Gone in a Flash combo online. We'll have to see. Time will tell, and the first chapter is right before us. So let's open your books, Mercy, to page 30. Here at Calling Columbus, and it is Majin Bay versus Thomas Averet. One of these players has been on stream this weekend. The other is brand new, but what isn't brand new is the 80 Broad, because Damien Riggins is piloting the same deck. If you want to go back and take a look at what we're working with, folks, don't do it right now, because you're going to get a lesson right before your very eyes.
Yeah, you know, one thing that's really interesting about this matchup is that Majin is packing those glyph overlays. I believe he is on 2 copies of that card, which means that he's got a little bit more high damage spell extension that he can use to close this game out. We saw it earlier. He resolved a glyph for 15 off of an absolutely bonkers turn. He doesn't have to resolve it for 15, but it sure is nice to do so. Instead, he can hope to set up these Sigil of Conductivities over the course of the game. They're never going to leave the field. And then he can pick his spot to basically resolve glyph to go over the top of Pleiades' potential 6 AB on board.
We've talked so many times this weekend about what Sigil of Conductivity offers Oscilio, and it's all that plus essentially just extra damage on a glyph overlay towards the end of the game, which is what makes it the de facto, in Majin Bay's eyes, anti-fatigue tool, and it could come into play here for sure. Majin Bay also, unlike some other Oscilio lists, is not running a full, shall we say, Cheerios build. Does have a couple pitch outlets in the form of Eclectic Magnetism and Null Shock, which makes it so that he can effectively pitch stack into the late game, something that he is known for doing since he was piloting Kano Drakai of Aether.
Yes, and we see Thomas gets down in the palm of your hand on the first turn, which is going to give him some advantage later.
It's a clash of bravado for Thomas Averet. If he wins, might be able to get rid of that Sigil of Brilliance, but no, Majin Bey has instant speed effects. We'll go ahead and play out the Lightning Press, targeting Blast to Oblivion, which then bounces Sigil of Brilliance back to the hand and saves that all-important resource for later. The clash is, of course, lost, but there are no more auras that Thomas Averet wants to destroy on his opponent's side of the board, so they're going to stick around.
Speaking of the clashes, this is a matchup that we can expect Oscilio to lose almost every single clash this game. Only very rarely he might hit a Gone Into Flash or a Blast to Oblivion on the top of his deck while Thomas hits a non-attack. But for the most part, Thomas has got to be feeling pretty comfortable swinging that Miller's Grindstone, doing these clashes. And of course, Clash of Bravado, a great tech piece to bring into this matchup when Oscilio has so many auras that he often wants to protect.
It's an activation of Volzar, the Lightning Rod, which is not free because there's no Sigil in the arena. So Majin Bey gets to start his pitch stack with a Sigil of Brilliance.
Yes, and we see Majin start pitch stacking with that Sigil of Brilliance going to the bottom. Because Oscilio can filter that deck, Oscilio can run through his deck very quickly between the filtering and the drawing effects, which means he can hit that second cycle relatively quickly and potentially execute an extremely explosive turn that relies on Sigil of Brilliances and Gone Into Flashes and even Blast to Oblivions to just draw many, many cards and hopefully send Gone Into Flash so many times that Pleiades cannot answer the damage.
And Majin Bey is filtering straight away. Sigil of Aether straight to the graveyard in favor of a yellow Blast to Oblivion that was on top of the deck. A bit of a clunker for Thomas Averet, who unfortunately just didn't have the resources to deploy his first copy of Righteous Cleansing, which is in the hand. If it was just another yellow instead of that in the palm of your hand, he could have sent that fearsome on-crush effect that we saw dismantle our reigning world champion just a couple streamed games ago. 4 damage comes across the line with Miller's Grindstone, and wow, it is a Burn Bear burned off the top by Thomas Averet after he reveals a blue disable.
You know, Burn Bear is a fascinating inclusion in this matchup. It is just a 6-power spell, which makes it fairly potent into decks that you're trying to go over the top for. In that way, it's good. But Majin might also be running more than 60 cards just in order to have a little bit more reach beyond the fatigue plan that Pleiades represents.
Electrostatic Discharge out of the hand from Majin Bey. And then a Flittering Charge to follow, which likely signals to Thomas Averet there might not be another attack coming after this, because this Flittering Charge will need to be given go again. It's a test of Iron Grip, though, and a tough smash up out of the hand of our Guardian Defender. 32 plays 36, and at this point, it's going to be a clash for the hand. The loser will discard a card, and right now, Majin Bey is likely to lose. It's Blast to Oblivion versus Tough Smash Up. So yes, another card discarded here after all is said and done, but first it's the matter of a toughness token. Thomas Averet, because he is winning the clash, will likely not put that card to the bottom, although he's thinking about it.
He might just be looking for something a little more potent as a threat. Oscilio, given that he does run so many instant cards and so many 2-blocks, he's not very good at blocking, which means if Pleiades is given space, she can send very large attacks that have the potential to disrupt Majin's turns.
So, it looks like Majin might have been holding priority there, wanting to play out the electromagnetic somersault before discarding the Test of Iron Grip, but I don't believe I've seen the discard as of yet. That's still got to resolve here because Thomas Averet is still absolutely winning this clash. And there it is. Blast to Oblivion discarded there to the test.
Yes, we've just seen another yellow Blast to Oblivion on top of the deck, and he's also holding this Etchings of Arcana, which represents the spell payoff this turn off of the Volzar amp. This is 6 Arcane. Arcanite Skullcap is not online, so Thomas only has access to 3 AB right now.
And thus adding another card to the pitch stack for Majin Bey. Now, Sigil of Brilliance and Flittering Charge once this turn is over. Potent combo already, but it's going to have to be more than that, ultimately, if Majin Bey wants to combo his way to a win here. And in the previous matches that we've seen this Pleiades on display, there hasn't been tall Arcane necessarily to answer. Michael Jaszczur, his Rune Chant stack was able to be shirked away by 1 piece of AB. In this case, Thomas Averet forced to put a lot a very different outfit on in order to combat the fatigue of Majin Bey. And one of the powers of Oscilio is that he does present both physical and arcane damage, which makes the choice of equipment so difficult to figure out. I think if you are planning to go long against Oscilio, this exact loadout is just about right. It's a total of AB3, perhaps even AB6 if you are below the Oscilio in life. And it's those tall arcane spells that could get Oscilio there in the end.
Yeah, Pleiades is definitely having to make some sacrifices here, right? She could be running even something like quick dodge flexors to try to be shoring up against these go wide turns. But I think the idea for Pleiades, if she's put the Amulet of Echoes in her deck, if Thomas has put them in his deck, then we're going to see those come down at some point, and the hope is probably to prevent those Gone in a Flash turns from going too wide, and so you'd really rather just have the Arcane Barrier to prevent those surge effects that are absolutely crucial to Majin's game plan, because as we saw, that Etchings of Arcana did not get to connect with the surge effect, and he did not get to recur an aura.
Current Funnel plus Aether Bindings of the Third Age cover up all of the damage from that Miller's Grindstone, so a card in deck still protected from Majin Bey. It's just going to be a Sigil of Lightning, a Sigil of Brilliance, and pass. Arsenaling, of course, before doing so for Mr. Majin Bey. It's over to Thomas Averet to see if he can do a little bit of major yuck with 5 cards, 1 in arsenal and 4 in hand, of course.
Yeah, this is Majin, giving a little bit of space, saying, I'm gonna set up a little bit, I'm gonna wait, because next turn is gonna be a little more explosive. Both of these sigils are gonna pop, so I'm gonna have an extra card. I'm gonna have an embodiment. I believe it's a Blast to Oblivion in Arsenal. So we're gonna see, maybe a little more of an explosive turn. He's taking this traditional on turn, off turn approach to the Fatigue Pleiades matchup for now, at least. And we also see those, he's got some high arcane damage spells in his hand. He's got those Comet Storm Shocks. He's got the Burn Bear. He's got another red Blast to Oblivion. So it's not necessarily a go wide hand, but it is a hand that can represent a fair amount of arcane damage.
Sigil of Solace from Thomas Averet gets him up to 36. It's okay if you don't convert the hand completely on offense, especially when you are fatigue slanted. And besides that, Thomas also establishing very important setup here. Amulet of Echoes, at least the first copy so far, brought out into the arena, not yet rung, of course, because that will require Majin Bey to have played 2 cards with the same name on the same turn. Majin Bey filtering out away one of those Comet Storm Shocks in favor of a Channel Lightning Valley, which is probably pretty good here because he really needs to send some tall arcane here.
One thing that's also very interesting here is that Majin has not established a permanent sigil, one of those sigil of conductivities, which means when both of these sigils expire on his turn, that Volzar will not be free, which means he is allowed to pitch into it, which can be actually quite a useful tool for Oscilio. 1, to pitch deck, 2, to be able to channel for those Channel Lightning Valleys. So I do wonder if there is an element to Majin, other than simply not seeing the sigil of conductivities yet, where he may want to be careful about when he chooses to deploy them.
Who's that card? What? Is that Command and Conquer Mercy? Oh, yes, it is. Brand new printing coming from Compendium of Wraith. And foretelling a little bit of shakeup in the lore. I do think that is a demon army being commanded at Solana. And so maybe we're going back to Monarch?
Maybe.
Flash of Brilliance here is absolutely massive. Comet Storm discarded in favor of picking up the Sigil of Brilliance. This is a once per turn effect, but one that has brought so many powerful players, many of the Wizard Council, over to the Oscilio camp. Embodiment of Lightning token generated in the cutest way possible.
And I do believe that bounce with the Flash of Brilliance has bought him a Gone in a Flash in his hand. The first one we've seen this game, because he's got that Embodiment of Lightning down, he is allowed to send that Gone in a Flash to start. He's probably just thinking about, would I like to deploy this Channel Lightning Valley? How likely it is that Thomas blocks this out and I'm able to use the Channel Lightning Valley to bounce the Gone in a Flash after damage because no damage has been dealt yet.
It's a curious situation here. Majin Bey does seem to be thumbing the Gone in a Flash. It's an important bit of sequencing. I think ultimately Oscilio is absolutely a combo deck, but it's an exercise in precise sequencing more than anything. That is the skill that you must develop in order to pilot it properly.
Yeah, the sequencing is very important. If you're not familiar with Gone in a Flash as a card, as soon as you play an instant on its chain link, you have the option to bounce it back to your hand or not. That means if you bounce it before damage, you do not deal that damage. And you cannot play another instant card to make up for your mistake because it's only the first time you play an instant on that chain link. It's very, very important to not get too overzealous with your instants. And it's a bit awkward with Channel Lightning Valley because traditionally you're hoping to connect with the first attack.
Tough smash up, giving a little bit of info to Majin Bay, who now knows that if he's able to resolve Channel Lightning Valley and also get the on-draw effect, he will be drawing yet another Channel Lightning Valley. And in this case, Thomas Averet very astutely only allowing one damage through, not blocking out completely this first Gone in a Flash because it insulates him from a Channel Lightning Valley trigger. Majin Bay still plays it out, though. He's kind of pigeonholed into it based on the way he's sequenced this turn. So Gone in a Flash back to the hand, and also a Blast to Oblivion and Sigil of Brilliance at the ready to be played.
Yes, that's very heads-up play from Thomas. I like that play a lot. Letting that first point of damage through is a really key thing in a lot of against Lightning heroes that are playing this Channel Lightning Valley. So it's a great heads-up play there because obviously Majin's a little disappointed there to not get the extra draw off of Channel Lightning Valley. But as you mentioned, kind of priced himself into playing it there. And we are just going to see a very large Burn Bear come across.
And it's not bad because Majin gets to add yet another Sigil of Brilliance to his pitch stack. So now, pitch stack reads Sigil of Brilliance, Flittering Charge, Blast to Oblivion, Sigil of Brilliance. Not necessarily in those order. I didn't see the order that he put them in at the end of the turn. And Majin Bay gets to cycle Channel Lightning Valley into the next turn thanks to that flow counter. And Thomas now has full steam ahead to threaten the arsenal with full information. Gone in a Flash is a known quantity there, and it's a pain point for Oscilio when you constantly throw Command and Conquer into my protected Gone in a Flash. And the blocking cards are simply not there. Can Majin Bay find them on the top of the deck? There's a 3 block. All right. 3 plus 2 plus 1 from the Lightning Greaves can protect this Gone in a Flash. But the rest of the hand, perhaps not super functional.
Yes, it is unfortunate also to be having to discard that blink. That's another one of those enablers for Gone in a Flash that can let you just squeeze more value out of it. But as we've seen, Majin's game plan is really more about setup here, trying to break past his opponent's defenses. His opponent is still sitting pretty comfortably at 30, hasn't gotten the skull cap block yet. He doesn't have a lot of armor to speak of otherwise, really just that skull cap and the tunic. So if Majin is able to send across a large Gone in a Flash turn, it will represent a lot of physical damage that Thomas may not be able to deal with if Amulet of Echoes isn't potent enough.
Toughness token pops here, but Majin Bay might just be going for a little bit of Arcane. Never mind, it is, of course, Gone in a Flash, which makes a lot of sense here because he's going to play an instant either way. You might as well go ahead and refresh the Gone in a Flash back into the arsenal if it's sitting there anyway. 1 counter on Volsar, the Lightning Rod, to represent 1 amp if it should be activated. It's 4 damage here, Majin Bay says it's so many dice. But ultimately, it's 1 less because you really are never pitching anything, so I don't know, cry a little bit less, Majin.
In this case, though, he does not have a sigil established, so this Volsar is not free. So I do wonder, he's likely going to end up pitching that other Channel Lightning Valley, or perhaps playing it, not here because we see a full block across the table, but otherwise it might be a potent play here.
It's an overblock a little bit for Thomas Averet, who puts a Fiddler's Green plus a 4 blocking Ripple away thanks to the toughness token generated by Tough Smash Up. Channel Lightning Valley is the card played out there. Majin not going to be sending any arcane damage, but instead just adding another card to the pitch stack and also flowing one of those Channel Lightning Valleys into the next turn. Arsenal pass for Mr. Bay. 27 plays 33, still in the favor of our superstar, who is sending yet another Miller's Grindstone. And now with the blocking equipment all but utilized for Majin Bay, it's going to be really tough to cover up breakpoints, so he would just rather not.
And it looks like Majin's got a pretty potent Gone in a Flash hand again. It looks like he's drawn another copy of Gone in a Flash, unless he's switched his arsenal. I might have missed that part.
I think you're right.
But the Electrostatic and the Sigil of Conductivity and a Sigil of Aether to round it out means that, 3 instants with a Gone in a Flash. You really do love to see that. It is a second copy of Gone in a Flash, though, which means that he will be able to end this chain if he so chooses to pop Lightning Greaves and get an action point here. He will be able to end the chain with one of those Gone in a Flashes and not have to bounce it, which represents another 4 he can push over.
Righteous Cleansing out of the hand, and then a Sink Below from the arsenal covers all of this damage up perfectly. No action point as of yet for Majin Bey, but he does play out a Sigil of Conductivity in order to bounce Gone in a Flash back to the hand. Volzar's up to 3, but likely not to be used here. It's just an activation of Volzar to get Gone in a Flash into the pitch stack. Now accompanying a Null Shock, 2 copies of Sigil of Brilliance, plus Blast to Oblivion and Flittering Charge. This is a pretty potent combo turn if Majin Bey is able to get back around to it.
It looks like he responded to his own Sigil coming down onto the playfield in order to be able to pitch that Gone in a Flash to the Volzar. So some very technical play there, because if the Sigil of Conductivity gets established, that Volzar becomes free. You can no longer get that pitch there. Very nice execution there.
It must also mean that Majin Bey is at least pretty darn happy with the pitch stack so far, because with that Sigil of Conductivity established, unless he bounces it something with Blast to Oblivion, he's lost his super easy pitch outlet in order to set up those late game plays.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, those Sigil of Conductivities are somewhat limiting in that regard. You do, of course, need them to enable these big glyph overlays, one of which we're seeing block now. So he's happy to give up one of them. Maybe he's thinking, I really only need one, and now is not the time.
It's lots of moving pieces if you want to go the distance as Oscilio. Sigil of Aether pops at the beginning of the action phase for Majin Bey. 1 arcane damage on the stack for Thomas Averet. A promise of more if he lets it through, and so I don't think he will. Yes, it is a pitch card drifting. No, but instead it's a Fiendel Spring Tunic activation and a Blast to Oblivion as a follow-up for Majin Bey, who still has a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal. Full block for Mr. Averet, who wins this clash on a tough smash-up, saving some value for later, and also gaining some on the close of this combat chain with Fiddler's Green. But it's a Lightning Press, which is ultimately just answered by the life gain of Fiddler's Green. Sigil of Conductivity back to the hand in the favor of a kitty-coded embodiment of Lightning, and I would think, yes, Sigil of Conductivity going to be played out once again.
That is the power of the Blast to Oblivions here. You know, you often think about it on the really high roll Oscilio turns where you're using it to get those Sigil of Brilliances back, but it's also just kind of your bread and butter for being able to get embodiments and start your turn with go again, rather than being priced into these single attacks or single spells.
So Majin Bey did draw up a combo turn that would work in any other situation. Had 4 instants in hand, one of which, of course, was a 0-cost shock. But in this case, he's got to do something better, ultimately, to go the distance against Fatigue. So instead, he gets rid of the electromagnetic somersault in favor of a Burn Bear on top of the deck. And so now it's just going to be electrostatic discharge into Gone in a Flash, likely bounced with the old Sigil of Brilliance.
This Burn Bear is also going to come across for quite a lot of damage if he's able to pitch into it. Notably, I love that Majin's being very patient here, right? As you mentioned, he had the hand that could work as a potential combo turn, but he's being very patient. He knows it's not good enough. He knows he has to wait for better.
If you're hearing the raucous attitude in the room, I do believe a cold foil scab skin leathers was just ripped in half. As is becoming tradition here, I don't know, for some reason at Flesh and Blood events. No, I'm just kidding, folks. Briar just won the Silver Age Battle Hardened, dethroning the big bad Runeblade of the Room chain.
You got me. I thought Eugene's not going to be happy about that.
I got to witness that at the World Championships in Philadelphia. It was absolutely heartbreaking for me personally. What you missed, folks, is a Burn Bear for a big bad. I want to say it was 8 or 9 when all... No, it must have been 9 because it was Sigil of Brilliance, Gone in a Flash, and Electrostatic Discharge played on that turn. So Majin Bey still with a Gone in a Flash and also doing some tall arcane against Thomas Averet. Gets his needle ever so closer to the finish line. 22 plays 26 now, and we're back on Majin Bey's turn, who starts this turn off with a Fry. One of those cards that I love for so many reasons. It facilitates the murder of allies against board state decks and also against Fatigue or mid-range long game players. It's just for value, ultimately.
Would you like some fries with that?
Yeah, 100% I would.
Yeah, Fry was a very interesting card also to think about in Aurora back in the day, but ultimately didn't make the cut in a lot of decks. I love to see its inclusion here where it's just a very a powerful kind of glue piece for the deck. As you mentioned, it is an ally clear. It's also a way to have action, not spend an action point to pump up that Volzar.
And so even though Majin Bey has established a sigil of conductivity, found one of those other critical pitch outlets, it's Null Shock, going to allow him to add yet another card to the pitch stack. Could in this case be that sigil of conductivity that is lying in wait in the hand, maybe to set up yet another big glyph overlay when all is said and done.
It is great to have that pitch outlet. I sometimes it is interesting also to consider the null part of Null Shock. It's not likely to be super relevant, but we see the 2B continue
Could
to come
happen
down,
here.
which could be responded to by the null. But let's decide if Majin thinks it's worth it or not.
Does look like he is passed right there, so to be continued once it is established on the board will no longer be nullable.
It looks like he's opting to keep that shock in hand. He says, it's not quite worth it here. I haven't played the Gone in a Flash quite yet, or I haven't gotten everything on this Volzar that I want to yet.
And here we go. It is Null Shock here. It's a waste of Amulet. Thomas Averet rings the bell, and Majin Bey can respond with Null Shock out of the hand by pitching Gone in a Flash. So not only is he using that pitch outlet to add yet another Gone in a Flash to the pitch deck, he also completely null and voids that Amulet of Echoes, which is brought in as a tech piece specifically for Oscilio.
And that's a skillful play around from Majin. You know, that's got to be brutal for Thomas, who was really hoping to use that amulet to protect him on a turn where Gone in a Flash is just going crazy. And, you know, Lightning Greaves are still up after all is said and done. We have half of Thomas's life total gone, and we haven't even really comboed.
And ultimately, Thomas was baited bigly because really he wasn't going to stem the bleeding on that turn. No, instead he was just trying to snipe the Gone in a Flash out of the hand, which is exactly what that card can do on some of these turn cycles. It requires both proficiency to play around and to play.
Yes, but Majin's happy to give up that Gone in a Flash. They're pitching it because he's got another one. He is just swimming in the Gone in a Flashes this game, and he's able to very quickly replace them when they're taken away, which is really, really important to be able to keep up this aggression that he's showing against the Pleiades.
Oh my gosh, and speaking of pitch outlets, Mercy, you can go ahead and play that. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. It's not quite right. He still can pitch a red and a blue in order to play that Comet Storm Shock, the Shock side only, but will not be able to resolve the Comet Storm side. But maybe Majin Bey's happy with that if he's able to add a Flittering Charge and a Blink to the pitch stack.
Yes, I think we're going to see that Blink come out here so that he has another extra point. He might just be looking to use the arcane damage side of the Comet Storm. Of course, notably, Thomas is lower life now, which means that Arcanite Skullcap AB3 is online. That means Thomas is going to be able to cover up more spell damage than he has been able to previously in this game.
Ultimately, all of it if Majin Bey decides to go ahead and send the Comet Storm end of that meld card. But he is posturing the Gone in a Flash back out of the hand, which does make me think that we're going to see a very expensive Shock finish up this turn.
I think we are going to see that, especially because there's obviously no go again here. It's far too late for any use of Lightning Greaves here. It wouldn't be the spot to use it. Yeah, we're seeing Majin sort of take his time again and just set up this pitch stack. He does have two Gone in a Flashes close to one another in the pitch stack, but we want to see more instants alongside those cards.
And what does Gone in a Flash like to be paired with it, Mercy? Definitely copies of Blink, which can extend combo turns just one chain link wider, which is really, really influential. But no, Majin Bey wants to keep the Blink around for later. Oh, I'm so sorry. Has already resolved it earlier in the turn. What else does Gone in a Flash like, Mercy? Comet Storm Shock.
There you
Excuse
go.
me, consigned to Cosmos Shock.
Yes, I believe
We got there.
I believe we've seen 2 blinks already hit the graveyard. It is great to pair with Gone in a Flash. It's not necessarily what you need on the combo turn, of course, because you're already getting those action points off of Graves. However, it can be extremely useful for going up on actions points and being able to send a spell in the middle of your turn, such as an Etchings of Arcana that can potentially buy you back a Sigil of Brilliance or something like that, which can extend your turn even further. So there are, a lot of super useful cases for Blink here.
To be continued has shored up a second point of damage and is now leaving the arena. So unfortunately not getting the maximum value that that card could offer, but instead it's just the block value on the bottom right. But Thomas Averet is still happy with what it was able to generate because, of course, a lot of the damage it was soaking up was more evasive arcane damage. Flittering Charge out of the arsenal for Majin Bey now.
Notably also, Majin kept that Gone in a Flash in hand. I think he is a little bit weary of potential arsenal disruption, right? He can't necessarily protect a Gone in a Flash that goes into his arsenal, and it's going to be a while before he sees another copy because he knows 2 are at the bottom, near the bottom of his deck, and he's already spent most of his armor, right? So a card like Command and Conquer coming at an opportune time for Thomas, that would be could be backbreaking for Majin.
It's important to mention that Majin Bey is definitely going to hit that pitch stack earlier than we would imagine, because at turn 11, and with the fact that he has activated Oscilio Constellate Intelligence probably 3 or 4 times this game, he will hit second cycle around turn 12, unless, of course, he's brought extra cards.
Oh, that's true. Oscilio always ends up moving so much faster than you expect in these games. I can't believe we're already at turn 11 here. This game has been a lot of back and forth, but there's also just been a lot of passing from the Oscilio side, sometimes keeping a card in hand, which is going to slow us down slightly on that, but not a terribly large amount.
It's second block of Arcanite Skullcap here. 3 damage converting to the face of Thomas Averet, perhaps hoping that Majin Bey will give this Flittering Charge go again, because there is a Test of Iron Grip in Thomas's hand.
And it's very likely that Majin does give this go again off of an instant in his hand, because he's got a lot of other cards in the hand. He'd probably like to convert. Volstar's already sitting at 3. So he can send that Etchings of Arcana in his hand for a larger amount if he wants to, or he might just be sending this Null Shock.
Does have the Fiendal Spring Tunic at the ready. Old Knocker is usually the de facto chest piece for Oscilio's Abound, but I really do like the fact that Fiendal Spring Tunic has come back in. It enables so many awesome play lines throughout the game for Oscilio. And yes, Majin Bey reaches for it here because he's going to be able to play out Null Shock to give Flittering Charge go again. And as you mentioned, Mercy, follow it up with a hefty Etchings of Arcana.
It looks like he changes his mind on that Tunic a little bit. I think he is thinking forward to his pitch deck, right? I think he's thinking about when is he going to need that, and he's going to need it before it's charged again, I think, if he's going to pull off the Lightning Grace turn that he wants to, which means that it can be quite pricey to use it right now, compared to pitching a card that maybe you really don't need on this turn because this isn't the turn that you're pushing a lot of damage.
There's a lot to consider for Majin Bey. It's not just this decision, it's 3 or 4 that come later. That's what makes a really good Wizard player, Mercy.
Yes, you have to think so far ahead, and you have to keep track of those cards in deck. As we've mentioned, he's got quite a Mind Palace going right now. Have you ever tried to construct a Mind Palace, Bryce?
No, I don't know. I know the efficacy of doing that, but I just can't get myself to do the whole burning chair nonsense. Or it's like imagery, right? You're supposed to categorize each of these cards based on an image that you can easily recall in your mind. Is that right?
I think that's one way you can do it. The other way is literally construct a palace or a house in your head, and the cards live behind different doors and rooms of that house. I know that's a popular trick for magicians too who rely on memory. But we are going to see this Etchings of Arcana come over for 7. Notably, Thomas Averet can cover 6 of this if he so chooses. He just needs to give 2 blues from the hand. He's got an amulet in his hand, though, and he might be thinking, I really need to establish this amulet before Majin has this crazy Gone in a Flash turn. So this is going to be a bit of a choice whether or not he can cover this and prevent that surge effect.
And that Amulet of Echoes becomes all the more important when Thomas Averet is sitting at 14 life. That is just not a difficult mountain to climb for an Oscilio with an average combo turn, let alone what Majin Bey has set up in the pitch stack.
And Thomas only has that amulet in hand as the blue. The other two are reds, which means that he's not going to be able to stop this surge, which means Majin gets to set up another sigil on the board, which is going to contribute to an even longer, scarier turn if we are getting back around to that pitch start next turn.
Very likely here. Thomas Averet able to stem the bleeding a little bit with a Sigil of Solace out of hand. Real quick, Mercy. We are hitting an unprecedented 3,000 viewers here at Calling Columbus. We are breaking records both in RTN attendance and stream viewership right now before your eyes. Thank you so much to all the 6,000 eyeballs and ear holes that are tuning in right now. Hope your watch party is going well, and thank you so much for sharing this momentous occasion, the sunsetting of a meta that perhaps has been terrorizing you or perhaps that you have loved. But this is the way to send it off in a completely and brand new fashion.
The people crave wizards and they crave Pleiades.
Is that right?
Well, they're brand new. It's so exciting to see this after, a very long and enjoyable meta of Gravy Bones and Syndra. It's so refreshing to see these heroes that have kind of been at the back of everyone's minds finally come to the forefront. And we have seen Thomas now establish this Amulet of Echoes, judging that to be more important than saving 3 life on the last turn because he knows this Gone in a Flash turn is coming and he's going to do all he can to stimmy the damage.
3 blocked out by 3. Fry versus Macho Grande. Goes the way of Thomas Averet. All that damage shored up. Majin Bey left with 3 blues in hand and a Gone in a Flash in arsenal, which is now on the combat chain. Volzar amped up to 2 at this point. Test of Iron Grip out of the hand for Thomas Averet. Up on a pedestal as well, going to fix this clash. I was waiting for the moment we got to see this. It's Thunderquake on top of the deck now. Anything that Majin Bey reveals here is going to lose to this Thunderquake, and Thomas Averet doesn't need to worry about revealing a non-attack. Majin Bey seems to be holding priority here.
Yeah, just an inkling.
I believe he just said he has an inkling that it's Gone in a Flash on top of the deck.
Or perhaps an inkling that he's going to lose this clash.
And he was right, as fate would have it. It is Sigil of Lightning on top of the deck. Majin Bey must lose it here or... Yeah, must lose the one in the hand because Test of Iron Grip, of course, targets the hand, not the top of the deck. Blink out of the hand, gets Gone in a Flash back to where it should be to be in the driver's seat, and also buys an action point for its troubles. And then Current Funnel, probably my favorite card in the Oscilio deck. It is so innocuous on its face, but action points are where we're starved in a lot of cases for Oscilio because the last action card played by Majin Bey was Lightning. Current Funnel is going to get Go Again and also give Go Again to the next action card played this turn, which happens to be Etchings of Arcana. Coming in for a whopping 7 Arcane here. We'll be able to fetch back a Sigil in the graveyard, and Sigils just happen to be instants, Mercy, which then allows Gone in a Flash to come back out and do even more damage on this turn and be protected for the following turn cycle.
And this is where you see that action point trickery just coming in beautifully because you get to play those wizard actions in the middle of your turn and it can extend your Gone in a Flash even further. And you know what? We still haven't even seen Greaves get popped.
So Thomas Averet sitting at 10 right here, and there is still dirty work to be done. But Amulet of Echoes finally can get some value here. The bell is rung. Ding, ding, ding. One of those Gone in a Flashes is in the graveyard finally. But Thomas Averet is sitting at 2. I don't even think the Mind Palace will be necessary here, possibly Mercy, because in the hand of Majin Bey is a Glyph Overlay with at least 2 sigils in which to work.
We have the sigils. We also have the Ether Bindings of the Third Age, which can represent additional amp if desired. Of course, here we only have the Sigil of Brilliance popping, so it's likely not... Oh, we are seeing the activation of that just to get that 1 extra amp, because as you mentioned, Thomas is at 2. All he needs to do is leak 2 over. It looks like Majin is going to be closing this game out.
And there's going to be a lot more value for that Aether Bindings of the Third Age, because 2 sigils are going to come out of the hand for Majin Bey, in addition to another card. Then it's Glyph Overlay, which will then bounce all of those sigils on the board, doubling the amp from not just the sigils leaving for Glyph Overlay, but also for Aether Bindings of the Third Age, bringing this to a whopping 11 arcane damage. Only 2 needs to leak through, and Thomas Averet can only block 6.
So let's recount, make sure we got this. These 3.
Okay, we're going to turn up the player audio because they're going to count all of this damage.
Right. What was this at?
I don't know.
Oh, that's
just for the purpose of
okay. So,
sure the
1, 2,
So
3.
we've got
and
1,
then,
2,
one
3
left, so
lightning
one,
cards
right?
played on
So
this turn.
that's,
So Volzar
6,
is
7,
represented properly. Aether Bindings of the Third Age popped there. Sigil of Brilliance left earlier, and then
saw Peter
it's an
in the
additional
back
1,
and,
2, 3, 4. So it is 5 total amp from Aether Bindings of the Third Age, and then also an additional 4 amp on top of Glyph Overlay. So it's 3 plus 3 into 6 plus
You have the Oasis.
4
going to play the Oasis.
plus an additional even more. Am I right? Oh, Aether Bindings won't trigger for the Glyph
Notably,
Overlay?
the Glyph Overlay is after the surge
Oh,
effect, so
man!
it doesn't get the
6.
amp from the
We
Aether
prevented
Bindings
4.
on the Glyph, but if he draws another spell, it is going to amp that spell as well because the Aether Bindings continues amping for the entire turn.
Okay, but Thomas
Not
does have a retort here. Oasis Respite, absolutely
cards.
massive here. In addition to Sigil of Solace, card drawn here is a Sigil of Brilliance. Unfortunately for Majin Bay, that Null Shock is still a little bit deeper in the deck, in addition to the Consigned to Cosmos Shock that was pitched even later than that. So it's 22 plays 4 now. Against all odds, Thomas Averet goes
would've gotten 1
up in
through,
life
right.
despite taking a whomping.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Majin was probably expecting to close that game out there, not probably expecting the Sigil of Solace plus the Oasis there. You know, we thought that was curtains, but Thomas had the answers. And now you see why Pleiades can beat these Oscilio decks because it has these answers and can extend the life total higher and higher.
And we have hit the pitch stack, ladies and gentlemen. Flittering Charge plus Sigil of Brilliance, another Sigil of Brilliance in the arsenal, and a Blast to Oblivion to pair with them. And now Majin Bay will have the opportunity to just continuously draw through that pitch stack. The next card of which is, of course, Gone in a Flash. So all Majin Bay has to do is draw once, and the combo turn is online.
We also have all 3 Sigil of Conductivities established at this point. We see the Sigil of Lightnings. However, both Glyph Overlays, assuming that Majin is only running 2, are out of the deck. We also have Aether Bindings gone. So these Sigil of Conductivities aren't necessarily important to the board state, but they sure do make an intimidating effect on your opponent.
Channel Lightning Valley is also there to draw a card. The issue, sticking point perhaps for Majin Bay, is that he will likely have to pay not just for the Lightning Greaves because Fyendal Spring Tunic is simply not online, but also he might have to pay for his arcane damage source if he's not able to draw all the way down to the Consigned to Cosmos Shock, which is exactly probably his pain point here. He's got to be very careful about which card he pitches because if he devotes the Null Shock, probably the best card to pitch in the hand, he might leave himself without a source of arcane damage to take advantage of the absolute monster of a Volzar activation he's going to be able to have this turn.
Yes, and what card is he sitting on Arsenal?
Okay.
Gone in a Flash.
Gone in a Flash, right. So we have a pretty potent turn here.
Oh, I'm
except
so
that-
sorry. It's Sigil of Brilliance. I'm so sorry. The top of the deck is Gone in a Flash.
Right. So we have we're very close to a combo here, and we might see it happen. You know, the Sigil of Lightning is breaking, leaving the embodiment open, which means we can send that Blast to Oblivion in our hand if we want to. We can potentially bounce the Sigil of Brilliance if we play it out first, if we decide to play that Null Shock. But as you mentioned, because it costs 1, it's a little bit expensive. We also could see him use the Blast to bounce a Sigil of Conductivity and give Go Again. But I don't think there's a lot of need for that this turn because we don't have the Gone in a
He
Flash.
seems to have victory in his sights. It's the quarterfinals at Calling Columbus. The, at least live most viewed calling in the history of Flesh and Blood. And this is exactly why, because sparks are flying. Blasting to oblivion is Majin Bay trying to close the door on this brand new Pleiades Superstar deck that just came out of the woodwork, thinking that it might be nice to test the waters. And, you know, they have some serious accolades among both Thomas Averet and Damien, who are just piloting this deck like absolute monsters. But Majin Bay is showing that wizards can still take down defensive postures. Embodiment of Lightning gives this Blast to Oblivion go again, and there's a Sigil of Brilliance established in the arena, which is definitely going to be getting bounced and also drawing a card for its troubles. Heart of Fiendal pitched here for Thomas Averet to play in the palm of your hand, which is going to gain a life and also draw a card. Only 3 cards with which to deal on an Oscilio combo turn is a rough place to be. Granted, they are all blue, so there is a lot of arcane damage that can be covered up here, but it's not just arcane that's going to be coming out of Oscilio.
Yes, and we don't have an amulet on the board. Both we have seen 2 amulets come out and both be used defensively earlier, understandably, because Thomas was already quite low off of the back of those Gone Into Flashes that did not need the aid of Lightning Greaves. But Majin's very low on cards. He's got to execute this coming turn perfectly to get this over the finish line.
Fiendal Spring Tunic plus Macho Grande blocked with there. Thomas Averet activates it before a combat chain could be closed to get an extra resource. Sigil of Brilliance out of the arsenal. Bounces Sigil of Brilliance thanks to Blast to Oblivion. The card drawn, yes, is Gone in a Flash. Combo turn could be online right here. Got to find the 0-cost shock that is just a couple cards away. Majin needs to continue drawing. He's got a Channel Lightning Valley out on the arena, but he's got to connect in order to get the draw a card clause.
I think we're going to see him send the Flittering Charge here, and then likely end up sending this this shock to perhaps get it going, or he might just be happy to say, you know what, I'll take my chances next turn. But I think it's likely that given that he's taken all these cards out of Thomas's hands, that he's just going to want to amp this Vulsar and send a whole chunk of Arcane at him.
Channel Lightning Valley finally finds the 0-cost shock, so now might be the time for Majin to hit the button. He could pitch away that null shock just to pop the Lightning Greaves and get this turn online. It would be a couple more Gons in a flash, and then, of course, some serious Arcane. No, instead, wants to send more Arcane damage. Sigil of Brilliance in the pitch zone. Ah, there we go. It's an activation of Lightning Greaves. Instead of Sigil of Brilliance, it is Null Shock coming out to do the instant side of this equation. Just 1 Arcane damage, because Majin Bay is certainly not going to amp with Vulsar as of yet. Lightning Greaves telegraphs the fact that there is more to come here. So it's going to be 2 action points when all is said and done for Majin Bay. 1 from the go again on Flittering Charge, 1 from the go again on Shock, and then, of course, Gone in a Flash out of the hand, which is definitely going to be played a second time after Consigned to Cosmos. Shock bounces it once again. Here comes Gone in a Flash, down to 1 action point. It's 4 physical on the combat chain. Thomas must answer with the last card in his hand. 1 more damage. Thomas Averet down to 3. Consigned to Cosmos. Shock up to 7 amp, and that is it. 8 arcane damage closes this one out. Quarterfinals goes to Majin Bay and Oscilio Constella Intelligence, who waited so patiently using pitch outlets in order to set up the kill shot, and honestly, didn't even need to be that big in the end.
No, he got Thomas so low over the course of that game, and really was just kind of using that pitch stack, which wasn't even, that many cards. In all, he pitched, 8 cards that game, maybe 7, and he gets back around to it so quickly, as we saw, turn 12, and then he's able to just use that to just blow way past Thomas's defenses. I think he went overkill even, Bryce.
It was clean play through and through for Majin Bay, not just in the combo turn, not just in the pitch stack, but also in the diligent play all the way throughout, baiting out Amulet of Echoes here, forcing it once again when some value could finally be gained by Thomas. This guy knows how to play Wizard, and honestly, I'm only more convinced that he's taken this one down.
Yeah, I could for sure see Majin taking this one on Oscilio. He's blasting his opponents to oblivion, and then he's probably going to get blasted too.
100%. The top 8 bracket has been updated, folks. Let's see what happened on the other side. Oh, Michael Jaszczur takes out Pleiades. Damien Riggins in the in the rematch, unable to close the door on the Rotwood Harbinger. Looks like Michael learned a thing or two on stream earlier today. So now all of a sudden it's Majin Bey versus Michael Jaszczur, which ultimately is still favoring him on this side of the bracket. If there's one thing that Oscilio came to prey on this weekend, it is Earth Heroes. But Michael Jaszczur definitely has the zero cost and the Channel Mount Heroics to make that a little bit more difficult. On the other side, Lucas Oswald takes out Nghia Tran. Unfortunately, the Wanderer just can't wander into the semifinals. Meanwhile, Jeremy Chen takes out William Pistol on Gravy Bones. Unfortunately, the chums weren't there when they were needed.
They weren't. You know, interestingly, this Florian Oscilio matchup, it definitely can go either way. You know, Oscilio might be a little bit favored, but as you mentioned, Florian has those aggressive tilting cards and can just blow Oscilio away before he finds those essential pieces.
Well, this is going on right before our very eyes, calling Columbus. But as promised, the OP season for Flesh and Blood keeps on rolling with more events, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, a boosted up prize pool from the World Tour of 2025. It's $2 million USD total across 36 pro-level events. Mercy, you got your eyes on any of the upcomers?
You know, the only one on this screen that I might make an appearance at is maybe Shanghai, if I'm able to make it out there. I've got a pretty busy schedule ahead of me, but I'm going to be watching from home and loving the casting on these upcoming battle hardens and callings. You know, especially with Elly Bird casting Montreal. I hear she's pretty good.
Yeah, she's all right. She's been milling around this room a little bit. I don't know what she's doing here, honestly, but I am happy that she's around. The upcoming streams, ladies and gentlemen, are at the bottom left of your screen. That's World Premiere London, February 6th to 8th. Calling San Diego, 13th to the 15th of February, which is going to be featuring Silver Age in a calling. In addition to, as you mentioned already, Mercy, calling Montreal, World Tour Montreal. One of those events that's featured there is, of course, the calling, which is going to be classic constructed, but also there's an interesting word that I see on this screen, Mercy, Showdown. Have you heard of these?
Showdown? What's that, Bryce?
Well, Showdown is a brand new type of tournament organization brought to you by the Flesh and Blood World Tour. It's always going to feature Silver Age, and it's always going to be packaged in at these World Tour event stops with callings. So you can look forward to that. Battle Hardened is being sunsetted alongside this really long-standing meta, but you can look forward to Showdowns taking their place and adding a little bit of equity in the prize pool and also in terms of qualifications for Tier 4 events.
I'm absolutely loving these changes. I'm really looking forward to these showdowns and playing my first one eventually after I scrub out of a calling.
All right, 100%. Well, I will not wish that upon you. Instead, I would much rather build foil, full art, Marvel, quick dodge flexors, but you can't win this one, Mercy. Unfortunately, you are in the pundit's chair, not in the players, so you're just going to have to watch with me, with bated breath, as we take down the finals here at Calling Columbus. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, of course, Majin Bey versus Michael Jaszczur after this. Things are definitely heating up at the Calling Columbus. Bryce Platz with Mercy Bickell. Mercy, this is a little weird. Why don't we get on the same side in order to round out the semifinals and, of course, the updated top 8 bracket? Is there anything that could top that match that we just saw, Mercy?
You know, if there is something that could top it, I do believe in Majin versus Michael. These are two incredibly skilled competitors. Majin, the U.S. national champion, and a U.S. the world champion competitor, and Michael, the definitive world champion from 2025.
So can the U.S. beat not only Canada, but ultimately the world? Majin Bey did attempt to do that in Philadelphia, did make top 8 at that really amazing event. One that, Mercy, I think you have a little bit of experience in.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, don't be modest right now. Okay, the person sitting next to me made the finals at the World Championships in Osaka in 2024. So you've been on a much bigger stage, Mercy, but do you have any insight into the nerves, the tension that must be mounting in both of these players' hearts?
You know, both of these players, as we mentioned, are experienced. So I imagine, you know, it's not completely new to them. I'm sure they have ways that they keep it under wraps. But, you know, it's always nerve-wracking to sit down. It's just once you start playing those cards, it's like you're at an armory again sometimes. And you just kind of, you know, you get into your rhythm. You get comfortable with it.
Well, let's see if Majin Bey and Michael Jaszczur can get on the bicycle and let experience and also their instincts take the wheel. It's Calling Columbus, the second to last match that we're going to show you folks. Majin Bey on the left side of your screen putting on a masterclass on Oscilio Constella Intelligence, who chooses second going into Michael Jaszczur's Florian Rotwood Harbinger. It's 40 plays 36, and Michael is going to have to put his pedal to the metal, something that Majin Bey might not be expecting based on his choice of chess slots. I do know firsthand, though, that Florian can absolutely run away with offensive overlap when you resolve several copies of Channel Mount Heroic and get them into multiple turn cycles.
You know, I do like the choice of Phantom Spring Tunic here, though. Unless you're playing against an extremely aggressive tilted deck, you're usually going to be able to get that to its third counter before you're facing down death, particularly against Florian, who, while you mentioned, does have these Channel Mount Heroics. It would take a pretty Herculean effort to be able to be threatening Majin before he's able to get that counter.
That's weird. Maybe I put too much milk in my Oscilio deck. It's an activation of Oscilio Constella Intelligence, Channel Lightning Valley found on the top of the deck in exchange for a blink, which Channel Lightning Valley is one heck of a card in general, but if you get to establish it on turn 0 and also give that eyebrow to the world champion as you pass priority back over to him, it's worth its weight in gold.
And I think that you see this is one of the advantages of choosing second in this matchup, right? You get to establish that Channel Lightning Valley, but you don't have to channel it because it's not your turn. You can also end up establishing other sigils, but you can get punished by your opponent saying, all right, I know your hand size is smaller now. I'm just going to attack you, which is what we're seeing Michael do now.
It's a delayed creeping play, as Elly Bird would say. Activation of Grasp of the Arcanite generates only one Rune Chant token here because this game is still young. Swarming Gloomveil blocked out by Current Funnel and a Reaping Blade to follow, which, as we have covered, if you weren't here earlier, is made of the spine of a squirrel featured on Fruits of the Forest.
You know, I really think if it were made of a squirrel spine, you'd be holding something like the size of a hammer, and I just don't think Florian is that scary with a tiny squirrel spine in his hands.
Well, little known fact, this it's a bit of a misnomer in terms of the art. That is actually only 2 inches long. So Florian really isn't that scary when all things come down to it. Don't be scared, ladies and gentlemen. Majin Bey certainly isn't, who sits at 32, 1 counter on Fiendo Spring Tunic, finally getting to have his say. And it's a Flittering Charge out of the hand. Channel Lightning Valley threatening the draw of a card upon the first connection of damage. And in the hand for Michael Jaszczur is the first copy of Felling of the Crown and a couple other 3-blocks.
Yes, and Majin elected to keep that electromagnetic spectrum. You know, he could have blocked the Reaping Blade last turn with the Flittering, plus the electromagnetic spectrum, even to pull it back if he wanted, but he chooses to keep it because it is such a strong combination. You can use that electromagnetic spectrum to go again to the Flittering Charge and pull it back into your hand.
One of the best pairings for that gymnastic card, except, of course, when you're talking about doing a combo turn with Blast to Oblivion and Sigil of Brilliance. Card drawn there. Michael Jaszczur gets maximum disrespect here as Electromagnetic Somersault gives go again in the damage step and also going to bounce Flittering Charge back to the hand. Majin Bey does a little bit of shortcutting and leaves it out on the arena, but this is the second time in a row that it is swinging. Majin now has plenty of instants in the hand to both give it go again once again and send some mean arcane when all is said and done. There's a 0-cost shock in the hand. That would be, of course, consigned to Cosmos Shock. And Michael Jaszczur, really quick, reminds Majin Bey that the Sigil of Aether is not indeed a lightning card and will not contribute to the amp of Volta the Lightning Rod as it comes down.
I think I had to have 3 opponents tell me that's not a lightning card this weekend. Very understandable mistake because it looks so lightning-y. Notably, on Michael's side, he has found an Amulet of Echoes in his hand, so he's going to be able to establish that quite early in this game, and that's going to do a lot to protect him from the Gone in a Flash combo.
So now, Blast to Oblivion on the combat chain. Majin Bey, with a 0-cost shock in hand, will have the opportunity to bounce an aura back to its owner's hand. And honestly, Mercy, I am looking at that Channel Lightning Valley, which will definitely not flow into the next turn cycle unless Majin Bey is able to park it in the arsenal. The chosen card, though,
It will be that Channel Lightning Valley. As you mentioned, he's going to be able to park that in the arsenal and use it to draw another card next turn, which is quite valuable. Over on Michael's side, it's it's notable that he found the Earth card to block with because that will represent being able to decompose this Felling of a Crown. Felling of the Crown, the first one we've seen, although it will only be for 4, it's very, very important to get those decomposes down so that you can make your way towards being online and taking cards out of Oscilio's hand.
But that's not even the scariest thing that Michael is doing on this turn. No, first he's going to establish an Amulet of Echoes. Majin Bey is going to have to contend with the bells in this game, which is not necessarily a foregone conclusion. Of course, tech cards are great, but you got to see them in the matchup when it matters. Michael finding it early is definitely a boon to him in this case. Perhaps stems the sadness at using your first decompose on a Felling of the Crown that is not completely powered up. Majin Bey, before bottoming a card, does activate Oscilio, finds a Sigil of Lightning on top of the deck. Not going to be able to do much blocking on this turn. Does have a Mind Warp, Blast to Oblivion, Blink, and Sigil of Lightning.
Now that we've we're seeing that Mind Warp in Majin's hand, let's take a look at Michael's choice of equipment for this boost. That'll give him AB1, and then we've got the amazing Dyadic Carapace, which is going to allow him to block up to 3 physical damage, but also offers Arcane Barrier 2. So that's going to help him cover these spells like Mind Warp that are can be so punishing if you're not able to stop the surge effect.
Does force Majin Bey to think twice about his surges. Michael Jaszczur thinking twice about the length of the straps on his hoodie while he waits for Majin Bey to make a decision. I gotta note, Michael's visage is so wild to me. He never seems flapped. This man is unflappable, even when he's winning.
I think being unflappable is definitely an underrated skill when it comes to performing highly at Flesh and Blood. You really have to keep your wits about you, even if things are not going your way, which, we saw with the Bird Cabrera versus Michael Jaszczur game earlier. You just have to shake off those mistakes and keep going because they are recoverable a lot of the time. So Michael being unflappable, a big skill, and I'm sure something that contributed to him winning Worlds.
Sigil of Aether attempts to leave the arena, but Majin Bey says, hold priority, and plays out Channel Lightning Valley first because, of course, he needs to be able to draw the card if Michael Jaszczur goes ahead and accepts that arcane damage. The follow-up is Blast to Oblivion in the yellow, threatening to bounce Channel Lightning Valley once again. Gets maximum respect from Michael Jaszczur with a Germinate on the combat chain, doing some blocking duty. So this one blocked out in its entirety, but a Blink is going to have something to say about it, and it bounces the Channel Lightning Valley once again, which is still live, mind you, in case Majin wants to play it as a combat trick. And the follow-up here is Mind Warp, but unfortunately, Channel Lightning Valley can't be played here. There are no sigils left in the arena, but Majin's not too sad about sending Mind Warp for a big bad 6, which cannot be covered up by the AB3 in the equipment suite.
No, it can't be covered up. That means that Surge Effect is going to connect, and Michael's going to get a brand new hand minus a card. So Michael doesn't know what cards he's going to have. He doesn't know if he's going to be able to convert the 3 cards that he's drawing.
I may have made us.
And down to 21 goes Michael. Majin says, I may have made a mistake. What do you think it could be?
Yep, and you have a second before I drop.
I'm not quite sure. You know, sometimes also players are very critical of themselves. It could be that, you know, it was a relatively small mistake, but I didn't see an obvious one.
It's Michael Jaszczur. Once again, time and time again, probably the 1,067th time that he's done it this weekend. Grasp of the Arknight, Squirrel Spine. Lightning Greaves is going to be blocked with here. Could mean that Majin Bey wants to hit the button sooner than later. The other indication is the fact that Fiendel's Spring Tunic is about to be online and ready to convert for a free resource. In the hand is no Gone in a Flash, though, so it's not happening yet. But Majin Bey smells a combo in the air. The lightning is coalescing. The air is static. And a Blast to Oblivion is on the combat chain paired with a Channel Lightning Valley. 3 damage so far. Michael Jaszczur does have some 3 blocks. One of them, Arcane Seed's Life, which is doing blocking duty here.
Yes, and it's important he fills up that grave again. Notably, he's only got 2 Earth cards in grave right now. This is going to be his 3rd, which does allow him, you know, to have his next Decompose be online, and he will be able to follow the 2-3-3 pattern if he so desires, potentially.
Is this calculated correctly? Hold on. We played Channel Lightning Valley, Blast to Oblivion, and Shock. This should only be coming in for 4, unless my math is incorrect, Mercy?
Channel
Maybe he's shortcutting here, and he bounced Channel Lightning Valley and played it in response. Maybe that's what happened.
I think you're correct, because
Okay.
that is a neat play just to get that extra amp on Volzar.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense, especially because Channel Lightning Valley, either way, is going to be flowed into the next turn thanks to the Consigned to Cosmos Shock that paid for the Null Shock. And now, in the arsenal for Majin Bey is a Sigil of Conductivity, which is normally, like we saw in Pleiades Superstar, a guarantee that your Volzars are going to be free for the remainder of the game. In this case, Michael Jaszczur, like he's doing right now, does make a lot of arcane damage-dealing rune chants. So, Sigil of Conductivity is still useful because, of course, every time it leaves the arena, it will leave behind an embodiment of Lightning Token, which is so important for enabling certain cards like, I don't know, Gone in a Flash.
Yes, it is important for sure. Majin's going to have to be more careful about when he plays it, though, because as you mentioned, he's not going to have that free Volzar the whole game. You know, Michael's probably going to be doing his darndest to clear those away, especially if Majin's already established an embodiment of lightning and can't use the second embodiment that's created.
And especially if Michael Jaszczur has established an Amulet of Echoes, which can play havoc on these, not just the combo turn, but even just your bread and butter Gone in a Flash turns. If you find something like a Blink to pair with it, you would love to send it twice, but you are consigning it to the graveyard because the bell cometh, and the bell toll when you least expect it.
And Majin chooses to establish the Sigil of Lightning on Michael's turn so that it does pop at the beginning of his own turn, create that embodiment so that he'll have the go again on this Gone in a Flash. He has other instances in hand or he has a Sigil of Lightning that he can use to bring this back as well. So again, just getting that value. You know, when we saw Majin fighting Pleiades, it went very low. You know, deck life went quite low for both players. Here we already see both players sitting at life parity at 17. So this game is going, you know, relatively quicker. Florian is not able to cover up quite as much damage and is looking to send back more damage of his own.
Now, normally, I would say a game where both players are walking their life totals down together, that it would favor the Earth hero. Do you think that's the case here?
I don't think so, because Oscilio has such explosive potential. Because he's got this explosive potential, the Earth Hero, walking that life total down also means the threshold that the combo needs to meet is much, much lower, right? And it can surprise Michael. He is relying on that amulet to stop a Gone in a Flash turn in its tracks, but it's not always enough. Sometimes you have drawn enough extra cards off of these Sigil of Brilliances and Channel Lightning Valleys that you're not particularly bothered to discard 2 cards.
Yikes, Mercy. It is 2 Gones in a Flash in hand, and Majin Bay is incredibly impressed by the drip of Michael Jaszczur, who has the ultimate rarity Ravenous Rabble, but unfortunately still comes in for 2 when you reveal a blue on the top. I did want to mention, though, Majin Bay has drawn 2 copies of Gone in a Flash and, of course, plunked 1 in Arsenal. So he's going to have to let 1 go to this Plow Under, but might be able to bait out the Amulet of Echoes in a certain respect on this.
A little bit maybe okay losing that Gone in a Flash from Arsenal because you still have the 2 in hand. Especially if you are worried about being able to get back around to the Gone in a Flash, right? When you have all 3 kind of there, you've got to keep 1 around, and that can get disrupted by these Plow Unders that send it back to the bottom of deck and can kind of extend the amount of time that Michael has to establish more pieces like Amulet of Echoes, have more time to get online and to threaten Oscilio's life total, which is not particularly healthy.
And now, it may not look like it, folks, but there is a combo potential in this hand. Flash of Brilliance could, of course, bounce Sigil of Conductivity after discarding 1 of those Gones in a Flash out of the hand of Majin Bay. The thing that keeps him from doing it, though, is, of course, the Amulet of Echoes that we have mentioned over and over and over and over again, which I'm mentioning it 1 more time.
Yes, if he has to discard that Gone in a Flash, that would leave the final Gone in a Flash in his hand and another one at the bottom of his deck. It's a bit scary given that Amulet could force that to be discarded. Whereas maybe he's able to set up a turn where he sort of asks Michael, proposes that he use the Amulet of Echoes and is possibly able to hold on to another Gone in a Flash that Michael doesn't know about. It kind of depends on how he plays the hand, though, right? He's got to be able to have 3 cards in hand or a Gone in a Flash on the chain with an instant to pull it back if he wants to hold on to at least 1 copy of that card.
It is a really tricky turn cycle for Majin Bay because, of course, if he uses the 1 instant that he can to pull Gone in a Flash back to the hand, it is Electrostatic Discharge, which means that he would lose a little bit of value on the Gone in a Flash to follow if he just doesn't follow up with it. If he does, though, it means Amulet of Echoes is live, and he's probably going to lose the Gone in a Flash anyway. So in this case, Electrostatic Discharge bounces Gone in a Flash back to the hand, and I do think, oh no, it is a Gone in a Flash back out of the hand, and also a Lightning Greaves cashed in. I completely missed that, Mercy.
Yes, and we've also seen the Gone in a Flash hit Graveyard.
That was for the Face Purgatory, which is now blocked with by Michael Jaszczur.
Yeah, so Majin's saying, it's okay. I'm okay to lose this. The amulet is activated, but since Gone in a Flash is already out, there it can't be discarded, but it also can't be bounced, which means the only Gone in a Flash left in Majin's deck is currently at the bottom.
And also this one is, going to the graveyard. I wonder why Lightning Greaves was the move here. Yes, Majin Bay could have gone for the Mind Warp at the end, but he had to have imagined that Michael was going to pop that Amulet of Echoes straight away once the second Gone in a Flash came down.
I wonder if he just forgot that it was there. Sometimes, these board states fill up so much that they just sort of, you just sort of glaze over them when you're looking at your opponent.
It's another blink in the graveyard for Majin Bay. Traded in for a Fry off the top of the deck. So now this hand is going to convert for a little bit of damage, but there is no source of arcane damage, unfortunately, which is exactly what Majin Bay needs to close this gap. And honestly, up until that last turn cycle, I really thought he was in the driver's seat.
Yeah. And, we talked about being unflappable and that being a skill in this game. I'm sure Majin is trying to just shake it off and play the hands that he's got now, right? he does have hands that are able to convert like these hands with the fries. He does have other attack action cards other than Gone in a Flash, so he can convert for some damage. And Michael have gotten quite low. So there is a potential for Majin to still, have a relatively wide turn off the back of flittering charges, fries, and still be able to end with a large spell off of Volzar. But yeah, that's got to be a rough one. I have to imagine he simply forgot about Amulet.
Mercy, I have heard about poker faces, but how about poker speech? Majin Bey literally just said, "Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs" to his opponent. And so I think he's seeing that the writing is on the wall, and he might have made a mistakey.
I say that. I don't say it to my opponents, but I say it.
That's a sign of massive intellect because my almost 2-year-old son still can't say "uh-oh, SpaghettiO." We're working on it.
He'll get there.
100%. I am his father after all. It's going to be simple words.
Spaghetti.
4 damage finds home. Majin Bey now down to 5 to Michael Yasher's 7. This is a very close game, and Majin Bey is left without boots. At least he didn't die with them on.
And we talked about him still being able to convert hands. You can end up in situations where without Gone in a Flash, you simply don't have a way to use your cards. But in this case, it looks like he's going to be able to convert because he's found a flittering charge alongside an instant and the etchings of Arcana. At the very least, though, he always has Comet Storm Shock if he would like to cast that, although it is quite expensive with an all-red hand.
Majin Bey says, "Oh no, can't help but emote here when Arcane Seed's life is the follow-up. Majin does not have a blue to cover up cleanly these rune chants, and there's the small matter of not having a B anymore now that Lightning Greaves are gone. So these two are definitely going to connect. Majin Bey at an effective 3 now with a Rune Rager Swarm still to answer. I'm so sorry, he's at an effective 4 because, of course, Sigil of Conductivity has the keyword Arcane Shelter.
Yes. And Majin, he's got to know he's on a clock now. These rune chants are just going to be coming across, every turn that Michael's able to keep a card, he can at the very least send that bread and butter greeping. And Majin's not going to be able to stop a whole lot of that.
Also in the hand of Michael Yasher is a copy of Outed. He definitely brought the 0-cost attacks. He just hasn't really seen them up until this point. But this is when it's going to hurt most because it's going to be 3 into 3 into Reaping Blade for 3. And that is a quite large mountain for Oscilio to climb when it comes to block values. Yes, he's got him in the hand, but what will it do on offense if a couple of cards are stripped away from it?
This embodiment for Majin off the back of that Sigil of Conductivity also might be pretty decent here because that Electrostatic Discharge is going to buff the next attack action card. However, you really don't want to be spending that on giving Flittering Charge go again because it is the only attack in your hand. Of course, now we also see the Sigil of Brilliance in Arsenal. So Majin is able here to potentially, play out that Sigil of Brilliance, and then he can send Flittering Charge with Natural Go again off of that embodiment.
Instead, it is a block of Flash of Brilliance. Majin Bey wants to cycle one of these lightning cards out of the hand in order to not only bounce Sigil of Brilliance, but also draw another card. Electrostatic Discharge is the chosen one to go to the graveyard. Card found is a Fry.
And Fry, it's a decent card to see here because it does have that natural go again, and you really just want to be able to convert your hand. But notably, Volzar is no longer free either. Although we do have the Sigil of Brilliance in the hand, so unless Majin elects to play it on Michael's turn, he could play that and discount Volzar on his own turn.
The tricky bit here for Majin is definitely just surviving the turn, because ultimately he's going to have to give one of these 3 blocks right here and then another 3 on the next chain link, which does mean he will likely lose his Etchings of Arcana, or instead might be posturing to throw the Flittering Charge down instead and keep the Comet Storm. It's an Oscilio activation first. Going to see if you can find some more block value. And yes, it's another 3 block in the hand and also another source of arcane damage. So even if Majin Bey gives up both the Etchings of Arcana and the Comet Storm Shock, he can still do some arcane damage sniping.
Yes, and Majin, though, Majin's sitting at 2. That means the next 2 rune chants that come in, unless Majin finds the Sigil of Conductivity, they are going to end this game for him, which means he knows he has to find it right now.
Oh my gosh, and I completely forgot that Grasp of the Arcanite hadn't been activated yet this turn. It was an Arcane Seeds Life that generated the 2 rune chants at the beginning of the turn. So insult to injury, Majin Bey now down to 1, can survive this turn cycle. But yes, it is a complete kill shot if Michael is able to generate another rune chant on his next turn. But if there's one thing wizards like to do, it's kill you on your own turn. So Majin just has to get himself into kill range with an instant speed shock by the time his affirmative turn is over. Then he can respond to the Grasp of the Arcanite trigger, or heck, even the rune chant before it deals arcane damage, and perhaps, maybe, send Michael Jaszczur into the Rotwood, into the cycle of decay part of Florian's vibe.
This turn, we're going to see that flittering charge with the Go Again off the embodiment into the Fry, likely into the etchings, buffed by Volzar for just 2.
Unfortunately, no more sigils in the hand.
Oh,
Majin
no
Bey
sigils.
did have to cycle away the Sigil of Brilliance just to live, so it's Flittering Charge followed up by a Fry. Just going for a maximum value turn here. It's going to be a 3 additional arcane damage, trying to buy as many cards out of the hand of Michael Jaszczur as possible. Michael knows that all he has to do is present 1 blue, though, in order to make it so that Majin Bey will cry and potentially die. 6 arcane damage is not going to get done at instant speed on this turn. There's not enough lightning instance. The shock is there, but unfortunately it's a whopping 2 cost, and there are no lightning cards in the hand to pair with it and amp up with Volzar. It's gonna be curtains for the Wizard Master. Michael Jaszczur against all odds. I think he sees the writing on the wall. His hand is over his mouth, and unfortunately that is just it. Majin Bey can't close it out against the Earth stalwart Michael Jaszczur, who is looking absolutely unstoppable on this deck. After banishing his demons, Damien Riggins on Pleiades Superstar in the quarterfinals. Can anything stop this man?
You know, if anything can stop it, perhaps it's another Oscilio, maybe on the other side of the bracket, although I don't know if we have the result of that game quite yet. But regardless, you know, a wonderful play from both players. I do think that Amulet surprised Majin a little bit and might have spelled the end of that game from a pretty commanding position. And, you know, sometimes that happens, and sometimes it can be very hard to play around these effects that are just on board all the time.
You know, Mercy, I hate spoiling surprises, but I do have an updated bracket for you. If you want to know right now if Michael Jaszczur is going to have to deal with yet another Constellate Intelligence in the finals, would you like to find out?
I would like to find out.
I would rather talk about what we had for lunch, but here it is right before us. Michael Jaszczur is going to have to take on Lucas Oswald, Mr. Mind Warp, even though he is not piloting a wizard here. It's Arachne Marionette versus Florian Rotwood Harbinger. So ultimately, after all is said and done, after a completely diverse bracket, the meta bad boys still find their way to the finals. It's not going to be a dark horse today. It's not Oscilio's day once again. Man, I swear he's going to win a calling one of these days.
Maybe one day, but 2 top 4s, not bad either.
Ladies and gentlemen, this just in from the producer booth. Florian Rotwood Harbinger has won enough RTN events to make it so that if Michael Jaszczur is able to take this one down, he's gone. Into the hallowed halls of Living Legend. It's not just the 50 Living Legend points that Florian has won potentially here at Calling Columbus, but also an additional 30 and change that will put him out of Classic Constructed contention. Now, Mercy, I told you I didn't like spoiling surprises. I do like spoiling absolutely never before seen brand new-ish kind of cards from the world of Flesh and Blood that look a little bit different, but you might have seen before.
Adventure, freedom. There is no higher calling than your hunger for gold.
Okay, yeah, we called it. If it's going to be another generic gem, it has to be this one. Riches of Tropeldani, perhaps the most influential gem in the game of Flesh and Blood. maybe arguably against Eye of Ophidia. Where do you stand on that, Mercy?
I love Riches of Tropodani. It is such a powerful card. There's so many heroes that would love to take advantage of that gold. You know, even Rhinar, we saw Eugene running this card earlier. It's just so potent to be able to set a gold down. So I'm a huge fan of this reprint. I know a lot of people have been trying to get their hands on one.
Shout out to Mario Webisano for this brand new look at the fabled land of Tropodani. Riches abound, but so inaccessible, especially to the shipwrecked looter that has been trying to find his way, chart a course there with his undead allies for so long, even before he was an undead. But the Compass of Sunken Depths have not allowed him to access all of the treasure there as of yet.
Bryce, I think we all should find someone who looks at us the way that Siren looks at the Riches of Tropodani.
But don't look into the Siren's eyes, because that can be a call you won't be able to come back from. And that's not just because new is out of Classic Constructed. No, it's also because the alluring desire is something that you shouldn't be succumbing to. But Michael Jaszczur might have the opportunity to succumb to Lucas Oswald in the finals. Time will tell about that, but we've got to talk about what is coming up for us. It's not just brand new gems. It is, of course, the world premiere in London. Holy free holies. What are those words at the bottom of the screen, Mercy? It is sold out, this world premiere in London.
It is sold out. People are so excited to get their hands on this Compendium of Wraith. I myself will not be going, least of all because it's sold out. But I am so excited to watch that stream and watch these. Watch people play with these brand new cards.
Listen, don't be discouraged by those two words sold out at the bottom of your screen, folks, because there is still plenty of Flesh and Blood to be played if you find your way out to the land of Big Ben. The Calling is still available for you, and plenty of Silver Age events as well. Chapters 1 and 2, pre-constructed decks will still be available for you to get your hands on. It's going to be your first look at those, and also those cold stamped or hot stamped? Hot stamped heroes. No cold stamps here. We're all about the warmth. Calling London is not sold out. Tickets are still available there for Saturday the 7th and Sunday the 8th. It's going to be the first ever Silver Age constructed format Calling. San Diego will have their say, but not before all of the illustrious players who grace us at the world premiere. This world premiere entry package is sold out, but if you've gotten yours in time, you can get all of these goodies, probably the greatest playmat ever in Flesh and Blood.
It is beautiful. I would love to get my hands on one of those playmats.
There are so many stories if you can just find them. Just look through them and also reference the lore and let it be your guide. Oldham as a mountain, that's exactly the way I viewed him whenever I had to try to take him down in competition. Besides that, hot stamped heroes from all of the Chapter 1s and 2 decks. You're going to get yourself a random one of those in order to compete at the world premiere. And also the Calling Premium Package, which again is not sold out, will be featuring some brand new cards from the Compendium of Wraith. Elemental Strike, Colors of Aria, and a lot of sheaths in all different flavors. The Collection Package. Oh, finally we have the sleeves revealed, Mercy. We've had question marks on these for the past several
Crown
events.
of Dominion. That is the beautiful new Crown of Dominion.
And I see exactly why we weren't showing off those sleeves until, of course, we could spoil that brand new printing of an old card that so many folks need to get their hands on. And of course, it's the debut of the tournament pack, which has not been cracked by anyone yet. But that's all going to change at the world premiere in London. Any guesses as to what's in this tournament pack, Mercy?
You know, I really have no idea. I wouldn't even deign to guess, Bryce, because I don't want to bring bad luck upon this pack, okay?
Okay, 100%. It's got to be something good, but Mercy doesn't want to take a guess. It's Compendium of Wraith coming at you at the world premiere February 6th to 8th, and of course, releasing worldwide at an LGS near you the following weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a short break, and then there is only one more game of Flesh and Blood left to be played. Mercy, unfortunately, we're going to have to give you the boot out of the booth so that Elly Bird can come back in and squawk much like Polly Kranka during the finals. But have you enjoyed your time?
I've enjoyed this so much. You know, it is such a privilege and a pleasure to be here. I hope you all have enjoyed it just as much as I have. But, you know, Elly Bird is going to be doing a great job taking care of you all for the final match of the day.
is really going to be hyping Mercy before you leave the booth forever, at least for Calling Columbus. I do hope that you will consider coming back to join us and lay on the line one more time your opportunity at getting a gold foil quick dodge flexors, because I know you can absolutely achieve that goal, but it was such a pleasure to have you in the booth, and you did a magnificent job. So in chat, go ahead and put some clap emojis there for Mercy Bickell, and we welcome Elly Bird back to the booth. We're going to be back with more Flesh and Blood, of course, but no more Mercy Bickell and no more Oscilio Constella Intelligence after this. And of course, a giveaway of a box of Super Slam. Don't go anywhere. Holy
Same side,
On the same side.
same side,
On the same side.
same side,
On the same side.
same side.
On the same side. On the same side. On the same side.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on, flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, flexing on, lean. Flexing on, flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, flexing on, lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let
me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
And then there was one at Calling Columbus. Just one match left to be played, and finally Elly Bird comes back into the booth for her first time in the top 8. Elly, what do you think about Florian versus Marionette?
I am particularly excited because so much rests on the outcome of this game.
Break it
I'm
down.
stoked to see the matchup in general, which, if I'm being honest with you, I think we're probably at least 70% chance to see Florian leave the stage right here, right now. But I don't think that it's a foregone conclusion. Arachne Marionette is perhaps the hero with the highest ceiling in all of present Flesh and Blood. Their draws at the absolute peak top anything. I'm sure it's going to be exciting one way or another, Bryce.
The story up until this point is, of course, a top 8 bracket that started ever so diverse. It's 2 copies of Pleiades Superstar making her debut in a top 8 bracket at a calling level event. Of course, Katsu the Wanderer, no stranger to that feat, does make his way there for the first time in a long time. But then it's the meta bad boys that make their way one slice at a time to the finals. And also, it's a Canadian versus an American in the finals here on American soil. Lucas Oswald could very well be the person, the paragon of the community, to get it done against the world champion who seems almost unstoppable all this day and yesterday long.
Yeah, he actually... I think the most impressive thing so far this tournament was the way he adapted from losses in Swiss, and in top 8 saw those same matchups. Oscilio, Pleiades, or I guess he beat Oscilio in Swiss, but it was a very close game, and he came away from those games armed with knowledge, adapted, and beat this deck that took him down in Swiss, and now we're on to the finals where he is looking poised to take the whole thing down. Mercy
and I were talking so much about the flappability of Michael Yassker, and it's just not there. It's null, it's void. The guy can't be flapped.
Completely inflappable.
100%, and he's going to have to remain that way because Lucas Oswald is a heck of a player, hailing from around the St. Louis region, and also on your screens as part of Team Runaways and his own show, Mind Warp. But is he going to be able to warp the mind of Michael Yassker, who remains so vigilant in his play and his deck choice ultimately at this event? So, shall we answer the last question?
Absolutely, Bryce. Let's get in there.
It has been answered and also asked, but here comes Lucas Oswald with the deck, perhaps the 80, and also, by golly, the hair to get it done against Michael Yassker. It's the 6th seed versus the 5th seed, but it's also a hometown hero from the United States versus the Canadian invasion, Michael Yassker.
I think something Sam once said to me was, every time I look at Lucas Oswald, I feel like he's got a little more steez. He's gotten a little sassier. I feel like it's a persistent effect. Every time I see him, the hair's a little spikier.
Yes. What do you think that key around his neck unlocks?
Heart.
His heart or
Key
somebody
to his
else's?
Heart. Keep it close.
I feel like he's got somebody else's heart, and they trust him with the key for some reason.
Scary.
I know.
That's
a lot of power to have. But it seems like Lucas is gentle in wielding it. But what he's not gentle with is, boy howdy, an Orb Weaver Spinneret on turn 0. No need to do that little flick block with the Mask of Deceit trick in order to get your daggers online exactly where they should be. No, this guy tends to just draw it up in its own right on turn 0.
So in his quarterfinals game against Nghia Tran, I got to watch a little bit while y'all were here covering the quarterfinals. His opener was not so dissimilar from this one. His opening 4 cards were Savor Bloodshed, a blue Orb Weaver Spinneret, and Tarantula Toxin. He ended his first turn going first up 7 life with an arsenal, which, would you believe it, was Codex of Frailty.
That cannot be legal.
I wanted to call the police right then and there, but it happened, and yet again he's found that Orb Weaver Spinneret at the most crucial moment, which is to say at the outset of the game. And if things couldn't get any better for him, he has rolled directly into Arachne Black Widow. We talked about this matchup being favored for Marionette, or being favored for Florian, but if Marionette's going to find any path to victory, it's certainly one that starts this hot.
He can't keep getting away with it, Elly. All of a sudden, I'm rooting for Michael Yassker just because this seems completely inordinate and unfair. But then, Michael Yassker does something like resolve a Felling of the Crown on his first affirmative turn of the game. He is 5 life points down, though, so I definitely think Lucas Oswald is doing the more reviled thing at this point.
I do. So do we just hate things that are powerful? And
Yeah.
That's okay. Just wanted to clarify. I will say this is absolutely the downstream consequence of choosing to attack an Earth hero on the very first turn of the game. When you let them put Earth cards in their bin, Jaszczur got to put 3?
It was 3.
4 cards.
Yeah, 4.
3
You're
Earth
right.
cards. 4 Earth cards. 3 Earth cards in his graveyard and 2 into his banish zone. And the next turn, just an absolutely staggering amount of time advantage. You know, this is time compression. It takes him fewer game actions now to get online, which is a huge part of how Marionette loses this matchup. I think that value grind, that defensive posture that Florian is allowed to take when he is online and his Grasp Reaping play becomes so much more powerful is pretty key to how Marionette can lose this matchup. So despite a strong start with some powerful plays out of the gate, it's very much possible that these decisions as early as the first turn of the game could really come back to bite Lucas.
Michael Jaszczur taking a quick look at Graphene Calycera because, of course, he wants to know if Arachne Black Widow will convey the on-hit on that dagger, and indeed that is the case. Unfortunately for Lucas Oswald, Michael Jaszczur has the Shelter from the Storm to cover up the damage and therefore the on-hit. But then the follow-up is Codex of Frailty, so the Leave No Witnesses discarded to the Arachne Black Widow hero ability is immediately able to be played and threaten the arsenal of Michael Jaszczur, which happens to be yet another 0-for-4 defense reaction. I don't know, maybe Michael can't stop getting away with it.
And if you take a look, his hand is unbelievably cracked. Michael Jaszczur's hand is Felling of the Crown, a blue, and Arcane Seed's Life. He's going to leapfrog straight to 5 Earth cards in Banish while attacking for 8+2, gaining a point of life and forcing a card out of Lucas's hand. This is exactly what I was talking about. It's impossible to fathom just how punishing it can be to attack an Earth hero off the rip.
And, you know, this could go badly for Michael Jaszczur if he's not able to draw up a hand that can meaningfully put Earth cards into the graveyard. Lucas Oswald has the opportunity to just block out this Felling of the Crown, say go next, and perhaps brick up that 4-card hand of Michael Jaszczur, but
he's looking quite ready to snap off no blocks. You saw his hand reaching for the pen there. He's taken another look at this set of 4 cards. We've got an exposed in there for sure, perhaps pricing him into a tough blocking decision. Orbweaver, Spinneret, and Up Sticks and Run. We are going to get a block of 6. Felling still doing some heavy pulling here.
Life parity reached again. 35 plays 35. Lucas Oswald with 1 card in hand and 1 in the arsenal. 1, of course, found on the Ponder token of Codex of Frailty. Up, Sticks, and Run, plus a Fiendal Spring Tunic counter equals 6 go again, thanks to the fact that Michael Jaszczur remains marked. And it's a 2-card block out of the hand for Michael Jaszczur. Attack reaction, Stains of the Redback, was found on that Ponder token, so 3 damage going to leak over, consume the mark, and force Lucas Oswald just to pass here. Down to 32 goes Michael Jaszczur, and he has been able to put yet another Earth card into the bin to accompany that Felling of the Crown. Another Decompose is online if Michael Jaszczur has it in the hand.
Something I want to touch on is we've seen Marionette on stream twice this weekend, and both times something we had come up that we talked about was how much efficiency, how much equity Marionette loses when they have to pay for their dagger swings. Lucas is the first Marionette we've seen get away with those trim resource curves, and it's showing, you know, life totals are close. He's putting down some real offensive pressure, and it's all thanks to Tunic or Arachne Orbweaver, reducing the cost to your hand of Graphene Calycera. Just that Tunic, Up, Sticks, and Run, Stains of the Redback is a 2-card 9 that if he had to pitch becomes an entire card less efficient.
And now with a blue in hand, Lucas Oswald can go pick up the point, send Hunter's Clave, then of course the Graphene Calycera to follow, and there's the small matter of the Tarantula Toxin that is ready, daring Michael Jaszczur to try to block this efficiently. Hunter's Clave must come first though. 1 go again, mark you on hit. Will Michael Jaszczur at this point respect it? Does have the well-grounded, which is online at this point. It's a Flick Knives activation first for a Graphene Calycera because that pairs very nicely with, of course, the Orbweaver Spinneret in the hand to accompany the Tarantula Toxin for Lucas Oswald. So Graphene Calycera spent and recreated immediately. Now with 5 go again and a Tarantula Toxin at the ready. Will Michael Jaszczur sniff it out?
Threatening essentially 11 damage on this attack should Jaszczur block.
there is a sink below in the arsenal, so Michael Jaszczur can go ahead and just shirk off the block step here and dare Lucas Oswald just to cash in Tarantula Toxin for 3. But, you know, the arsenal is still open.
He said no blocks, and Lucas didn't take the bait.
Not
Let
even
him
for a
take
second.
5. Not even for a second. He just went stone cold. Okay, I'll put the T-Tox in my arsenal. The way Marionette wins this matchup, in huge part, is going to be by getting 6 out of all of those Tarantula Toxin. That card is designed explicitly to create situations where your opponents feel like their blocking decisions don't matter. There is no equitable outcome. And if your Tarantula Toxins are not doing that, there's just no way you can get there against this titan of the defensive class, Florian, Rotwood Harbinger, the best guardian. Wait, what?
Did you say that? Not me. But for Lucas Oswald, it's not just the hair, it's also a poker face that is going to give him the equity when it comes to those maximum value Tarantula Toxins. The fact that he snapped it straight into the arsenal gives Michael Jaszczur a little bit less of information. So Lucas Oswald sporting that poker face, in addition to a leave no witnesses to block out a little bit of the damage on that Autumn's Touch, down to 21 now after 4 finds home. 21 plays 23, and Lucas Oswald is swinging yet another Hunter's Clave, doing a really good job of finding blues on the turns where Fiendel Spring Tunic is not online.
Definitely reduces the pain of being forced to pitch into your daggers. Not a perfect solution. Hunter's Clave does end up being worth 2 since it comes in for 1 and confers 1 to the Graphene Calicera should Michael not block it. But it is still maybe not quite exactly what you want.
Yo, and a to the point, out of the hand, off the top rope, giving this Graphene Calicera +4 right here. Once again, daring Michael Jaszczur to block with a defense reaction he has. So Tarantula Toxin is ready to do its dirty work, and there it is. The bill comes at the end. Michael Jaszczur now only blocking 1 on 9. 8 points going to find home, but there is, of course, the matter of the sink below in the arsenal. Michael can still do some blocking here. Is he going to be playing into another Tarantula Toxin? That is a question only Lucas Oswald can answer.
Blocking 5 on 9, being threatened to go down to 18, but he also has the means in hand right this very moment to get online.
It is, of course, a cadaverous tilling in the hand in addition to a red Autumn's Touch. Michael Jaszczur takes the remainder of that damage. Down to 18 he goes, and leave no witnesses to follow. Unfortunately, not threatening an arsenal, which was there just a chain link before. And Michael Jaszczur showing that he doesn't want to save that Autumn's Touch for arsenal. Instead, just wants to get the 3 value right here and now. And it's a banish off the top of the deck. It is a blue and also an earth card, mind you. So one of the things that, Assassins can run afoul of here is just advancing the Earth game plan for them. In this case, it's not going to matter too much the way things have shaken out.
I think it's actually reasonably significant here because I believe Jaszczur presently only has 4 Earth cards in his banish. So getting to decompose 1 less means that his next few decomposes are actually significantly smoothed out by that singular Earth card getting banished.
But is still not online at this point?
He is now online.
He is now. Okay.
So he didn't have to banish 3, which meant that he wouldn't leave 1 there, smoothing out his next few decomposes.
Understood.
Because all of your cards, so pushes up glasses.
Get there.
Every single time you decompose after being online, you take 2 Earth cards out of your graveyard, but put another one there because every card that decomposes is also an Earth card. So by virtue of preserving 1 extra Earth card in the graveyard, Michael has secured himself at least 2 more smooth decomposes where he would be guaranteed only 1 more if he had to banish 3 Earth cards here.
Right now, it's a whopping 8 damage after banishing 2 Earth cards for Michael Jaszczur. And the hand for Lucas Oswald.
Bit awkward.
Bit awkward here.
Wait, is that true? This hand looks really good.
Yeah, hold on, because the blue would definitely get the mark, which makes Kiss of Death more enticing. Savor Bloodshed, of course, is also there to beef up. But Lucas Oswald wants to take a defensive posture here, remains in the life total race, and first in the life total race. 19 plays 18 now, as Kiss of Death comes in for 7. Currently, Michael Jaszczur is not marked, but that can change in short order thanks to an activation of Flick Knives and a Hunter's Clave in the eye.
Unfortunately, however, and I think the reason he chose to block with both Prognosis and Take Up the Mantle there rather than converting them for value is Michael still has Well Grounded waiting in the wings, making Savor Bloodshed, attempting to draw a bit of a fool's errand. You can commit a ton of resources, including your last available Hunter's Clave, especially after a lot of retrieve effects have already left the deck. We've seen a couple pick up the points. We've seen, I believe, 2 copies of Up, Sticks, and Run leave the deck. He's running low on ways to get that Clave back. Should he decide to spew it now, opting instead for just a 2-card 7 with an extra point on the back end should it connect. Great opportunity for Jaszczur to get value out of that Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree while Tarantula Toxin is not a consideration. Here comes an absolutely massive 1-card block for 7, thanks to Florian's hero ability in conjunction with that legendary chest equipment.
You know, that looks really good for Michael Jaszczur, but the hand is all red. The bailout card, though, is, of course, Enlightened Strike, which is so fortuitous for Michael to have found in conjunction with so many other red cards. Enlightened Strike, of course, so flexible since its early days in Flesh and Blood. Yes, the Well-Grounded is bought out, which, you know, Lucas Oswald definitely didn't know that that was available to Michael Jaszczur, just likely wanting to get rid of those boots when he can rob it of 1 value. Arcane Seed's Life, generating 4 Rune Chant tokens now that Florian is getting 1 more every time he generates any sort of token.
Also very interesting here is that because he is behind, this Arcane Seeds is going to get to generate a point of life, making it a point more efficient than if he were ahead.
And then it's the E-Strike to follow. First, there's the matter of 4 Rune Chants that Lucas Oswald must contend with. There are multiple blues in the hand, so he'll be able to stymie the bleeding at least a little bit. I do think that so far, Lucas's blue mix is higher than the other marionettes that we have seen on stream this weekend.
Definitely capable of getting some real defensive value out of these blues. But I think what Lucas would really want on a turn like this, where Jaszczur's playing something a little bit less efficient, a 3-card 11 is pretty far from the heights Florian is very much capable of reaching, the king of good times himself. And instead, it looks like Oswald is just going to keep, I believe, a Scar Tissue back.
Which makes sense because Scar Tissue is one of those many cards in the Arachne Marionette deck that only blocks 4/2. So if you're going to take a defensive posture and force your opponent to convert, you might as well be doing it with the most efficient cards possible.
And speaking of, Lucas has drawn up an absolute rip-roarer of a hand here in the form of Tarantula Toxin, Savor Bloodshed, Incision, and Kiss of Death. This hand is unbelievably powerful. This is so much his opportunity to put the foot on the gas, but Disaster strikes a little bit here. Plow under, accompanied by 2 Rune Chants, is going to take the edge off this turn a little bit, taking that Scar Tissue away from Lucas after he just made the point to take a little bit of damage to not, or rather, opted to take a little bit of damage to tuck it in his arsenal.
Devastating stuff for the Assassin class right here and your champion, Lucas Oswald. So all of you at home, all 3,000 pairs of eyeballs and ear holes, thank you so much for joining us for the finals of the most witness calling ever in the history of Flesh and Blood. It's yet another Savor Bloodshed into Kiss of Death, just like 2 turn cycles before, but there's 2 cards to back it up this time. Lucas Oswald has got to overcome this life gap, which is now 9 plays 17. Michael Jaszczur with plenty of defensive tools, including, of course, Face Purgatory. Did we harmonize on that? I think we nailed it.
A little bit. We were pretty close, and I do think it's going to come out to play. Lucas may have access to Tarantula Toxin, but the pain that that presents can be blunted pretty effectively by utilization of Face Purgatory, taking a card away from him. And because of the well-grounded play just a turn earlier, Lucas isn't going to get to draw a card. He has no ways left to mark. And somehow, Jaszczur finds a way to fully cover this.
It's a sink below from Arsenal, placed there so diligently by our reigning world champion. I think that is one of those things that makes a good Flesh and Blood player. The feeling you can give your opponent that I always have it. But in reality, it's not variance. It's the fact that Michael is constantly placing these defense reactions, prioritizing them for the Arsenal slot for when they can do the most damage to the opponent.
When I was very new to Flesh and Blood, I played against Brody at my locals, and he ripped this insane plunder run out of hand that I thought was completely terrible, and then bet it all on an Art of War to push an attack over by 1. And I was completely baffled by the decision. I thought, there's no way this is good enough. But once it was explained to me that strong players are defined by giving themselves the opportunity to create their own luck, it all started to click into place, and I think that's really on display here with Jaszczur. He's making the right decisions, holding on to cards, waiting for the right opportunity, and taking gambles when and where he absolutely has to.
Could not have said it better myself, Elly. Platform is yours. Pain in the backside, though, belongs to Lucas Oswald. 9 plays 16 still, and the third copy of Channel Mount Heroic is blocked by Michael Jaszczur, who just doesn't need offensive overlap, just needs to ride good value to the finish line here. Lucas Oswald instead trying to use tricksy play in order to get over the line, but no, it's an Arsenal pass. And now Michael Jaszczur once again has full steam ahead to do exactly what he wants, and it's going to be showing exactly how diligent his play is when he reveals the arsenal is a red Rune Rager Swarm. And there it is, waiting for the moment, perhaps knowing that tempo would be passed back to him by his opponent, especially after those 2 cards blocked on the blue Cadaverous Tilling, and now he gets to put the hurt on once again.
Lucas Oswald drawing into yet another aggressive hand, but the runway keeps getting shorter and shorter. This is probably the last hand he ever gets to keep, assuming he even gets to keep this one. Mask of Deceit can get him a little bit close, and he can use Tunic for a little bit of Arcane Barrier action. But there's a lot of damage on offer here. Threatening to put Lucas down to 4, I believe, and Jaszczur still has more cards in hand and more Go Again available. Swarming Gloomveil for 4 threatens to slam the door, not only with its Go Again and 4 power, but also, if Jaszczur's last card is something to the effect of Arcane Seeds, this card's on-hit effect could end the game immediately.
Mask of Deceit blocked with here. Dice rolled. Unfortunate. It is Arachne Redback, which is arguably not what Lucas was looking for. Likely wanted Trap Door in order to get a defense reaction and stop the hurt.
You know, something kind of fun that I just noticed about Arachne Tarantula, it's 5, which is V, and its arms are kind of making a V in the art.
Okay, yeah, it's a right side up V and an upside down V, and of course, a squirrel spine to follow. Michael Jaszczur trying to slap Lucas Oswald in the face with it as much as he humanly can. Right now, no more damage besides the Rune Chance gets through. 7 plays 16. Lucas Oswald once again on the affirmative, coming out with a head jab cosplayer and a half. Pain in the backside, threatening ultimately an extra 2 points of value here thanks to Arachne Tarantula, making it so that every time a dagger connects this turn, it will cause a loss of life.
Something a little bit awkward for Michael is that he has drawn into Felling of the Crown, Plow Under, and a Cadaverous Tilling. He has the most powerful card in his deck to utilize, but he doesn't really have the resources to make it happen without taking a ton of damage. And with Arachne Tarantula being the one Lucas has flipped into, and a lot of dagger damage available here, if he's not careful, this could just be the end. 9 damage. Doesn't take much to push this into lethal territory.
Lucas showing us exactly why he didn't want to cash in that free Fiendel Spring Tunic resource to block a little bit of arcane damage. It's because 2 cut from the same cloth plus Graphene Calystra equal 9 power, but it's really 10 if Michael Jaszczur allows it to connect.
Seeming to really consider whether or not he wants to take a huge glut of damage to resolve this last copy of Felling of the Crown.
And now, as long as Lucas Oswald is pocketing an assassin card, this will be coming in ultimately for 12, because Arachne Tarantula can, of course, be activated at reaction speed to give target dagger +3.
13 damage is the question. What is Michael's answer? Looks like he's lining up a card from hand, making it not so incredibly likely that we see Felling of the Crown resolved on this turn cycle. In fact, he's just going to block it away.
Makes a lot of sense because you just can't use it on offense. And time's closing for Lucas Oswald. Sure, you would like it to be off the back of a Felling of the Crown. Lucas Oswald discards to the point, which is playing it in this case because Michael Jaszczur is not marked. It's up to a total of 12, but 13 total offensive value represented thanks to the on-hit conveyed by Arachne Tarantula. Michael Jaszczur all of a sudden down to 8, only in the lead by 1. But it's an activation of Grasp of the Arcanite, 2 Rune Chance generated, and Enlightened Strike strike to follow. Likely, yes, with buff power as the chosen mode. Lethal is being represented here for Lucas Oswald, who pitches a blue to stymie the arcane damage potential of those rune chants. Now, the physical is to be considered. One card already gifted, and there's a 2
It's a bit ugly. 2 blocks are certainly not what you want to see when your opponent sends an amount of damage that is exactly your life total. Lucas is going to get to keep 1 card here, and it is Kiss of Death. It's certainly a heavy hitter, but he's down to 1 life after we've caught up on life totals here. He doesn't have any runway. This is the least amount of runway you can possibly have. Lucas will never get to keep a full hand again, thanks to Grasp of the Arknight and Reaping Blade. The smothering presence of the King of Good Times may be here for the last.
And you know, that might be all Michael Jaszczur can do besides gain a little bit of life, because it's 2 copies of Shelter from the Storm. Finally, the defense reactions, the mix is not lining up for our world champion.
He is capable of pitching 2 reds into Grasp and sending Fruits of the Forest, which
Fair.
would shred the vast majority of Lucas's hand, especially if he doesn't have a blue, which the viewers at home know that he does.
Indeed so. We have omniscient presence over this match, and so there is an overcrowded ready to cover up those 2 rune chants. Grasp of the Arknight activated here, pitching a blue from Michael Jaszczur.
Oh, gaining some life was also never on the table because he controls Reaping Blade.
That's a fair point.
7 damage to Lucas's 1 life. Blue will cover up the rune chants cleanly, but 5 still asks for the remainder of the hand, except for 1 card. A 2-card play is strong, but Florian's sitting pretty at 8 life.
Gotta hand it to Lucas Oswald, though. He is weathering the storm as best he can. Last turn, he just diligently parked a card in Arsenal. This next one, he'll be able to hold on to 1 more. A 2-card play when your opponent is at 8 is much more threatening than a 1, especially when you are an Arachne Marionette. But Lucas must survive first. In the hand, it, of course, is the Overcrowded, and 3 reds to accompany it. I don't quite remember which ones. Lucas is going to show us real soon.
There was a Stains of the Redback, a To the Point, and a Den of the Spider, Bryce.
Den of the Spider is definitely going to be devoted to blocking duty here.
Will not mark Michael, as this attack's power is not greater than its base, but it does at least block.
As long as it's not a 2 block, I think Lucas is going to be happy to see it. Yes, Overcrowded. The only card that can efficiently cover up these rune chants. And then it's no, To the Point and Stains of the Redback. It'll be a curious thing.
I think this makes a lot of sense to me. This is how you kind of work your way out of this hole. You put Kiss of Death on the table. You force your opponent to respect some amount of attack reactions, though Jaszczur has found a defense reaction in this present hand. And then you tuck away the defense reaction so that once your opponent's hand has shrunk a little bit, you can find the opportunity to use that card to gain a little bit of momentum. Buy another card in your hand by blocking out of Arsenal. Overcrowded was actually also a reasonable option for something like this. It was the only blue in the hand, so we saw it pitched, but I think that's really what Lucas is angling for here. If he's going to crawl his way out of this 1 life, 1 armor hole, it's going to be on the back of something defending out of Arsenal to let him keep extra cards.
Also in a slim fit, mind you, Kiss of Death. Showcasing an outfit that I think only the sinewiest players in Flesh and Blood could possibly pull off. Kiss of Death covered up by Fate Foreseen. So even though it was only 3 value on its face and only gets the 4th upon connection, Michael Jaszczur does give it 4 value in a roundabout way.
Good old Grasp of the Arknight activation here. 2 rune chants. And a Swarming Gloom Veil to attempt to slam the door. 4 and 2 is a nasty set of breakpoints. Lucas has the blue yet again, pitching away the all-powerful Codex of Frailty just because it's a 2 block.
And then 2 more 2 blocks to accompany. It's a 3 block there. Yes, Lucas Oswald has survived and does get to go next, ultimately in the same place that he started that turn, because of course there is a Den of the Spider lurking in the arsenal, but that simply wasn't the hand to convert both on defense and on offense. Forces Michael Jaszczur once again to convert 5 cards in the hand, which is not usually something Florian is very good to do, 2, but Michael seems to just be drawing the attacks when it matters most. And yes, it is Rune Rager Swarm to follow up the grasp of the Arcanite trigger. So at least 2 arcane damage here, at least 6 physical gonna come down before all is said and done. Stains the red back plus a blue, stymies all of this damage, and then it's Fruits of the Forest to follow. In the blue comes in for 5. Lucas Oswald forced to give another 2 cards here. Does have a defense reaction in the arsenal, but there's another one in the hand. Death Touch could go into the arsenal, but that might be an ultimate brick when all is said and done because the Fiendal Spring Tunic has already been expended for its defense resource.
Opting instead to arsenal that Death Touch without the Tunic is a really, really scary but strong play. He's starting to run out of powerful 2-card plays. He's running out of Kiss of Deaths to pair with Dagger Pumps. And so any red is going to let him fire off that Death Touch and truly threaten Jaszczur's life total. Something interesting we see kind of take place both in this game and the last one is this Marionette deck is a lot slower than some of them we've seen on coverage both in the long term and recently, where he's doing a lot of biding his time and waiting for the exact right moment to strike. He's content to block for multiple turn cycles over and over and over and just find the right moment to try and take the tempo.
Now, Michael Jaszczur had a really convenient way to convert this hand. There was a Germinate in the hand with 3 blues to accompany it, but if you take your foot off the gas even for a second, Lucas Oswald with a 5-card hand could do something incredibly fearsome and all of a sudden rob all the tempo away from our world champion and therefore the game. So instead, the play here is activate Grasp of the Arcanite and send yet another blue Fruit to the Forest, forcing so many cards out of the hand of Lucas Oswald. It's a pitch card in order to cover up the Rune Chance, and then, of course, Shred and Up Sticks and Run to do the rest. Now, there is a Death Touch in the arsenal, requires a pitch card, so Lucas Oswald has to send Tarantula Toxin into the pitch zone and simply swing a Graphene Calycera for 1 when he could have sent a Death Touch instead.
Very interesting why he's sending this Calycera for 1 instead of the Death Touch. I would think the 2-card play I guess he's just trying to make Jaszczur think about Tarantula Toxin or think about something else while he buys a little bit more time. He might even be trying to pitch stack Tarantula Toxin with some amount of reasonable threats, then use Death Touch to buy space once he gets back to that hand. But we're going to have to see if Florian has anything to say about whether or not he gets there at all.
It is an activation of Grasp of the Arcanite and then an Autumn's Touch to follow. 2 arcane and 7 physical. And honestly, I think Lucas Oswald has ultimately won this game, at least in terms of aura farming, because he did get Michael Jaszczur to shoot a little bit of carbon dioxide out of his nose after he slammed that 1 die on his Graphene Calycera. Gotta respect Lucas Oswald for that. I haven't seen Michael Jaszczur laugh a single time in the feature match area.
Would you describe him as recently flapped?
Yes, 100%. Lucas Oswald has done the unthinkable and flapped the unflappable Michael Jaszczur, who now puts a Germinate into the pitch zone after Lucas Oswald is forced to pass. And what would you know? It is 2 more Rune Chants and a Rune Rager Swarm to follow. 2 arcane here, and of course 3 go again for Lucas Oswald to contend with. It's a pitch card and then a block card bot out there, and the deck is looking awfully thin at this point for Lucas Oswald. So tomorrow going to get even more gas, on the other hand, into the deck of Michael Jaszczur, who chooses the most powerful card arguably in the game right now. Felling of the Crown goes to the bottom of that deck. It's 8 plays 1, and now Lucas Oswald has to answer yet another Squirrel Spine, probably the 5th in this game, and it is by a Reaper's Call, which leaves 1 more card in the hand for Lucas Oswald, King of the Runaways, who sends yet another Graphene Calycera for a whopping 1.
Still trying to find the right moment to use that Death Touch. And while we're using our big vocabulary words like unflappable, the indefatigable Florian is making Lucas look quite fatigued here. His deck is small and his hands are flush with resource cards he's pitched away as recently as just a couple turns ago. There's more than likely no more than 8 cards remaining in his deck, and this cadaverous tilling is looking to till the soil with Lucas's beautiful hair and remaining bones as he comes in for 10, 2 arcane and 8 physical, shredding the entire hand apart. This is the same way we saw Michael take down Bird. There's so little left in the tank in terms of life total that he's just folding every single hand. He's going to run out of cards. He's swinging the Calicera to get cards out of Jaszczur's deck, but it's too little too late. He checks the graveyard. He's looking for the inertia trap with this under the trapdoor, but it's just not going to do enough. I don't think there's enough left in the deck for him to close, even if he gets to keep 5 cards.
Ain't no way. Lucas Oswald is definitely circling the drain here, but Michael Jaszczur does show respect and also restraint in all of his plays. Lucas Oswald showing that he is a stalwart of this game, namely because he is buying enough time. Sure, he might be losing from our perspective, but every turn cycle is another opportunity for the opponent to make a misstep and get you back into the game. Gotta commend him for playing to every single one of his outs, despite the fact that he's only got 2 precious cards left in the deck, and they are definitely inane blue cards. Michael Jaszczur pitches a So Tomorrow, activates Grasp of the Arcanite once again, and out of the hand, it is Rune Rager Swarm in the blue, but that is going to be just fine. It's going to buy cards all the same. A 3-block is the same as a 1-block here, unless, of course, Lucas finally cashes in the 1-block value of Flick Knives. And then yet another Squirrel Spine blocked out by Shred in the blue. Lucas Oswald with 2 cards in hand finally maybe can mount a little bit of an offense before the bitter end.
Holding on to... I've finally realized what his game plan is here. This is the hand he was setting up for. Whether it is too little too late or not, this is a Calicera for 1. He's holding back a Tarantula Toxin with the Death Touch in his arsenal. Those Stalker's Steps waiting in the wings this whole game are capable of giving Calicera a go again because they target any attack with stealth. This is his last push. This dagger for 1 is threatening to get over as much as 4 block from Jaszczur here, straight into a Death Touch from the arsenal.
Could very well be too little too late, especially with only 3 cards left in deck. 4 if you count the Shred that has already been pitched. Michael Jaszczur probably just has to survive this turn in order to win this game in the end and send Florian Rotwood Harbinger into the hallowed halls like Kano Jerkai of Aether before him.
Depends if he has any defense reactions left.
You know, the
curious question. We've seen him resolve quite a few.
You know, those halls are getting pretty crowded in terms of rune blades, if I may say so, Elly.
Our class identity is not getting enough time with our favorite heroes. Double block of Canopy Shelter here, covering 4, playing around Tarantula Toxin, as well as generating a freaking insane amount of damage. 4 Might tokens on the back end for Jaszczur to hit Lucas with. If he survives this turn, that's just curtains alone.
Lucas has got to buy all of the cards here in order to survive, but also if he buys all of the cards here, he doesn't win. He's between a rock and a hard place, but man, his hair looks good. He's thinking nonetheless. Holy for holies, ladies and gentlemen, you have put 4,300 viewers on this stream. I am so privileged to be bringing you this alongside Miss Elly Bird for way blown out of proportions, record-breaking viewership on this Calling Columbus. Easily the most viewed calling in Flesh and Blood's existence at this point.
I think perhaps the first or second most viewed Flesh and Blood stream of all time. Everyone here to see the king of good times' last ride. It seems all but assured now. Lucas Oswald fighting with every scrap of gas left in the tank, resolving the Tarantula Toxin, and just passing the turn. No Stalker Steps activation, just content to get a little bit of damage over here. The Grasp activation. This might be the last one of the game, Bryce.
100%. I can't watch it any longer. It's a blue out of the hand, and yes, the fist bump is extended, and just like that, Michael Jaszczur adds yet another Rune Blade to the living legend Hallowed Halls, and that's it for Florian Rotwood Harbinger. It's a final ride and a salute from us here in the casting booth as the world champion shows that he is here to stay. He is just getting started perhaps in 2026, and it's curtains for Florian.
And it's curtains for this tournament with an exceptional final match that was so much fun to watch. I feel like over and over we kept talking about, I think Florian's favorite here, but if anyone's going to take it down here, it's going to be Lucas Oswald, and it's going to be drawing like this.
Folks, if you haven't been paying attention, let's go ahead and take one last peek at our bracket where we have crowned yet another calling champion. His name is the same as the reigning world champion. Michael Jaszczur takes this one down in clean, cold, hard fashion, and he's going to be going home with some prizes for his troubles. Lucas Oswald doesn't go home with nothing, though. It's definitely a gold cold foil legendary, a PTI, and a smattering of World Tour points. Much like the rest of the top 8 in contention here, they battled it out for 2 days straight, and they definitely need to go home with the proper spoils for a calling top 8 finish. We, of course, are going to be back with a winner interview with the man of the hour, but before we do that, Elly, if you would do the honors of a drum roll, please. The winner is Trip Forks 7120. In chat, go ahead and sound off. We're going to get your details, and also you can spy the details that you need in order to claim your prize. A whole box of Super Slam cards are coming your way, courtesy of Legend Story Studios. Congratulations to you, Trip Fork, and we hope that you will be joining us next time as well, as we will be giving away more cards and, of course, more amazing games of Flesh and Blood on coverage in just a little bit. Elly, it is time to vacate the booth one more time and give it to the man of the hour. Michael Jaszczur is going to be coming in, and we're going to be talking to him about all of the critical moments this weekend, and also going to try to flap him a little bit.
You going to try to flap him a little bit?
Yeah, 100%. If Lucas Oswald can do it, then I need to be able to do it too.
I think I can make a little bit of space for you to flap the unflappable. Until we meet again, my friend, I've had a blast, and we'll work together again in the future.
It was an absolute pleasure, Elly Bird. I always love to see you in the booth, whether I am joining you or not, by the way, which will not be the case at Calling Montreal, but you and Scott Mines are going to bring that one home for sure.
Bring it in.
Come here, Elly. Oh, it was such a pleasure. Got to shout out Mercy Bickell as well, who sits only 5 feet across to me. Thank you so much, everyone. We're going to go ahead and give a cheer for Michael Jaszczur along with the venue, and then we'll be back to hear some words from him after this. That is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, but it's Mr. Man sitting next to me. Michael Jaszczur takes this one down just like he did a little-known event called the World Championships in Philadelphia only a couple months ago. Michael, congratulations on a calling championship, and is this the first one you've ever taken down?
Yeah, it's the first one. It's hype.
You were ever so close at calling Seattle, but unfortunately every time I talk to you about that, your visage kind of slumps a little bit because it wasn't the run you were hoping for, even though it's off to a good start. What was the difference maker for you this weekend?
I mean, Seattle was it was horrible. I was 7-0, started day one, same as this tournament. And then I just lost 2 win-ins, and I had flashbacks because the same round I paired against Yuki again. And last time Yuki destroyed me. So, but this time we got the revenge. So
turns out that the biggest enemy of Canadians is each other, ultimately. And thank you so much for you and all of the illustrious players of Canada for coming down and robbing yet another calling championship away from U.S. soil. There was only 2 of you coming into the top 8. It was you and Nghia Tran, who is a teammate of yours, if I'm not mistaken, right or no?
I think not anymore.
Okay.
But we used to be.
Awkward. I've stepped in it now. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure there's no bad blood. But
oh, yeah, no, we're all homies.
Yeah.
He is awesome.
And homies with a brand new cold gold foil quick dodge flexors are you, my friend. I'm going to go ahead and put that in your cap. Congratulations. This is the card that is synonymous with a calling winner at the end of 2025 and all through 2026. What does it mean to you to grasp this prize?
Oh, this card is awesome.
Well said in so few words, my friends.
Awesome.
Now, Michael, we have talked in the booth a lot because your player cam pretty much looks the same, whether you're winning, whether you're losing, in all situations when you are at the feature match area. What do you attribute to this unflappable visage that you're able to present to your opponents time and time again?
I don't know. I try and stay chill.
Yeah.
But I mean, sometimes I mess up pretty horribly. So no, I do that so that we can make some content later of what not to do.
Okay, fair enough. It's a teaching moment for everybody at home.
Exactly.
So what you're saying is your outward affect is not perhaps the same as your inward affect?
Oh yeah. Sometimes I'm like, oh no, why did I do this?
Did you have any of those moments this weekend? Perhaps on that streamed game against Damien Riggins on that Pleiades deck that was running rampant.
I think I probably could have won that game had I brought back another Germinate instead of Arcane Sea's Life. So, but I got my revenge in top 8, and then don't watch the Fang game. Just that one's tough.
Yeah, that one is tough. That
no.
one made me want to give a big hug to Bird Cabrera.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that was just a little bit of variance that broke your way. I do want to call back that rematch of Damien Riggins. What was the difference maker in top 8 when you got to rematch against him?
I think I had a pretty good channel turn, so got to push his life down a little bit, but then I just played a bunch of Germinates, and I think 2 of them he didn't have the ripple away to stop the double rune chance, so got a pretty big stack of rune chance and was able to close it out. Barely. Exactly.
Yeah. So were the Righteous Cleansing still being a pain in your ass?
That card is crazy.
That card is crazy.
What is this?
The art goes hard too, man. It looks like it's just completely disemboweling you.
They're taking everything away from me. I don't know.
100%. So, Michael, you seem to be on an absolute tear. You've just won the World Championships in Philadelphia. Granted, your calling Seattle performance wasn't what you wanted it to be, but it was still pretty darn stellar when things are considered. Is this the year of the Jaszczur terror? What is making the difference for you right now, man? Are you locked in? Are you going to be closing out events right and left?
I hope so. I mean, we've done pretty well so far, and shout out to the Team PCG, the GOATs. They helped me out a lot, so hopefully we'll keep it going, but I don't know. Let's hope for the best.
PCG Invasion is definitely becoming the big bads of the meta. I think you're pushing out Team Super Armory, at least in terms of winnings of late. Maybe there's a cute little rivalry that'll rise up real soon.
Maybe. No, but they're all chill too, so I don't know. Everybody's so nice.
Everybody's so nice at the top of the tables, and that's what keeps us coming back to the game of Flesh and Blood over and over again. Even the best and brightest are still pretty chill. So, Michael, I also have to award you this glass trophy. If I can open this properly. Ooh, boy, I'm going to smudge it up a little bit, but only on the sides. Ooh. Also synonymous with a calling champion is this lovely glass trophy, which ironically enough is probably not worth as much as the card that you have right in front of you. But, sir, how are you going to celebrate this win?
I think I'm going to drive home with my boy Matt Dilks and James Warburton. We're going to maybe hit some McDonald's on the way. It's going to be a good time.
Wow, it is really glittering in gold in, in the way of card game winners.
On me. McDonald's on me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know.
What a gentle sir. Okay, what's your order, my friend?
I don't know. Normally I'm a nugget guy.
Really? Are you going to treat yourself to a Big Mac?
No. I think we just go for the nuggets.
Okay, but maybe you're going to up the pieces, like 15 piece this time around, or what?
No, just 10. But Ethan asked, I like the sweet and sour.
Sweet and sour, that's it?
That's the go-to. The go-to.
You don't mix and match?
No.
You're not looking for that Szechuan sauce? You're not chasing that all over the country?
No way. Just a sweet and sour.
All right, classic sweet and sour and a 52-piece chicken McNugget is what Michael Jaszczur is going to be munching on his drive home. And, Michael, that was a very different celebratory stance that you took at the end of the World Championship. I do remember stumbling into, I want to say, an Embassy Suites at like 2 a.m. or something, and my first sight was you, rosy-glowed and smiling ear to ear as the most recent world champion. I know that McDonald's sounds pretty fun and a 15-piece chicken nugget, but it does my heart good to know that you know how to really party when the stakes are at their best.
Yep. Too hard. Pretty too hard sometimes. But yeah.
That's good. You deserve it every now and then. So at the end of a grueling 2 days of Flesh and Blood, are you ready to play more?
Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to play ProQuest on Saturday? Or RTN.
Are you qualified for your nationals yet?
Yeah. I won RTN 2 weeks ago.
Okay, cool. Dang, he just can't stop winning. He can't stop getting away with it as well. But, Michael, you have, in your performance at the World Championships, you have essentially sent Syndra into the sun, at least for now, because you inspired a banned and restricted announcement that got rid of Brand with Cinderclaw. And now you have literally banished Florian Rotwood Harbinger from CC. You're upset about it, but you got to find a new deck. What do you have your eyes on?
It's got to be Levia.
Shut up. No, it is not.
Shout out to Ethan. He loves it. I love it.
Don't let that man get in your ear. I know that is not the case. Give someone some real stuff to expect from the world champion.
I don't know. Honestly, it might be Levia.
All right, hell yeah. In that
so
case,
much fun.
I challenge you to bring it to your next tier 3 or above, and then I will be shouting from the rooftop saying your name. For whatever that's worth.
No.
And there, we finally flapped the unflappable. Unable to bring Levia because she just isn't a hero. Still is Michael Jaszczur. In case you heard through my mic, Ethan's really happy that I pronounced Levia correctly. It is still Levia, though. So everybody's getting wins. It's not just Michael Jaszczur. It's not just Ethan over sitting in his chair. It is also all of us. Because wouldn't you know it, Michael? This is the most ever viewed calling level event of Flesh and Blood history. And I think it's because of your performance on stream, brother.
I don't know. Don't watch most of the stream games I played. Didn't play great, but I mean, I'm happy that a lot of people watch it. It's awesome.
100%. Flesh and Blood only grows more compelling to the TCG world at large, which is why we're going to be coming at you again real soon. It's the world premiere coming up. Of course, also Calling San Diego, where we get to premiere along with the world premiere what a calling looks like in Silver Age, and also Calling Montreal, which will be classic constructed once again, but it'll be coming at you sooner than you know. It's a lot of events this year and only more Flesh and Blood to be played. Don't go too far. We don't have any Flesh and Blood left for Calling Columbus, but there's more coming very soon. Michael Jaszczur, thank you so much for gracing our streams. And for all of you at home, we'll see you next time.